I think I'm getting used to it. They are my team. Some of them I play with college or play in college with, so I know most of them. So it's getting easier to get used to the environment and just overall the competitive scene. I think the stakes feel a bit different, but the competition, honestly, I'm not too nervous really. I think I've always expected myself to play at this level, so I'm not that nervous at all. Key factor for us to keep winning, honestly, just keep improving. I think we've only been together for a week or two now, so every day matters. Every day we put in work, and as long as we keep improving, I know we'll definitely be one of the top teams in Challengers for sure.
I feel like in open tournaments, even teams that are, more inexperienced and haven't been together as long are all like clawing to be the best team and to win. I feel like the energy is like everybody's trying to be the absolute best. So that is something I feel is a little bit different than Game Changers, because there isn't a lot of Game Changers teams at the moment. So it's hard to field that kind of competitive environment when there's just so few teams right now. So playing in open tournaments, I feel like we kind of get that sort of push for us to be even more competitive and for us to try even harder against these teams who are also trying just as hard. I feel like this is not a diss to Floor, because obviously Floor is just the best Game Changers player to exist. But I feel like we're more well-rounded as a team because it's not solely focused on setting up Floor now, where it's more so everyone on the team has an opportunity to pop off. Obviously Karn is insane and she's still a pop-off duelist for sure. But I think it made everybody else think, okay, I need to step up and I need to be able to, frag out a bit more to fill Floor's shoes, essentially. To be in Challengers, it feels like my entire career and my team's entire career, I've kind of led up to this. It feels like this is always what we've been working towards. So honestly, at first it was a little anticlimactic because it was like, oh, well, we did it. Now what? So to be able to compete in these matches and play against better competition, it's honestly really fun more than anything, but also it is like a breath of fresh air to be able to play against new players and new teams and all that. Honestly, my only expectation for us is for us to do our best, and if we do that, then I'm happy, to be honest. I'm not going to set a super high goal or expectation. I just want us to do our best, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, the team's been great. I've been with them officially about 2.5 weeks now. So we haven't had much time together, but I think we are progressing at a really fast rate, exceeding my expectations, honestly. Everyone's learning very fast. We're getting on very well. Our chemistry's looking good in game. We all get along. So I think I have nothing but, high hopes for this team. And I at least want to be able to express my experience with this team. So obviously, I think me and Hwin are probably the most, the veterans of the team. So I think our experience is going to be able to lead these new players. Hopefully we can win the whole thing, right? So, and I think we can do that. I think this team looks very promising. It's been very, very good. I actually don't really feel like there's that much of a difference between Challengers and the tier 1 side, because I mean, I think the skill level is, if you look at it like a range or like a scale, they're not that far off. And I think the only difference is how much time they're willing to put in, because of, in Challengers, there's that much backing support right now. So I think that's really the only difference in gap, but I think the skill level is pretty even, honestly. So yeah, that's all I really have to say about that. So we gotta set our goals, kind of, one step at a time. Right now we're just looking to think of playoffs right now, since we are somewhat of a new team, but obviously we want to be able to win the whole thing, make it to Ascension, win Ascension, and then we make it back in the league, what I'm saying? So I think that's everybody's goal, but also we got to take it one step at a time, not get complacent, and just make sure that we get our job done, because we want to make sure, like I said, we make the most of it. So I think that's the way we got to approach it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Valorant Challengers North America. We're day 3 of week 3 here. A lot of exciting things happening. Cannot wait to dive into another action-packed day. My name's Sarah Dawn. Joining me on the analyst desk yet again, we have Roy and Ash. Ash, we had some hella fun matches yesterday. We get 3 days of Valorant this week, which is awesome. I can't wait for today.
I can't wait for today, but you know, some of these teams are going to be feeling tired going into a really important day of matches, but nonetheless, I'm sure they're fired up and hopefully able to carry some momentum from yesterday's games.
100%. And also, before we move on, I just realized like our coordination across the desk, we all got the red. Like we're
Wait, we didn't
on
even
point
talk
today,
about
guys.
it.
Hey, Canada Pride, let's go.
Yeah, right. Awesome stuff. All right. I mean, yeah, that's a great point, Ash, that you're bringing up, Roy. I mean, we're at the make or break part of the Swiss stage. We're looking at teams today where 2 later on going to be qualified, whereas a couple of the teams, whether it's today or it's next week, we're looking at potential elimination or getting to the point of no return.
Yeah, I think make or break is the absolute perfect statement for this because some teams are quite literally going to make playoffs today and some teams will be eliminated. Obviously, not today's matches or there's no elimination today, but in the coming week, there will be some elimination matches happening. So I think we're getting to that point now where things are starting to take shape. Teams are developing. Things are, we're starting to kind of get a good picture of the power rankings.
Yeah, maybe some people's power rankings are a little in shambles, but I think a couple of the expectations we had going into this split, as we pull up the bracket, talk about it a bit more, are definitely on par. Because looking at our undefeated teams here, I mean, looking to that far left side, those are about the 4 that you would imagine make it that far, and then it's just TSM rankers still sitting at that undefeated record, whereas for the other ones, Ash, I mean, there has definitely been some really, really close games, but that difference between that 2-1 and 1-2 for some of those teams is a little scary.
It's really terrifying. You know, I think the competition's really close when it comes down to that kind of middle portion of our rankings right now. And one of those teams, too, that we aren't going to be seeing on stream today, but Shopify Rebellion and Black. That is a squad where I think everyone kind of expected them to be maybe a little bit higher with how everything is panning out with these matches, with the results and whatnot. And it's just crazy to see such a roster that's dangerous on paper to be even down in that 1-2 round spot.
And it was a roster, too, that, okay, there's some newer pieces coming together, so it might take time. We're out of time, right? 100%. Like if this next match, we're still taking losses when we're just having the super squad on paper, it definitely is not going to be working out too well. But not the only team that's kind of sitting here with something to prove, because up next for our broadcasted match, I can barely talk, guys. We got QOR going up against Ambrosia, 2 teams that we got to see yesterday. Ambrosia on this main roster, but 2 teams sitting at this 1-2 record that, Roy, we need to see what they're made out of today. This is the chance to prove what they got.
Yeah, I feel like if you would have predicted either of these teams to be 1-2 and only getting their first win yesterday, I feel like I would almost laugh at you. Because on paper, these are 2 pretty good rosters. They're solid players. They've been around for a while, and the fact that they've only just recently gotten their first win is almost a statement to the level of competition that we're seeing here in the event.
And I think that you also look at the win that they got yesterday was up against Hakikimori, who, give them the credit that they have done a couple of improvements over the past few weeks, but was looked at, the weakest team within our region, coming out from Premier and everything like that. And it was far from a really clean win coming out from Ambrosia. So we really got to see them kick it up.
Yeah, so Ambrosia pulling up that roster, talking a little bit more. That was a great thing. They got the win, but it wasn't the cleanest. And having talked to Screwface yesterday, it was something that he talked about as well. Like, they're happy for the win. Of course, that's going to be hopefully the momentum that they need Roy to be moving on forward, especially with the talented squad here. But that one yesterday wasn't the most inspiring. What can they do with that today?
Yeah, it was definitely a win, but it wasn't very convincing. I think we can kind of all agree on that. I mean, this match versus QOR should be a much better opportunity to, in fact, prove that they are on the uptrend, right? Especially with how decisive QOR was with their win yesterday versus SRG. And I think overall, Ambrosia, this could be the turning point for them, but I'm still not fully sold on what they're trying to sell me, to be honest.
Yeah, they gotta hit the books. They gotta kind of study a little bit, and it definitely has to be a fast turnaround to see what they can bring us today. But there's definitely that potential there. And we got to see a little bit of those moments. And it's things that are coming together. It is pieces that are coming together. The last 3 matches, they've been playing with the sub. They haven't played with that full roster. And they just need to have that confidence, Ash, as Screwface had talked about yesterday, even with this sub, to really be able to pop off.
Yeah, and I think your heart bleeds for them a little bit too, in that sense, where, you know, Screwface was talking about in that interview that, you know, Adder is like a great sub to easily slot in, but then it becomes difficult because you have to take that time to catch them up to the set strats and plays that you want to be able to make. And maybe it's not as comfortable as you would have liked, but like you were saying, still able to easily implement that in that sense, I think says a lot about Adder as a player and how this team is able to just kind of just easily integrate him in.
Yeah, and I think despite like the fact that they haven't really shown the highest level of team play, I can still see some of their ideas. I think their strategies overall pretty well established. They have an idea of how they want to play the game. They have an idea of what meta they want to try to implement into their team. So you can definitely see that they're working towards a goal and kind of getting everybody on the same page. And I'm definitely starting to see their picture forming. It's just, for me, there's a big looming question of like, are they there yet? Because time really is running out for a lot of these rosters, and there's only so few matches that you need to start getting these wins racked up under your belt.
Yeah, so the fact that they go from yesterday, hopefully they can take that momentum from that win, a couple of the good vibes, and keep that win streak, you know, starts with 1, but be able to roll it into another for today. And 2 players that we wanted to talk about Satellite and Glyph, because when we're looking back at the match yesterday, we're looking at the confidence, we're looking at players that can get it done, Ash. Well, these were 2 people that we definitely spoke of highly.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like you look towards this dynamic duo and you've got to continue to keep your eyes out for it. Satellite has been great as far as being that tip of the spear for the side of Ambrosia, making that space and creating the chaos to allow the rest of his team to follow up. And it's Glyph who is enabling him to do that with the assistance from his utility on that initiator as well. And Glyph also played incredibly during yesterday's matches too. I feel like these numbers don't even necessarily fully do it justice there for Glyph, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Glyph was definitely the top performing player. And I mean, you have to keep in mind, this player is on a quote unquote supportive role. So the fact that he's a high communication, like micro type player, he's controlling the pack, he's controlling the flow and like the late round engagements, like, you know, deciding what fights to take, what are we taking, how are we countering, and as well as putting up the numbers that he is very impressive. And of course, Satellite being able to capitalize off a lot of these opportunities, off the perfect utility that he's being provided by his team. That's probably a big part of Satellite's success, is the sort of structure, and Glyph as well as the dynamic duo.
And that's going to be something that I look at today when we're seeing a team that they need to have that confidence to really be able to push forward. For someone like Glyph, who got the 6 clutches, who is able to still in these situations be able to shine, I feel like that confidence has to come from within, from your own team. And I'm really looking at Glyph here for that confidence to really be able to make the rest of the team shine there. But talking about opponents and talking about who they're up against today, when we're talking about how the quality of win yesterday, QOR definitely was a team that got to showcase a lot. And it's a team that has had closer matches these last couple of weeks. We've talked quite highly here, Roy, of the talent across the board. Darkus has been phenomenal throughout Challengers so far. Timotino just getting warmed up. But those wins have just eluded them up until yesterday.
And I think it kind of makes sense why they've sort of had a bit of a rocky start, to be honest, because they're swapping out roles for Logan, who was their former duelist. Obviously, with Timotino coming into the roster, he's taken on the full duelist role. Logan is swapped over to the info initiator role, and they've recently added Darkus into the roster. So it makes sense that they're having a bit of a bumpy start. But I think yesterday's match, with how decisive it was against a team that is so macro strong like SRG, I think that kind of shows that they're kind of going in the right direction. They showed a phenomenal Haven. They showed a phenomenal split. They even pulled out the attack op breach on Haven, guys. The attack op breach. That is demonic.
I mean, Darkest is demonic. So there's a, you know, I am surprised that I'm like, oh wait, yeah. No, he's too insane out there. He'll be able to get that done. But yeah, that's a team that even if these wins have kind of just been missing out just a little so far, that I definitely, when I look at this series, think they're a little bit more favored, especially to when we're talking about all of these duelists and stuff in the league. Timotino here, Ash, was someone that I was really hyped on going into this split. Someone that, even if those wins have eluded him, have still been able to cook. And I really do think once he's like super comfortable, like kid's gonna be a star.
Yeah, I think it's all about some of those adjustments going into this, right? I feel like we do see some inconsistency in performances, but that is also typical when, you know, a roster is kind of just adjusting to their chemistry, building up that synergy. You're not going to expect that to come out right off the gate, but when he is online, he's playing incredibly well. I would just like to see that kind of develop a little bit more over time. And you do have to give them the credit of they've had some tough matches to start off their season there as well, which honestly, I feel like is even better as far as a litmus test to actually build that chemistry up.
And build up some of this confidence as well. If they're gonna have like decent matches against some good teams here, it's gonna be something that you look at just a little bit different and kind of have that respect over on the other side. And we want to talk about that confidence. I want to talk about Logan and even call back to something that he said yesterday after their win, tweeting out, you know, we got this 2-0, played with confidence, finally starting to find our footing. And Roy, that is what we've been highlighting the most in this series. So the fact that they feel that after yesterday's win, I feel like this is going to be a core that's a little bit more revitalized today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is just a sign that they're on the right path, right? Again, I want to reiterate the fact that Logan was a former duelist turned initiator. That's not an easy change, right? Like, yeah, there's synergistic roles, but the level of micro, the level of intuitive play, the things that you have to pay attention to, like, right? These are all very different. So it's going to take time for these players to get ultra comfortable to the point where they can even experience a level of flow state. But I think we're starting to see that sort of shift, right? Because you know, Nerve is a new to the IGL role. So there's so many layers to it. But I mean, yeah, we talk about Timotino stats. Yeah, we talk about Logan stats. But overall, I feel like this is one of the teams where the stats from top to bottom are very close in line. They're 5 very capable players that can all pop off. They don't need a specific star player. They just need to send their young zoomer in, make space. If they can get a kill, great. But otherwise, they have a lot of players to back it up, both in the late round and in the mid round, with many vocal players and many people that can decide which way they want to go.
I think it helps too that Darkus and Logan also come from that like old Northwood roster back in collegiate too, right? So that kind of adds that additional layer of kind of experience with each other that can lend really well to core. And it's all about kind of integrating that ability, that natural chemistry that they've already built up over time and having that synergize a little bit more with the rest of the team. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this core roster ends up doing, honestly, later in the season too, because I feel like they have a really good foundation to build off of.
Yeah, and if they can just get this win today, be out of the danger zone, have a little bit more time to kind of really make sure that footing is found and really bring things together, it's danger zone, but it's not 100% too late. But last head-to-head that we wanted to talk about, looking at this duelist. So the Timotino on this team yesterday, I was about to say on this core, but it's core. I don't. I'm sorry, guys. 3 days of Valor. We'll do this. Going up against the satellite Roy that we got to see quite a lot of yesterday. So this should be really exciting, especially too. I do love when we do get the map stuff where we get to see the Yoru v Yoru.
Yep, I think my favorite part of this sort of head-to-head that we're looking at is, one, this might be the closest stat difference we've ever seen on a head-to-head. 2, these are both very flexible duelists, so they're able to pull out the Yoru, which in my opinion is like the meta duelist right now. They're able to pull out the Raze, they're able to pull out the Jet without any noticeable difference in performance. They're able to pop off on all of these roles, and they're both very flashy riflers and oppers, and I think overall this should be a pretty high impact kind of duelist clash happening here in this matchup.
I love the call out for how close this is, because a lot of the times we'll see kind of the stats and then, okay, well, there's impact other way. But seeing on paper how close this is really just sets this up for, especially if Ambrosia plays with that confidence that we know that they can have, how close this matchup can be, especially in such a do or die time. But moving on, talking about the series for today, another big impact is going to be the map picks and bans and what we get to see coming out of these teams. Now that we've had quite a few matches under the belt, we can kind of see the vibes, what's been working for the teams. And Ambrosia, I mean, Roy, that's where we started talking about them with that Pearl back at week 1. They're going to pick it up for their first pick.
Yeah, I feel like Ambrosia is the pick for Pearl is the pick for Ambrosia, because this is the map they're really working on. You can clearly see that they're constantly picking it. They're very comfortable on the map, so I'm not surprised whatsoever to see this map come out. And of course, Haven coming out here for core, it makes sense.
I think also, like, going back to that first pick too on Pearl, after Screwface's interview that we heard yesterday, I would imagine that he's dying to really prove what Roy was talking about as far as what they've been cooking on this map, because their Pearl did, honestly, they did take the map up against Hakikimori, but it looked a bit sloppy at times, and it was a bit surprising to see them not necessarily having as structured of a macro as we would have liked on this map that can be very unforgiving due to those like very awkward like fight locations, and then also just awkward timings for rotations too. So I would imagine they probably did some VOD review. They want to really lock things up and prove that they do have this identity on this map, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they're able to maybe completely change our minds from yesterday's game.
Be nice too, since they already have that identity and they already know with what they kind of want to go for on Pearl. It is just then the focus on, okay, well, just tighten up these rounds a little bit. We have the identity, we know what we want to go for. Where can we switch that up just a little bit? And I do love to see from QOR that we're going to Haven second map, considering that they didn't pick it either of their last two matches, but they got to see like a really good cleanup of it yesterday, and how they were able to adapt from going from Shopify Rebellion Black to Shopify Rebellion Gold, and that turnaround. So feeling more confident with it now. I think across the board, Roy, this is going to be a really fun map pool to watch.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think if somehow we get to the third map, which honestly I predict we will get to a third map, it's going into Lotus, a map that both of these teams are very, I mean, they're having extremely good results on that map. I think overall, QOR is 7-2 on that map. I know it's not all VCL matches, but on the other side, Ambrosia is 7-0. So it's a map that they're both very competitive on, and I think we should see a pretty good level of play on that third map if we get there.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting too, because they have like that difference in duelist is like the main thing for Lotus as well. But it's going to be really cool to see just like the general adjustments for these teams. I'm hoping that honestly we have a little bit of a longer day. I think that these are really close matches that we have on broadcast today. I want to see it taken to that third map. I want to see these teams pushing each other to that distance.
Yeah, this is a day where I'll feel robbed if we're not getting actual like 3-map series, if we're not actually going to be able to see the best of these teams coming on out, especially with how close this should be on paper, if we are seeing the best of the both of these teams coming out. But talking about our predictions for this series, for myself, I think just with what we've gotten to see in Challengers so far of these teams, that QOR just has that confidence, and it kind of seems like y'all are with me on this one.
Okay, wait, is this a curse? Is this like a unanimous death curse? This might be the first time we're all aligned here.
Well, isn't that boring, huh?
But it's also like Analyst desk versus casters right now. Like we're ready to like duke it out at the moment. Heading into the ring against them. They can't even talk to us right now. Actually, they just have to listen to me talk smack.
I love that actually. It's a 3v2 against Vansui and Lemon. I love that. Oh my god, it's gonna be a fun time. This is gonna be a fun match. I love it.
Jen already in Discord, y'all are going down, but like I'll need to see y'all back that up when we get into the match, and Ambrosia to back up what they were talking about yesterday, because when I look back at all of these different matches, I mean, Ash, one team has had more of that win factor than the other so far, and it would be so much fun to be wrong for today, do not get me wrong, but I'm just going off the facts of what we've seen.
Yeah, I think that, you know, both teams do have the confidence that they've built up from getting those first wins yesterday, being able to try and carry that momentum over to today. But then it is going to be that litmus test up against each other, because QOR being able to take a very dominant win up against Shopify Rebellion Gold is nothing to scoff at. I know that SRG hasn't had the best results within Challengers, but they are a very, very smart team. I feel like at times when I've gone back to watch the VODs, haven't even necessarily seen them feel like they've been playing like themselves. Definitely not where we know their ceiling is, right? And maybe just getting adjusted to being a part of this league. But I think that Ambrosia on paper is also a great team. But the difference in who they were able to take those wins up against yesterday are completely different calibers of squads.
100%, but we are waiting for players to get into the server, so while everyone else tries to scramble, change their predictions, I'm looking at you, Jen and Vans. We're going to be taking a short break. Get your snack, get your water. We'll be right back with our next match. Stay tuned. Ambrosia going up against QOR, two teams desperate to prove that they are not deserving of that 1-2 record that they're currently sitting at. And we're about ready to head into the first map of Pearl. Ash, we've seen a lot of this map coming out from the side of Ambrosia. Expectations, though, coming out from QOR.
Ooh, expectations coming out from QOR. I think that you look towards the compositions and
Yes.
they're pretty similar. On Pearl, I actually favor the QOR comp a little bit more just because of the synergy that you can have between that Tejo and that Breach, especially with those trap plays. But it all depends on kind of the idea that you're trying to go with on this map. If you're looking more for those trap plays to clear out those, to do that zoning and whatnot, or if you're going to be looking for a little bit more value in that information with the fade for Ambrosia.
Yeah, I'm excited to see QOR on this for their, I believe, Challengers debut here on our map Pearl, but we're gonna get some swapperoos. All right, Roy.
A little curveball. They've reverted back to the old cookie cutter composition with KO and Sova. That is really interesting. My first instinct says that this is not the greatest comp at dealing with what is happening, in my opinion, just because it's very hard to cash a Tejo with a suppress, and his ability to counter util and stop your executes is a massive point for, and in my opinion, an advantage for Ambrosia.
Yeah, and I think that there's just so much value in that Tejo comp as well to be able to clear out so much space with how small the sites are on Pearl. I know we were constantly talking about it on the broadcast and even in the green room yesterday when we were watching the matches off stream. It just like the fact that it's very awkward to try and hold space on those sites on defense. And when you're starting out on the attacking side, being able to clear out some of those angles early on can be so key.
All right, well, going back to the older comp, let's see if QOR is a team with a plan or if Ambrosia, it's going to be Pearl for them yet again. Time to head into our map number 1 and over to Vans and Lemon to defend their predictions and get us started.
Oh, she didn't hit us with the Vans Seaweed as we requested. Okay, you know, cut the vibe, guys. We have way too many Canadians, not only on our desk, on our cast, but also in this game. Two teams fresh off of a win, gonna see if they can make it a two-peat. And we were chatting about, you know, Canadians, of course, but the excitement building around that rookie duelist of Timotino going up against Satellite's second split with the team.
That only makes sense to see Timotino in his roster for QOR right now because, you know, Ocean's at the helm as the coach. He's always been such a good coach finding diamonds in the rough, and Timotino has been the talk of the town around like the Montreal/Quebec scene. I remember going to like one of those Quebec lands where, I don't know, we're going to go way back here, but Kohler was actually participating in that tournament with Michael. And he was like, yo, you got to keep an eye out for Timo. This kid is going to go super far. And there you go. A year and a half later, he's playing over for Rose, switches over from like a initiator / KJ role over to a duelist role, and now has a spot over here in core on the defensive side. But we'll keep an eye on that as the action starts on the pistol round. Core is adding a lot of pressure with Timo at the helm on this B site. But Ambrosia, you can see they're already ready to go for a pop flash swing.
There's the flash. Couldn't get around the pillar. And this is just a firing squad. Satellite hit the aim trainer and now gets to do it in a competitive match. And as they chase down this last player, I'd love to talk more about Adder because this is technically a fill-in for Ambrosia now in his 3rd week. And Screwface is super excited to be playing with him, or even if it was Coburg from week 1. They're missing Acreon from an illness. And Ambrosia still getting a win off that is pretty solid.
Yeah, definitely. We'll just see Snarly. Yeah, he's going to get taken down, and that's an easy kill. But for Adder's conversation, for sure, as a topic, even towards the end of like Split 3, where Dark Zero is back at Turtle Troop and they're playing over in Split 3, he actually already switched away to go back into into a Sentinel role and also calling for the team. So for me to see Adder go, picked up for Ambrosia as a sub, it just makes sense because he already has that experience as a Sentinel player. I mean, look at that. He's already got 2 assists from the double flash that they just utilize with Satellite to fight towards long, but also he understands the utility around the Sentinel. And also this helps for Screwface. If you're looking at this position right now for Ambrosia, they're playing for a 1, so he could actually do a lot of information, take a lot of information as well for Screwface to have the final call and see how Ambrosia wants to rotate around this map.
Speaking of that, Core got control of mid. They were kind of wrapped through the off angle at A, and Smiley just with a rifle keeps the angle in check, and then you have the Yoru pushed up from Satellite with an outlaw. So Ambrosia really stacked up this right side of the map, kind of maybe reading that Core we're gonna dodge B based on the info that they've read that Adder holds the left side of the map. So let's go where the Sentinel isn't. And now Core got read like a book once again. We'll try for plan B, literally, and see how Adder can hold on.
Even a Prowler on the top of Spawn here spots the players going left and right towards Ivy. And the finish will be for Core towards this A site, but they did a good job here creating that stress over to Adder. He's calling for more help on that side. And now everybody's just playing more passively for Ambrosia. You don't necessarily have real map control for Core yet until you go for the hit, but there's still great delays from salvos that are available for Screwface.
And because you have the center of the map, you could start working the perimeter, and that really started to push Ambrosia their backs against the wall. Core about to claim the site for free, and Ambrosia playing for retake. I like kind of this change up. Core hoping to overwhelm them. Darkest at the front, taking early damage. Smiley wraps around, hits 3. Mechanically, these shots are fired from Ambrosia.
And that's a flawless for Ambrosia as well. And I think that's even the second flawless that they've gotten in 2 rounds. So that's pretty sick to see. But as you've mentioned, playing around the perimeter for Ambrosia, that was the game plan. It almost feels like you're creating some sort of a false hope for Core or on the attacker side when you have this mid control. You're like, oh, we could actually hit towards something. It'll be easier for us to hit towards that. But when you're playing against the salvos from Teo, the utility around the Astra, and you also already have control of A main with this position from a Satellite, you're actually boxing in your opponents on your retake on the defensive side, which doesn't give too much spot for Core to work with. So they're going for the gamble play to fight back towards the spawn. They get owned here, but thankfully, they at least get the pistol, the spike down here for the team. And that is actually something that's really good for Core because they need to build that economy up ASAP. As you see with this technical pause here, Lemon, look at the death column. It's 0 across the board for 2 rounds for Ambrosia. So you know that the economy is going to be very, very good for this team to be able to buy a very strong round in the next one, maybe even bringing an operator out right away for Satellite.
And this is Core just looking uncomfortable, just having kind of these small things, these small, unfortunate, unlucky things. If they could tighten up, for example, while they were on their way to B, just being too wide away from cover. If you wanted to just play more conservatively, especially against flashes, where is that Yoru? That's going to be the problem. And Core just way too wide from the pillar. That got caught by the flash, couldn't get into cover in time, to then crossing past the Astra smoke to just a sliver outside of the Astra smoke. You could see feet, and that's how Smiley was able to get those picks, already having info before Core even knew what was going on. So how can Core get info earlier on using Logan and maybe even taking things slower?
Well, that brings it back to the desk is what they were saying into Roy mentioning like this cookie cutter style that you're playing for core with this composition. So I do like what Ash brought up in the very first place when we were playing with this Tejo and this Breach. It was almost like an energy style that if you haven't been watching towards the off season, what core was playing with this composition, at least energy were able to get some good, you know, breach fault line to get the Euro up and get aggressive positions to fight. That though means that you're not able to find some early information if it's not for the fact that you're leveraging, your Euro to face check, or for your players to find ways to win duels as soon as they pick around corners or peek around corners. So with the fact that core switches back into this more cookie cutter composition, then you're allowed to know with like early knives and recon darts where this Euro could be playing, where you could maybe you could maybe disable him to be able to TP back when he gets his forward position. You could fight against Satellite at this point on the defense. So the idea around core now picking this on the attack side is really information gathering and potentially maybe a lot more slower rounds, with the exception of like the early hits that you're trying to deny the A orb control from the defensive side, which before we get into this technical pause, it seems that a lot of these players are leaning towards that area on the defensive side for Ambrosia, potentially trying to get Smiley and ult orb up as soon as possible so they could leverage on top of that a Euro with the Cosmic Divide for a strong retake in your bonus round. So the game plan is very sound on paper for both of these teams going into this gun round.
The only thing I'm worried about is, does Core know if Satellite has an outlaw? Because he went on this long flank, and I don't even know if he caught up to the action.
They knew. He was picking people off when he was playing towards that A main, right? Easy picking, playing
so that's
duck
something
hunt,
to worry about this next round.
Exactly. So you'll have to keep an eye on that, especially when it comes down to if Core is able to overtake site at this point and you do want to leverage, then there you go. I was going to say you could maybe do this Bogdan's Law to drop the rifle for somebody, or the outlaw for somebody else, so you could rifle and a retake. And they're already doing it at the very beginning. Satellite's already moving up with this Vandal. They have a long range with the outlaw, watched by Adder, and now they take full control of this area. So they know now the default is more leading towards middle NA.
Off that early info, Core going to retreat and taking that slower round. This is what we wanted to see out of them, collect information, but when you do lack it, do not feel so secure. Play around cover, expect those flashes, and pushed up will be Satellite, who did give up that outlaw to Adder to hold the right side of the map. So Ambrosia just going to hold this corner, and this is good information, and right off of Logan, this is key. Forces out that teleport, and Satellite still gets hunted down at a distance, and Adder gets flashed up. This is the suppression Core needed to do.
Small little error. A Satellite pulled his TP a little bit too late. So as he TPs, he's out in the open, and the Owl Drone got info on both players. So it's just easy there for Timotino come out and score first blood. So a great start for Core to control this map. And as we mentioned before, aggression, slow the pace, now hit the A site. There's only one player inside the site to defend, and he just got suppressed.
Oh, and I don't even... Shock Bolt. Gonna force him to have a dance against Timotino. Holds their own. Maybe not secure enough until now. Rookie Duelist locking down 4 and potentially the ace. Screwface says no. And Screwface talked at length about the vibes that Ambrosia have off their first win, especially utilizing a sub and trying to get these new players up to speed. This is Core. Such a solid turnaround off of a tech pause, like not even needing to use a timeout to see how they could leverage Logan.
Yeah. Because at this point, the tech pauses, they can't really get their strats going during their tech pauses. You can't talk during those, but at least it allows for them to compose themselves in those first 2 rounds of individually, like, okay, we know where their opponents are playing. We know that they're playing fairly aggressive at the very beginning of these rounds for Ambrosia. So let's try to control the tempo on our side here for Core, which worked out pretty well. I mean, Timotino, you just saw him open things up towards that A site, and that's that firepower that we talked about in terms of the star power potential that Timotino could bring in this roster. And also potentially the reason why they're putting Darkest back onto this KO. The pop flashes for the jet dashes are going to be very, very potent as they're going to try to fight for A main at the very beginning with all this util.
Now that Ambrosia know that Core are actually going to check corners, go for info, and play things slower, you're not going to insert Satellite maybe in these quirky positions, these forward positions for the order to bail out of, like a budget chamber. But Core have gotten a lot of free mid control, and they're being aggressive this time around, really changing the pace from last round. But this is the Vice site, and now you know it's also an op site. So Core approaching, Timotino working with friends, take down the back line and off the dimensional drift that was with the Shotgun 2 satellite. Pops out of nowhere, Screwface, and his no-no. I was gonna say no-no square with a bunch of smokes, but he's gonna hold the high ground with Spike planted.
At least they were able to escape out, but Nerv is pretty much stuck alone here on this B site.
Oh, that evens up the numbers. And Screwface with both. Or actually Smiley with the assist, but pretty much both. The teamwork pays off. The IGL keeping everyone composed through all the smokes, to be patient, to wait for those to dissipate, for Ambrosia to have a successful retake, especially with an op still in hand.
And those are the things you're trying to bring out here that you're expecting from Screwface, saying, hey, can't wait to see what, to show you what we're being cooking up here on Pearl. I think just having that simple early TP from Satellite that goes all the way up towards Spawn, so they can help take control of the A site. They fight that with utility. They're able to get the Cosmic Divide on top of that, and then Satellite early TPs towards B to support Adder on that spot, on that B site, as Adder's responsibility is just to delay as much as he could. And that really put a wrench into the wheels here for QOR trying to accelerate into this B site, where unfortunately now we're starting to see that QOR building here, or Ambrosia rather, building their defensive side is starting to look like a problem for QOR, as they're really good on these rotates.
Yeah, you just have to fade you till shot, so Ambrosia knew there was action mid, and I thought there would have been like a cool flash play out of Satellite, and he thought there was less people than he thought. But QOR,
Yeah, small beef.
First and second blood, that's amazing.
And this is actually a very interesting way to rotate your weapons on your attack side. Now they're playing double up on attack, but thankfully, Timotino does have the Blade Storms, so he could actually activate those to enter towards the site. But Snarly's already inserted inside B.
Now having to get through the obstacle course that is Vice, and Timotino opening things up with the knives. Screwface and Glyph, though, in position, and Snarly gonna call it out, even get info off the turret, allow the plane to go through from Logan safely. And Ambrosia, how do you work your way into this? It's gonna be up to Screwface.
Kent, this is
Deciding
so
not
hard
to,
to retake
yeah.
on a 2v4. You got to save your weapons for where it started really on a hot streak for Ambrosia here, Lemon Key, where you're seeing here in round number 5 that their economy is actually in shatters, in tatters pretty much. Adder is going to have what, maybe 2,400 going into the next round because you built all the way down to 0. This is their second bonus loss. So they're not going to have the best of weapons. So they're going to have to leverage as much as they could around not only the 2 Vandals, but the free util that's available here around Screwface with the Teo, around potentially even a seize from Glyph and a big flash from Adder for them to maybe crunch in onto QOR in some sort of a trap play. But if they're going to play a little bit more passively and allow QOR to work the map like they currently do right now, it's going to be not an easy round for them to convert with the lore buy that they have here in round number 6.
I swear at the end of that round, QOR had 2 ops and decided to drop 1. You know what would have been the real trap play? Double ops on B, okay? They would never see it coming. But, you know, 1 op is enough, I guess. Gotta be serious. Now you gotta start really respecting QOR, because they're starting to take some rounds from you. This is a lot closer than Ambrosia envisioned this, right? Starting this game off of pretty much 2 flawlesses. Will be an offensive op. Yeah, exactly, Sierra. 3 ops. Just everyone buy an op. If you get that rich, I'd be so down. This is Challengers. Really got to challenge the meta, right? But for
I mean, Rankers is already doing it. We'll see it next series. So it's going to be pretty awesome what we're currently seeing in the VCLs. But for sure, just to get back on the topic here of what QOR is currently doing around these ops, it's smart here to just have Timo at the point once again, a challenge towards the A side. This map, with the way that you're currently playing the meta, allows for you to insert so much with these smokes.
Perfect.
But that was a little bit overzealous by Snarly.
Just walking in really tunneled at that back hallway, and definitely a miscomm. QOR not going in together. Snarly gets caught. They're gifting over a rifle. Someone who started with a pistol, so QOR now going to explore the middle of the map, because this really hasn't been contested by Ambrosia. They're going to leave a Vice wall there, which is different than how they were cutting off B initially. Then now they're doing it with Astra smokes. But QOR, this gives them so many options of how they want to go throughout the map and even go towards the defender's spawn.
Yeah. It's something simple right here they're doing for Ambrosia. A 3-player stack towards B, controlling towards A main, getting the wall for info, and then hopefully you could just try to get the perfect read for the trap in the front of B. So now you already see the drone coming out towards A main, so they want to make sure they don't get flanked. It's going to get hurt at least by Core. But the job right now for Screwface and for Smiley is just to contain this front part. So the back line could try to fight, but it's Timotino right there with the op that denies everything.
What a heads-up play from Timotino, who got, what, like 4 last round? Insane stuff. It's Canadian versus Canadian duelist, though, with an all-Canadian staff. We're like broadcast crew right now. I'd love to see how many Canadian talent are coming out. And look, he's still delivering on the fronts. And Ambrosia's retake came in from both angles and got shut down. It's just up to Smiley in a 1v3. Time running out. Needs to make a move as the Rook gets into position, picked off yet again, and Ambrosia with back-to-back rounds will tie.
Yeah, I was just about to say, we'll have to see when we get back on camera if you actually wore red like the rest of us.
Oh, my bad. I didn't get the memo.
Oh, Ripperoonies. But also Ripperoonies on trying to hold that pulse plant on that retake. Or sorry, attempt to retake there as you contain towards the A main. It wasn't expected here at this point that Timotino and the rest here of Core were going to push all the way back towards spawn. And he kind of got caught off guard at that moment when you're pathing a little bit out in the open and not making sure here that you're securing and staying close towards the walls. But if anything, there was still a super late lurk from Nerve towards the end to seal the round for Core. So Ambrosia was not aware of this yet. So this is still a great opportunity for Core to put that in their back pocket to utilize later on and activate that late lurk here from Nerve. And that's why I was saying, like, this map right here allows so much insert around the Sentinel and the controller on this map on the attack. You can already see here Snarly trying to take control of the streets to get that first pick.
See, that's what Snarly wanted to do last round, but like with a kill. And just got unlucky, you know? So Snarly says, I got my one. All right, I'm not the problem. So Core, off that pick, rattles the left side of the map and will eventually pinch into A. Null command. Got Thorns with some delay here from Ambrosia, but we'll be holding the line, ready to pop out of that smoke. It's a little too quiet. Now the Cosmic Divide from Nerve to just split up the site and may allow for a safe plan unless Ambrosia want to push past this. Smiley adder 3-2-1 once maybe the grab wall is used, but how do they want to swing past this? First check from Adder wins that against Timotino.
You should run.
And it's a 4 versus 3 and you have a lockdown and Core don't feel as safe and guaranteed off that round, off the investment that they have made without Timotino. So a lockdown, just buy themselves the site. Ambrosia, look for picks around it.
Better plays a star on the ground as well for a suck. They wasted so much time with the double nanos. This is perfect here for Snarly, especially when Screwface already died. So there's no way you're going to be able to take the retake, especially after that pick. You got to salvage these weapons, and Adder was a little committed for a little bit too long there towards that dugout instead of falling back with the rest of his teammates. It would have been the smarter play. So unfortunately here for Ambrosia, they're going to have a broken economy once again moving into the next round. But I gotta say, I love the movements that we're currently having here from Snarly on the attack side. I think, you know, throughout the week and even when the meta first started, there's always this big conversation of like, oh man, why are we still using KJ against a Teo, for example? And I know Roy is super against that, but you definitely do see at this point that a lot of these KJ players or Sentinel players are a little bit more forward with the rest of the team if they're not playing the actual lurk plays. And that really helps there to have the extra body to fight across because the responsibility is given to the controller to lurk.
This is how we dance.
This is all 5 from Ambrosia stacking mid, and it's just a mixed up buy. Some Sheriff, some still have an op, and Satellite makes it difficult for Core to build momentum off the streak that they have built up. And having an offensive op still gives them options to try and play at range.
See what you did
Core?
there.
What?
An operator, an option.
Little wordplay. That's all I can do. I got no
but
hands.
It's still a good first blood that you saw here from Ambrosia, but it gets replied right away here by Darkest. I was going to say the idea around having this lower buy and leveraging a little bit of that ultimate that was available here from Screwface gives me a little bit of an EG style, right? You want to turn moments into your favor. Let's try to leverage these ults. Glyph is also very close to his with Adder. So there's an opportunity still to get the best value out of the operator and this Phantom that was saved from the previous round.
Are going to go to the same strat of playing as far back as they can, let Core walk in, play for retake. They just got to be a bit more reactive to the potential of Timotino extending and being aggressive as soon as it gets quiet. And Ambrosia are going to be on the approach. Satellite has to build confidence and really shatters the hopes of Core and the salvos to prevent the plant, but it wasn't successful. And Darkest adjustments, these stressful scenarios, he's got the flicks, and he may have just helped them get the round, but Ambrosia still have 2 left. But with an AWP and an SMG, this is going to be hell for Ambrosia to get back into.
Yeah, and a Molly and Suck available now for Darkest and Nerve respectively. It's not even needed when Darkest is going to opt the way that he did. So Screwface is going to attempt to save this operator after they lose their second player on that 2 versus 3. But again, you just mentioned how Darkest he has the flick. For him to go into the site as a KO, to plant, to escape, and still get a kill with an operator, instead of being the back lines here with the knock trying to watch the full line, and he's closing the gap too with the shorty because he can't go for the no scope with the op. That was hilarious. But yeah, it's just awesome stuff to see coming out from Darkest, and it's only familiar territory for him as well because he was playing a lot of KO in the past with Northwood. He's also switched a bit to a duelist role for a couple of these iterations of core rosters, and now he's able to be a full complete player for this roster as well. But this has been the main problem so far for Ambrosia that makes them lose these early advantages that they keep getting, because they're playing this solo sentinel role where they can't get active information from a turret or an alarm bot. You have to body peek down towards the street, and they're getting punished by that. So you see the adjustments coming into round number 9. They're leveraging this wall a little bit more and anchoring on the extremities. This now gives an opportunity for Core to actually work the middle of the map a lot better, which is why their double initiator will help in that cause.
Ambrosia is consistently getting a orb. I thought Core would have wanted to fight for that more. They threw a knife, but that doesn't really mean much. And Logan and Darkest, one off of their ults, so we're just gonna keep away, go towards B, and just walking up off of maybe the vision being obscured, but the way that Smiley's playing around it, they put it up and then immediately take it down, and kind of gives Core a sense of security. They're trying to hug cover and wait for Ambrosia to peek.
Snarly just made another mistake. Walking through the wall, not expecting that it was there, but he hid in the corner, so he has an opportunity to maybe swing out for the pinch.
They don't know Snarly's there. So Core must have gotten a pay or gotten an orb for Logan. Hunter's Fury to just flush out the lane, and you're the angles for Core, and Adder back against the wall. Gets a 2-for-1, that's huge. Nightfall in response from the defense to help Ambrosia reestablish, and Prowler and more. Ambrosia forced Core back. Now we're at a stalemate, a standstill. Screwface waits for dimensional drift info before swinging around, makes the call on Darkest. Spike is down, and Core get caught out in the open, and didn't react to dimensional drift.
Yeah, again, I think it's Smiley, or Snarly, yeah, didn't get activated here by the Vice wall. It maybe would have changed the tempo of how Core wanted to enter towards that site, because he was going to be, the final nail, trying to come in for the backstab while they're creating this ruckus towards this B site. But just having that wall up and him activating it, which is something that Ambrosia hasn't done in those previous rounds. So again, a great adjustment on their side. It got those 3 players ready inside that B site. They switched over in different positions as well and had some great fights and openers against Core's attempt to enter towards B. So I love this so far. And now you're starting to maybe call this timeout here for Ocean because of that little change. Now they're saying, okay, well, it seems that the players want, or the team here for Ambrosia wants to play a lot more passively and are giving up the middle a lot, and they might waste a lot of the glyph prowlers towards the mid round at that minute mark, at the 45-second mark. If we could avoid that type of utility and still try to go for splits from art, or from the art to extremities, or B street to extremities, they still have a great opportunity to overpower Core here. Ambrosia on the defense here.
You have such a good option of the Steel Garden to, well, if the site gets hit, Adder's going to create such great delay. And even for retakes, to swing momentum back in their favor, just with the better weaponry you create in that situation. We'll see if Adder can be the hero. Light shields, but it's fine. And how do you figure out where Darkest is going? Actually, they got rid of the op. I swear there was an offensive op for Darkest, but will be dropped, and no A-orb for Core either.
Yeah, they lost it, unfortunately, when they were trying to fight that 2 versus 3, when Satellite went under the ult to take them all down. So trying to go with the rifles instead to be a pack mentality for these hits. So you're starting to see the activation of the splits towards the A site, but not really walking into the streets. And Ambrosia are kind of just still ready and set up for that. They have the wall for passive info, and then they're just doubling up on the streets. So the crunch is actually going to be very quick for Ambrosia if Core decides on this A hit.
Oh, I like this lurk too from Nerve. It's going to be important to open up a main, but now you know where the op is. And Core is just going to try to make quick work of the site holders. So maybe they can make this op and non option with smokes, but Core lose every duel and they just get surrounded and conquered by Ambrosia's defense.
A big flawless coming out from Ambrosia. So this is the third flawless in the half for the team as well. In a 5-5 scoreline, they needed it because you're starting to see the comeback from Core from that round number 5 into number 8, as you see here in the history. But that timeout, unfortunately, coming out from Ocean just bit them in the ass because they were really trying to go for a stop and go towards this A site and just leverage around this null command. But you're giving so much value out of Satellite to just play on his own with the op, and the solo lurk towards the A ramp kind of just gets owned. So they don't have any more util, no more smokes to help out on the execution, and it's easier for Ambrosia to stay within the site and just crossfire against Core. So they tried again, this time as a 5-pack mentality, and Satellite is there to greet them again.
Just Satellite keeps switching up a spot, and Core just can't advance without the worry of, are Yoru sniping them? Core gotta find a way to get this op or to just dwindle Ambrosia's money.
He's got Starlink installed because he just knows exactly where his opponents are coming in, and he's always there to greet them and get the pick here on the first few seconds of the round.
Yeah, it's either around mid or it's around a main or an art and main. So it's tough for Core to just play this 4v5, especially without your Jet, who's going to be the one making that space, and it's going to be the one who's self-sufficient if there is ever any isolation from a vice wall or smokes breaking up your team. But Core can eventually decide to wrap.
That was a terrible knife. He threw it outside the map, so it has to be known here for Ambrosia that this had to be a fake knife from the get-go. So they still bite the bullet, though. They still over-rotated 4 players in the very beginning, but then they finally realized just on time here that it could hold this spot.
Yeah, and it will be Core going towards A. Steel Garden activated. Ambrosia gonna stand and deliver. Adder already getting shot, and by his side is Screwface. Backfire. Darkest gets in the middle of them, but Ambrosia's so good at winning duels inside of the site, and Core just can't seem to break open this fortress up until now. Logan tries to be as impactful as he can now in a 1v2 with Glyph at 20 HP, Smiley 77. They're gonna work together. The jump and the shot. Logan could only get one, and just by a hair will Ambrosia get the defuse.
And this is going to be a game that continues to go back and forth. I think now I will agree with what the desk was saying, that this is going to be an all-out brawl and potentially move us into a third map. But the thing is that Lemon Kiwi, we still predicted here for Ambrosia, and we know what happened when the desk went against me last time in terms of predictions. They were wrong. I don't like to be right, but you can't call us out thinking that you're going to beat us on a 3v2 when you got me at predictions.
Oh, Syla is just a menace. I was really looking forward to this duel between those two duelists because Timochino, yes, rookie, but this is only the second split for Satellite. And on this Yoru mirror, that is very good for Satellite to bring it to Pearl. It's either going to be Fracture or Pearl for them. Ambrosia always go for that A orb, a lot more options of ults, and still a defensive op in hand. If left be pretty open, just smoked off.
Yeah, it's okay for them to play a little bit more passively too at this point because they have the Armageddon available for Screwface. It's going to be very, very strong for their retakes. And if Satellite could also get a couple of picks too, that will help into... Oh, well, he just missed the shot. Unfortunately, forced the TP away, but he could get his Dimensional Drift to add even more for the retake here for Ambrosia. And thankfully, with that missed shot, though, he gives a good opportunity here for Core to start closing that gap towards this B site and have the right numbers to try to fight back here. So you can see what's happening right now. They're going to try to sell... Oh, no! I was going to say, they're going to try to sell a fake over here by using a lot of util, and hopefully the Jet and the Astra could do something towards the push or the rotate. But you almost lost the spike, so Core is just going to group up together to fight towards B.
Ooh, Dark has thought about shooting it. He's been playing pretty good anti-flash, and now the smoke's in place, and especially that it's a one-way. This is great. But with the Armageddon thrown down from Screwface, Ambrosia have such good zoning tools, and Core don't have the spike. The Cosmic Divide and all the smokes, it's have you even step forward, not knowing where this op is, when Ambrosia are going to come out, and what util they even have left. There's still some from Glyph, the Haunt, being thrown, explore this back corridor, and Nerve he's okay. He's waiting for them to jump out one by one because he's got a crossfire with Snarly.
Perfect.
And Ambrosia, the picks aren't happening, and Core just kicked down the door and managed to really stabilize the situation, not really hectic against them.
Got them.
1v2 though. Screwface. The vibe merchant of this team?
All
Can
missiles
he do
away.
it? Core had opposites of each other. And oh, Screwface almost had isolated the 1v1, but Nerve, he's too good.
Yeah, definitely. It was a great crossfire setup going out here in the first place for Core behind the Cosmic Divide. It was just missing now a little bit of that protocol out in the defensive end when you don't have too much util to work with for the retake to get information. And especially your 4 players are stacked up the way that you are, you got to use that jump bait, which Satellite did. But nobody followed behind that, and they couldn't go for the instant trade. So that was a little bit unfortunate. I think maybe a missed time in communication of how they wanted to retake that, but we at least have a clean slate moving into the second half. And now we'll have to see here if that double initiator is going to help them on the attack. Or on the defense, rather, sorry, for Core.
Yeah, this has become a very, very close affair with both teams going on small hot streaks. Starting off with 2 flawlesses were Ambrosia off the pistol. Let's see what they can do on offense. Just setting up with Timo just the one headshot to end Satellite, his rival. At least Ambrosia, you know, there's Cope, there's a silver lining. They got Orb. They don't got Spike, but they're figuring it out.
Yeah. And the buy is for both teams. They're just looking to play the long distance battle. Lots of ghosts, 1 sheriff. It's not going to be too much util heavy on the execution, but it could still be quite strong for what Ambrosia has because of the salvos, because of the flash. So now they're just going to work around the map to break util to maybe force these rotate to get the best value that they can out of those free utilities coming through.
Oh,
no.
Screwface caught looking at the stars. You hate to see it.
Oh, no.
And Core, more than enough. Felt like they've secured the round. Spike has been recovered, so Core didn't exactly have eyes on it, but they're more than confident just off the util they have left to be able to zone off the plant. Now, still with the flash from Darkest. Ambrosia just will not... They're trying to catch Ambrosia mid-plant. Ambrosia are done wasting time with this. They are just evicting Core from their own site. This was a 5 versus 3 for Core, and I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. What just happened? Adder got so sick of this. And I thought, like, Core had full control of that round until they didn't.
That's what I mentioned in terms of Adder. Very comfortable in a center role, could still frag very well. And back in his previous role, he was playing a lot more initiator over with Dark Zero / Turtle Troop as the IGL. But yeah, you're definitely seeing the value that he brings and also capitalizing on the mistake that his teammate did, his own IGL did. I don't know why Screwface actually went out to try to break that dart because it was already going into the second ping. And if you're trying to leverage double initiator for Salvo and Haunt for utility, that Haunt was still on the cooldown. So he just waited out at this point and he got caught off guard and forced Ambrosia to kind of just commit fully towards the A site. The spike was already there. It seems like the hit was going to be towards A anyways. But he just kind of gave his life away. Thankfully, it's salvaged. That's 2 pistols now for Ambrosia. And Core, it's going to be a difficult one for them to try to win here because the strongest weapon that they have is all across the site towards this B site for Timo with the Marshall, while the other 2 only have 2 classics, or I guess a sheriff and a classic to work with inside A.
Portal closed.
Now it's just all that info given over just from one silly little butter knife from Darkest. Just, you gotta abandon the plan. The jig is up for Ambrosia, and they have to re-clear through mid. And this was a good start, but with a Yoru, and especially without Clone, I was worried about how they were gonna take space with the potential of being isolated from each other with smokes. And oh, what was that? Who dropped that? Timo's like, wait a minute. Hide and seek, and now the headshot on Glyph is disgusting. That's best case scenario for him.
100%. Still getting one before he drops when he's getting pinged out by the drone. You'll take it anytime. And Darkest is already trying to close that gap, trying to play through this smoke.
30 seconds left.
Still good.
Oh, now with the SMGs up close, this is huge for Ambrosia. They're taking up all the space they can, and they've built confidence off that pistol round, so...
We're definitely cooking. This is a lot of cut noise back to the B site, got caught off guard, and now with 10 seconds left, at least they'll have a free plant. But they're scrambling here for this round for Ambrosia. I mentioned it was going to be a difficult round, but it was a little bit of an overcall to try to rotate back towards B at the very beginning. Now it's a 3 submachine rifle for the retake or for the pulse plant.
Oh. Wasn't up. I don't blame him. Darkest is better with the op. Yeah, Ambrosia burned a lot of calories getting around this map from A to B to B to A, and see if this will be the one. Score kind of needed to just be able to pre-aim with the sheriffs, because that's a lot easier than trying to push in with it. And Nerve, oh, he is an SMG, and he's down to 10 HP and 2, and Logan, by the skin of his teeth, will get away with this, and this is the equalizer. What? Oh, we had a 0.01 last week, and now it's 0.47. It's so unlucky.
If anything, though, the silver lining is that QOR definitely did make Ambrosia work for their money for the round, for the plant, and for the victory. That said, I mean, I don't understand how they were still able to all drop, all of them playing on the outside when Darkest is already picked from the flank. So you would know what the last two players would be. You still have three players that could ping pong swing and go for the 3-2-1 just to make sure that you can try to take down your opponents here on a tap. And QOR made them sweat here for that round. You can see it right now. Shows that their bonus round is not going to be the greatest. Thankfully, it's still Satellite with a rifle and has been on point so far in this game. If you're looking at the head-to-head here that the desk was talking about between both duelists here, Satellite and Timotino, it's still looking pretty good for both of these guys. So Satellite could still open things up here for the team, and you could maybe still buy roughly around like a smaller buy here for Screwface and Adder to leverage and support the rifle round. Or the rifle buy.
Yeah, and we get some collegiate brethren of Winthrop versus Shopify Rebellion Black. Speaking of sweat, there's a lot going on over there. Winthrop are keeping things really close, and remember, it's Logan and Darkest that played on Northwoods, so they were a pretty good team, but Winthrop, excited to see how they're going to fare against one of the most fearsome teams we have in Challengers.
Yeah.
While we get things all sorted up in this lobby.
It'll definitely be a game that's important here for Screwface in terms of, I'm just speculating at this point and just trying to create drama. But if Screwface is able to close things out here with Ambrosia against QOR and seeing that Winthrop University will lose against Shopify Rebellion, he's still going to be very happy that he made the decision to join Ambrosia when things didn't work out with him IGLing over on the side of Winthrop University. That said, though, it still looks pretty good on how Ambrosia has been developing themselves in this split for Challengers. I think with the recent addition as well from King Fred as the assistant coach will help to iron out a little bit of that the macro that they want to approach these rounds and these maps.
And going forward, Ambrosia, they're kind of leading with a lot more aggression just off the bat. They care more about going through A main, and it's been a lot of action centered around A and using the stars and just creating a lot of chaos in close quarter situations that are trying to overwhelm QOR and maybe get into the heads of the less experienced players and how they make decisions in those quick reaction moments. But this is still an Ambrosia team that are being tested to their limits.
100%. I think this time into their bonus round is, as I said, is not going to be the best buy that they have. But going into the next round, if they lose this one here, they'll still have a pretty healthy buy, and that's where you're going to start seeing a little bit more of the the counter against a util of Snarly. This is probably one of the maps that it's very difficult for a KJ to hold a defensive site or defensive information against a Tejo, because she has to stay within range of potentially getting info from shops and from streets, and you're going to put them at pretty basic spots unless you want to put them at different ones and just think of where you could place utility that's going to avoid the salvos and could still be quite useful here for the team to hold the anchor on the defensive side. So yes, you may see on paper that it's going to be very difficult to play here for a KJ or a Cypher against a Tejo in general. But, you know, these players are aspiring to be pros. They're already almost at that level themselves. I'm sure they have a workaround, and there's a reason why you're still playing these type of agents against such a strong agent as Tejo.
At least Satellite is putting in the work, because 16 kills. I'm excited. This York player, I'm excited for Ambrosia on this map. So wasn't this Core's choice? And I feel like Pearl is one of Ambrosia's stronger maps too. So we were in for a treat no matter what. But we'll start with some mid control there for Ambrosia with KJ Util watching all the hallways they could go down.
Exactly that. And you see the position, right? So the Teo is already potentially looking at using salvos, and it's already using towards the spawn. I love it. Pushing me away, you actually TP the Euro across as well, and now you have a little bit of map control. You break the turret too, and now you're resplit. Now you've inserted basically your Yoru towards the spawn, and you could maybe listen for rotates, but now they're just trying to figure out what they could do here at that minute mark. What information did they grab behind the drone? And they know now that the duelist, TSM, is holding towards this B site, but the reaction is still trying to group up and try to take him down.
Wow, just to be able to hold your positions and frag, like, this is easy for Core. And even while they got pinged by the drone from Screwface, so this makes things a little scary. It's got to be Glyph that initiates things, at least creates some kind of obstacle, something for Core to shoot at that's not a body. And finally, there's an opening for Ambrosia. There's all the util from Glyph going out, and the stars coming up, obscuring Core in any sight lines and any chance for them to work together until Snarly has been uncaged. Off the turret, looks for info, has a teammate by his side. Ambrosia are hiding, and they don't have Spike. They haven't planted, and there's 10 seconds left. And Smiley has no health, and he's dead, and Adder's cooked too. That was a really good round for Core to be able to steal away from Ambrosia.
Yeah, and even Adder's just going to try to save his weapon and not even go for a plant for his teammates, because he probably knows the turret's up there and it could just take him down in one shot. It's still a pretty decent bonus round that they had, though, for Ambrosia to drop 3 rifles with what they had as a buy. We saw a Vandal and 2 Stingers, but I was questioning that play a little bit for Ambrosia. I love the push that Satellite had towards that middle, but as they took over that spot, it just gave it all away. So it just allowed here for, for Core to have a better rotate back, or sorry, to get a better rotate back towards his B site to fight against Ambrosia trying to plant towards B in the end. So a little bit questionable at that point, but they still got the rifles coming through in round number 16. And it's fast for them to take orb control. You're close to getting that Steel Garden up on this side, or if not, the Nightfall from Glyph, which could be huge for the take.
And what was it, the Haunt and the Flash from Yoru you used to get that 8 orbs, so
yeah,
just don't want to over-invest if you're Ambrosia, especially when you haven't really been conditioned of Core really fighting for that 8 orb besides throwing a knife here and there. But based on the positions, Core are looking to maybe flash crunch into mid, and then you have a lurk from Adder hanging around. You got a 2-2 split. Ambrosia are looking at all their options.
This is the insert that I was telling you guys about. So when it comes down to the beginning of the round where you're using both the salvos and the haunts, you're going to get some map control, but then you just have to slow down the tempo to work rotates. So now you're leveraging Satellite. He couldn't escape on time. He dies, but look how he pulled out the defense. You could still Nightfall towards the A site, and there's still only one player holding inside there when these smokes are coming up. Oh, he missed
Core
the
may
shot,
have
though.
sensed the fake, because when Core lost a member at B, they still tried the drone and really make sure A was empty before rotating to A. And that was such a good call from Logan. He sacrificed himself, but really created some delay for Ambrosia. The Nightfall, just to guarantee that plant. They thought the defenders were closer than they were. They still pressure things back, but Snarly makes things difficult. Now at the angle, Darkest has 2 flashes to work and push with Snarly. And it's a 2-2 split from Core on this retake. 2 members left, Glyph and Smiley. Nothing in their back pockets to protect this, except just going past the smoke, walking into the crosshair of Snarly, who ends up securing the round.
That's just unfortunate. I'm going to have to call out Screwface one more time in that round. With the Nightfall, the way that they entered towards the site, yes, it was a shot missed by Adder that could have been supposed to be a free kill on Logan, but it's still Logan, right? You're talking about a duelist that went into an initiator role and flicks for that shot, acceptable. But after the plant, the Nightfall being thrown out by Glyph that gets information on 2 players towards that spawn because they went super deep. You have to expect the other 2 players to be somewhere else around the map that's not going to be towards spawn. So for Screwface to walk down alone towards shop, towards art, and get spotted and picked off the way that he did, he was a line of defense there with the salvos on the pulse blind. He was also the one that was going to catch the players off rotates if you hold down towards the art. That gives a chance now for Core to tie up the game and to break the econ for Ambrosia, which then means that they have now the upper hand of this game, an opportunity to take the lead.
Ambrosia still investing to get that A orb. Now with both Prowlers gone, Core know something's up around A main, so that'll call the attention of Logan, maybe some shock darts if they need to create any delay with stars replaced by Nerve. Coming around from mid, though. Ambrosia have gotten that for free. And right to the crosshairs of the Outlaw. There's only one Sheriff in town. Timotino defends and slaughters Ambrosia. That is the third off an Outlaw. So Glyph is like, okay, well, I guess we got our orb, guys. How are you doing over there?
Yeah, I think the best thing we could have done there, if we were trying to commit and fight and maybe try to use ults, was maybe putting Adder on the A side instead, because they could focus on an orb on that side, create the diversion with Glyph with Prowlers or Haunts up towards Art, and then you could actually get the Steel Guard and play pistol to pistol again into an A side execute. But unfortunately, we went for body peaks, and it's hard to do that against a player such as Timotino. You saw those clean shots that came through. Now you're just gambling, and you're just crossing your fingers and your toes that you can plant here towards this B site, and it's not going to happen.
That's going to build so many ults for Core, as you were already talking about, and how powerful a Hunter's Fury is on a defense like Pearl. Like, and then you're one away from lockdown. Like, this is a fortress that's only getting stronger. It's built brick by brick for Core, but they need to buy themselves a few more insurance rounds because this is still an extremely close match. And if Core can just sit and hold an angle, they're untouchable. So you got to find out if you're on the Ambrosia side of things, how you can make them uncomfortable, how you can force them to shift away, whether it's a delay in that space creation or util.
Yeah, or you just plow, because on their side of the court, they have 5 ults. So this is going to be perfect for them to try to salvage that back in their favor. So you're hoping to minimize the amount of ults that you need here to win this round, so you can still go toe-to-toe in the ults on the next round.
That was a dimensional drift getting info that it's mainly just numbers. We don't care about who, we care about how many. And Ambrosia, no, there's way too many people at B. And yeah, suddenly giving up is, you know, had to go in that deep to get all that info. So hopefully it pays off for Ambrosia, but they have to re-clear through A, and that's going to take some time. They have mid for free. Hunter's Fury going to check if anyone's across the way.
Wait, he's already used the salvos for the entry, but I guess he has Armageddon to try to break it towards that spawn, but that was questionable at this point. There's the settle, there's Armageddon. Yeah.
Holy cow. Armageddon, defensive lockdown, offensive cosmic divide, defensive cosmic divide. Like, I didn't think Ambrosia were actually gonna try and plant mid lockdown. They thought they had time, and it pays off. And now this is a must-win for Core with how much you threw into this, and you don't have your Star of Darkest. Adder emerges, Timotino makes the correction, and it's the defense that have more on the table. And Smiley catches one, and he's nasty with it. Core will get the defuse halfway, and the salvos force him off. A great job from the IGL of Screwface, who just has to secure one final kill to tie things up.
And that, thankfully, is the tucked-in positions from both Smiley and Screwface, who should have backed up a little bit more there, because the plant wasn't at the default spot, so he's going to get hit by the radius of that spike. But it doesn't matter. At least they got the round towards the end, and he manages to get a little bit of a redemption, rather, after the 2 small errors that I mentioned on previous rounds here on their attack. But yeah, I thought it was going to be, you know, leveraging little ults going into this round over here, so you could have full battles on the other end, but they did great orb control on the side of Core, so that's why you saw everybody just unloaded their ults, and it just reset everything towards round number 19.
Ambrosia just laying down the red carpet and using the steps of the Yoru clone to just stress Core. Now they know it's a clone. First, it was smoked off, so weren't really sure. But Core aren't going to change the game plan.
Yeah. It's again another one of those insert plays. I think you're going to try to leverage Screwface to use his early drone, try to pull rotates once again with the wall that's watching the flank towards A, and also the fade still there. It has to be some sort of an A finish unless they're able to get some sort of picks and identify these gaps. And Knife is going to get a lot of information at least, so he gives a responsibility for Adder to maybe catch players off the rotate.
Be an important engagement for Snarly. Depending on if Ambrosia start making noise in mid, he's going to just try and stabilize with the backline B and anchor and try to cut them off at the heel once Ambrosia flood in. This is the same game plan for Ambrosia. The 3-2 split. Here's the Prowler leading in and the Haunt. Core playing at the very back of the site. Out of sight, out of mind. Currently smoked off, and Snarly hasn't emerged to do anything about it. waiting for rotates, waiting for Tino to give them confidence, but Ambrosia have to go toe-to-toe. The fight, the war has already started, and the spike has been dropped. 12 seconds left. The advantage is for QOR to just create any more delay. Finally, Snarly comes out to stop this offense from Ambrosia.
That was a big play coming out from Darkus, though, in all the chaos, as he's spotting here this battle that he has against Screwface towards the top. And then here's the spike being planted. He said, Screwface literally goes into the dugout and goes for the wall bang spray just to guarantee the round out here for the defensive side, because it was like, what, 5 seconds remaining into the round before Ambrosia actually went for the plant. Thankfully, there was still a backstab towards the end for the last one to happen, but it started off very well if you're looking at this replay on the hot to get information, to deafen some players and allow for them to get the push towards the spawn. But the fight towards the front of the site was lacking a little bit there for Ambrosia, especially with the play here, not being able to push Darkus away from that dugout position. It gives a chance now for QOR to maintain the lead. Once again, 10-9 and eco for Ambrosia, and unfortunately, this might be the biggest swing round that just happened on that previous round, because QOR could slowly start running away here with this first map.
Winning the huge ult round, that was the one before this, and then closing out the previous round. QOR have a few more to go, though, and they've been operating really blind on this defense, just kind of ready to just run away and play for retake. Especially with Logan, it's not going to hit the same way, especially if you're just using a Sonic and not the drone as well. It's keeping that their chance to look back into the site once they do give it up. There's Ambrosia throwing all their fade util in and the salvos, and Tino just on the flank, just playing from main. He got no action at the orb, and now provides such a ruthless angle to pick apart Ambrosia.
Why is there no smoke there on the top of A main? They used it both for the dugout and for Flowers, but you have to use something to confirm somebody towards A main, maybe like a Prowler or something like that as well, to look towards that right, so that at least you have Satellite to be ready to try to fight against the position on that spot. But again, the idea was just to try to plow through and get the plat down, so I'll respect it still for Ambrosia. They have a silver lining at that point to build the economy up and hopefully, you know, take that lead once again here against QOR. This is their map pick, and they looked pretty good at the very beginning with the flawless 2 rounds that they had in the first 2 rounds. But yeah, it's going to be a very, excuse me, a very important timeout for Ambrosia.
Yeah, for you too, apparently.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute right here.
I'm sorry, guys, he's getting old, but Ambrosia, they have issues. They have had issues closing out maps before. Like, you heard it, and Screwface had admitted that in the interview he had with Sierra. They were up 11-3 against Cupid Academy, the most winnable map you've ever seen, and then somehow lost an 11-3 lead. But they're cool about it. They're still staying positive, but they're aware of the things they have to improve on, and they're aware that they're doing it with the 5th that they weren't even supposed to be, or that they haven't been preparing with. So it's different circumstances for Ambrosia.
Still did very well though as a sub in for Adder, right? He's
for sure
keeping up with the rest of the team so far in terms of the fragging department. He's done a great job anchoring on this B site on the defense. The only thing right now that's timeout that I want to see coming out for Ambrosia, though, is how they could leverage potentially even Glyph even more for these Prowlers for mid control, because this type of like default insert extremities and sell a fake, it's starting to become old news just for the state of this game, at least for now. And I see it now, at least from this change, is that you're trying to add a little bit more on the side of B, but knife came out. Nice little change coming out from QOR with the comp. Throwing out the knife at the very beginning, catches all 3 players, and that will also nullify the very early fake that they're trying to sell here towards this B site.
And I don't know how deep the Tejo drone even got, and if it was smoked off, then you just don't know the numbers, but mainly that there's an op from Tino, and he's getting better at dodging those pings too, so info advantage, I would say, for QOR to just mask their positions and their numbers mainly. It's Ambrosia
trying to seize Tejo, I think. They're pinging towards the dugout for that. There's a season
the game plan might be foiled when you already lose 1 on impact, but
yeah,
at least it's your senties. Just the post plans are going to get hairy, but this whole round is looking not so good. Just getting picked before you could even know where the site is. So that's tough.
Yeah, it was a small Hail Mary that they had for Ambrosia, as we just saw here. They tried to go for the C's as Tejo salvos into the dugout to hopefully catch someone like Darkest that's been playing that spot a lot, but this time it was actually Nerve. But unfortunately, it was well read here coming out from the side of QOR. He played outside of the extremity and got a free kill through the smoke right after, where you don't have too much utility to work with towards the end. So with 2 players remaining, or 3 players remaining rather, you're hoping to salvage this this next round and the next 3 to try to push this into overtime. But their attack side, unfortunately, is missing again a little bit of that util towards middle. As we mentioned on paper, this is a perfect map here for Tejo to just eliminate the KJ utility and maybe force players to be a little bit more lenient and play more passively outside the perimeters, just like Ambrosia did on the defensive side. But it's not being utilized for that type of conditioning for the side of Ambrosia for now. And it just gives QOR a lot of free will to really stack towards these extremities and keep their util to fight on the reaction on the extremities.
Silence.
Clean shot by Logan.
Yeah, and Logan's just been such a pillar to this team. And yeah, maybe he can't get as crazy of information as someone on the other side, or just using recons, you know, compared to anything else. But man, his shots have been so clean. And playing as far back as he is, you need to hit those. You need to benefit from that lack of map control. Now, Ambrosia, I know, a similar situation as last round. You got the drone up to B. Dimensional drift is gonna just guarantee that info, but that pick in mid gives Ambrosia more options, and Satellite keeps decloaking. I think he's gonna get more backup than he is, and I think the star came up and might have obscured any ranged help from coming.
Yeah, unfortunately, the second time it comes out of his ult. But here's a big spot here. We pushed up for Timotino. He's gonna hear the full rotate.
How many can he take with them? Wait, Screwface. No, not like this.
It's okay. But now here's the advantage for Adder. He actually snuck through towards Ivy, so now he could catch the rotates, and Ambrosia has an opportunity to win the round.
Yeah. Hey, at least Timotino is very low, and Screwface still living is so insane. Darkest. Trigger discipline. It's gonna help reinforce A. Spike trying to be planted with an Armageddon to seal off that back area. And smokes in place as QOR hesitate on the exact moment, just waiting for shocks to see what they can hear on the other side, what movement they cause, and the KJ util disrupts everything. And Darkest too with shots to the face, and that will give QOR map number 1.
A great start, at least from what we noticed here, coming out from the beginning of the round for Ambrosia, with how Adder had to activate a little bit more. We saw that mid control, and it was actually won here for that sign. But everything else after that, they just seem to keep getting caught by the lack of breaking util moving into these sites towards the end for Ambrosia. So this is a great way for QOR to start off this series with winning the map pick of Ambrosia. And now they're going into Haven, where I think Lemon Kiwi, the Des was mentioned, this would possibly be a 3rd map series, but this might be the reverse. I mean, I guess a 2-0 victory coming out here for QOR, and the Des will prove us wrong.
Yeah, especially after QOR won 13-2 against Shopify Rebellion Gold last week on Haven. Very strong map for them. But also, what a performance out of Darkest, that newest signing from January. But we know and love him from his days on SAT Esports, now on a much happier team. And the way he's fragging, I'd be stoked too. So what a beginning of our map. Of course, after that 6-6 half, how close that got. But we'll see if we'll end things on Haven. We'll see you after the break.
I'd say it's a little bit different. It's a different aspect. It's like picking up any new player, different personalities, different backgrounds, like different amounts of experience. So I'd say it's a challenge in its own aspect, especially like with Timotino. He's less experienced, hasn't played Challengers before, but he's like proven me a lot. He's made me proud. So I'd say just like teaching them what our system is, because every team has different systems. It's like, what is the system for QOR? So that's like been the biggest thing. We've been like preaching that, like, yo, we do things like this way here. Like maybe you did it on this team, but like this is how we do it here. Like we're gonna do stuff like this, right? So just teaching them like our way, like the QOR way. I guess like consistency is like a big one, I'd say. And that's still a big challenge for every single team, including this one. We're still trying to find like our footing, our consistency. But I would just say like the mood's always high, no matter what. We lose a couple rounds and it's like, all right, whatever, like next round mentality. We like to have that like short-term memory loss. Like, who cares? We get 1v5 next round, doesn't matter. We get, I don't know, something happens, op collateral and a clutch, like it doesn't matter. We're always going to the next round. We're always in high spirits, and we just try to focus on winning that next round. I would say consistent improvement. We're gonna work hard every single day, day in, day out. We had our first match already. We won map 1. We ended up getting reverse sweeped. Tough loss, but there's so much to learn from these matches, right? You can learn a lot from scrims, but match reps are like so much different, and you just learn so much more, like how people react to certain situations. So I'd say throughout every single match this season, you're going to see improvement. And we are really trying to dominate this season when it comes to the end of it. So maybe week 1, maybe week 2 won't look so good, but by the end of the season, like we'll look good. We're like low experience as a team. We just started practicing like a few weeks ago as a 5, compared to some other teams who've been together for months, potentially even like last season. So we're still working together. We're still trying to find our footing, but just consistent improvement.
One enemy. Last player standing. 10 seconds. See ya. One enemy remaining.
One down. My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining.
Blocking sight.
All right, starting off the series, Pearl, Ambrosia. It's been a familiar look so far, but unfortunately not in a good fashion today. It's going to be upset on their map pick to kick things off. Core 13-9 victory. Going into this, Ash, I mean, we needed to see the best of both teams sitting at these 1-2 records, and it looked like Core just able to punish Ambrosia just a little bit more, though this was a pretty tight match for a bit.
Yeah, it was. Their defense looked really good on the side of course. Really close beginning though, ending that half at 6-6. I was expecting maybe even going to overtime once we headed into that second half. But even in that second round, round 14, we saw Ambrosia kind of let that one be quite messy for them on their anti-eco. They lost all of their guns in that. Sure, didn't manage to see that defuse win there for Core, but overall, it looked pretty good with how they were punishing Ambrosia.
Yeah, eco, anti-eco, gun rounds, bonuses, every round was messy. Every single round, it felt like it came down to the absolute wire. And it really wasn't until the second half where we really started to see Core pulling through. But we wanted to refer back to the comp changes between these two teams, right? Because we're seeing the difference in the kind of like the new wave of initiators versus the older wave of initiators. But it honestly did feel like despite the comp swap, Core looked very comfortable, and maybe they were just leading into that sort of comfort to allow them, because even though there were some things like missed KO knives and just like so much like scuffed utility that was coming out from the Core side, it really did feel like they had a pretty good idea of how they wanted to approach this map.
Yeah, I think it really came down to the macro between these two teams, right? Looking towards, I think some of the spacing there on Ambrosia, especially on the attacking side, just didn't look the most comfortable to me. I felt like we saw moments where there was just a little bit maybe of a lack of awareness or not quite calling out the swings to happen on time together and not being able to actually go for those trades. And Core were very happy to punish that.
Yeah, and when we're looking at even just that momentum that they're taking from yesterday, Core has been a team that has looked a little bit more put together. So even when you do have those kind of missed moments, you talk about the util that kind of missed, etc., it still was a comfort and a confidence through with how they were playing, and that confidence that was really able to shine through. So that's a tough one for Ambrosia to kind of take at that point. So it's all going to be about Ash, that kind of bounce back, but can they against this Core that's kind of cooking right now?
Yeah, I think it's hard to say. You even look at just like the general post plans. Sure, we didn't get to see too many post plans considering it was like the later half for Ambrosia being on that attacking side, but only being able to actually win out three of them said a lot about the protocols that core were actually running on defense there. They're very happy to give up that space in favor for being able to play together. And that I think it was a big reason why we saw them net in those wins there on defense. The synergy was really nice coming out from the core side. But Ambrosia, you saw that interview from Screwface. I'm sure that he's going to be able to give a pep talk to the boys to try and bounce back in map two.
Those are the vibes that you need to make sure that you can have a series that, you know, try and take this into 3 maps. Because this is something that we thought going into the series was going to be relatively close. And it was for a bit. There was definitely a point in time where I'm like, hey, maybe we're going to this OT. Maybe, you know, this is going to be, but Core just pulling ahead at that very end there. And I kind of want to circle back to something that was touched on early on, even before the match, and sort of that difference that we saw in this map and where we had questions for Core Ash, which was the composition, and to do so with pulling up this head to head with Darkest and Logan. Because when we had questions with this composition, maybe it was a little behind. I mean, if it works, right?
Yeah, I think that we're concerned about what they were sacrificing, going back towards that KO and that Sova, that very like old iteration of a Pearl comp compared to the mass amount of control that you have in the util kit when you were running that breach and that Tejo, and the fact that you don't have nearly as much reactionary utility. But
Mhm.
we saw that shift happen with their positioning, right? They played a little bit further back so they don't actually have to go for those engagements. They'll let happily Ambrosia waste out some of that utility early on. And I think the knives coming out from Darkus as well were really great at shutting down some of those pushes.
Yeah, that is a really good point. I think that's kind of the main difference between these two comps, right? Is like one of them is very brute forcey. You want control, you're gonna get it, right? You have the salvos, you have the rockets early. There's so much util for you to establish early map control. But on the other side, for core, they're a lot more information based. They can set up their macros significantly better. There's so much opportunities for them to slow down. Kind of okay, what are they challenging? What space is open? And you saw it so much on their attack side where they just like would slow the round down and they would kind of just work the map broad and kind of get the lurks set up and get the information game rolling. And whenever they wanted to hit sites, they would have the KO knife for back hauls on B side, and they would also have it to challenge the players towards the A side. So I completely agree. I think the way they recognize that we're not going to win the early clashes with this composition. So we're going to let the round unfold more naturally and then kind of impose our will on it later on.
And seeing how the composition made such a big like difference in this matchup, that makes me more intrigued for the next map that we have in the series, which looking back at what these two teams have ran, looks like this is going to be a lot more close on paper. This is going to be Core's map pick that we're going to as well, Roy. A map that they've played twice with very, very drastic results. But the most recent showing yesterday, it seems like they've learned a lot from those previous mistakes and they're able to close this out really well.
Yeah, man, I want to see the darkest op because he seems to be very comfortable just pulling out the op on the attack side. He did it with KO on Pearl as well. It's honestly a little annoying, right? Because there's so many players are very comfortable with teams not attack opping that there's a lot of information that is gained by people jump spotting things, people jiggling things, right? So when you pull out an attack op, especially on a role like an initiator, you're comfortable doing these jump spots and jiggles, but next thing you know, you're getting punished for it. And you start to get information starved on your defense, which makes it even more awkward to play, especially going into a map like Haven, which can be very hard to play on the defense side.
And this is starting to look a little bit tougher, Ambrosia. Not even just this core that they're going up against, but they got the attacking off. They've got the confidence. They got the momentum. And I mean, yeah, they're not going to their map pick. So Ash, like, do they have enough in the tank? Like, can they bounce back from that? Because it was a close series till it wasn't before, right?
I think that you see the energy, you see the vibes that Screwface is able to provide the team as the leader, and you could definitely make a case for the fact that he should be able to instill that confidence into his team. And looking at what we're maybe expecting on the side of Ambrosia as well, it should nearly be a mirror matchup if they go with what they've been going for previously here on Haven. The only difference being the KO or the KJ, sorry, and the Cypher for those Sentinels. So that little bit of give and take. I think for Adder, though, the Cypher does favor really nicely for him with how he likes to go for those lurks as opposed to the Killjoy. So I think it should be a pretty close affair. At least I hope so.
I'm definitely hoping so. Let's head into the agent select. Roy, we've talked about the compositions, what we've seen so far. This should be a mirror matchup, but this way we can get some confirmation of it and what's ahead.
Absolutely. I do want to remind us, like, despite this being Core's map pick, Ambrosia still has pretty decent results on this map. It's not like they're completely noobed on this map, you know what I mean? And now we're going into a mirror matchup. I think overall, this is really going to come down to the details. How are they going to approach it? What have they learned from the footage that they've seen so far on this team? And what kind of game plan are they coming in with?
I mean, if you're talking about the footage that the teams have on each other, I feel like Core, whether it was footage, whether it was in the moment, they did a really, really good job with punishing Ambrosia in that last match. But if this isn't something that Ambrosia has necessarily played in Challengers, even if they played in other tournaments, there is the opportunity here that maybe they can start to have an upper edge and we can have a more even affair. But it's time to head into the match number 2 here. Is it going to be a map 3 or is it going to be a Vans and Lemon to admit the analyst desk was right? Let's head over to them. Let's get Avon started.
I'll never stand down to that.
Nah, watch this map 3 real quick, okay? Well, our Preds are not over, Vans, okay? We gotta hold on.
I agree. But a mirror matchup is actually going to be perfect as well for both Ambrosia and for Core. They know literally what the strategy is around that, and they talked about players that they want to look out for here on the desk. But for me, I want to look after Glyph and Logan. I feel like this type of composition in the mirror comp is so good to play against and counter Cypher utility with good shock darts, good lineups to open up a lot of C-side hits. And we're starting to see a lot more of the C-side control towards this type of, not necessarily meta, because you're still playing older comps at this point, because again, you're able to just move in really quickly for some good splits.
You have Team Martina, who's already comfortable on the jet. He already popped off map 1. So this is going to be, hopefully for him, just another day at the office. While Ambrosia, just another day of now getting mid-map control, starting with Garage, currently smoked off. That is the longest dart. That's a 2026 dart. Oh, is he going to be right on his hat? Oh, I'm a little bit off my geometry, but it's not going to reveal Snarly. And there is a paranoia from Nerve that may have limited things from Ambrosia, but with the smokes in place, they thought they were safe to plant, but heard something. Ambrosia peeked, and it's 2 for Smiley, 1 for Satellite, and Ambrosia's hunting for more. Glyph sat down to 15 HP. Does not want to get picked by Sylvie detail. That's embarrassing. And Adder keeps the fort held down, and the smoke dissipates at the worst moment, and Logan finds 3. That is so unlucky before Adder stays stoic at the back.
Adder again, the one that's going to save it for Ambrosia, but I love the call that you were saying before. It was a very long dart that was thrown at the very beginning for Glyph from the outside garage. But the thing is like, it kind of broke the quote-unquote crosshair placement of Snarly's camera because he's looking towards the air to try to find it. And then at the same time, when the dart's about to fall, they throw a paranoia at the same time. So he's actually getting hit by it. Unfortunately, the dart didn't hit the top of the site to get a full scan in the back. And that would have been detrimental for the players that are trying to anchor towards the back of the site because they would have been wall banged by everything. Nonetheless, they still had great entry towards the site. And now you have Core trying to answer back with Timotino pushing forward.
Oh, they're running away, and Nerve is pushing short, and Timotino's trying to crunch, and Ambrosia give the hands to both angles. So this is a great reaction from Ambrosia. They did take damage, but when you have the better weaponry, I would still say this is a positive side things for Core, especially if they can pick them off as Ambrosia walks in, take some weapons, but I'm thinking long-term. 1 step at a time.
Yeah, long-term is very good. I still like the aggression coming out for Ambrosia despite Timotino pushing forward, so not showing any type of fear. Vibes are still good, brought up here by Screwface. Logan's in a tough spot, though. He's going to be pristine with the share shots, and he's not.
Ouch. And Dark is just late being able to use any of that util, knowing exactly where Ambrosia are coming from. Of course, they're going to be pushing A, and no fault line, no flash, nothing, and Ambrosia just jump in, knowing they had the number advantage. And that's easy as that, just Core needing to sync up and just kind of shake off map 1, to be honest.
Yeah, and that's the exact thing that I wanted to see coming out for Ambrosia that we kind of critiqued earlier on where we trying to play the retake on that B side of Pearl. Having a player jump out of the smoke, then at least having some players behind there, and they utilize all 3 players to swing out through the smoke to get the perfect trades towards the end and squash any type of surprise play that was attempted here coming out from Core. Adder is going to continue to be very good on this Guardian for this second round bye, and it's going to be really good for their bonus round in the third. And it's already starting in the round. I mean, they're trying rather to fight for a main control in the first place, but all these smokes started happening towards long C. It's going to slow down the map for both teams. You're going to start leveraging your owl drones a little bit earlier as well to try to see if there's going to be any type of like aggressive pushes coming through. Thankfully here for the side of Ambrosia, the camera's already set up and it doesn't spot the walk down. Oh, until there. It didn't spot deep enough here, and Darkest gets a free kill, unfortunately.
He gets away and he'll have flashes, and I don't know if Ambrosia want to chase after this. All depends on what Screwface can set up. Can you isolate one side of B, or are they just going to flood in and handle angles one by one? And it's the latter, and Ambrosia plant, but they haven't discovered where Darkest is, and he peeks out. Oh, check the back door, and he thought that maybe he just left the site entirely. Smokes are back up, though, and Ambrosia just have to depend on Smiley for any vision within the site. And now QOR have secured the site, and they're battling in mid, and they bite down hard on Ambrosia.
Darkest is not allowed to get away with that. That is a small shield buy that he had going into this round, and he walks away with a small shield buy, not eating a single lick of damage, where it was identified. They knew here that the push came out from the front B. The recon dart doesn't clear Gong. Make sure you clear the deep corner so that you guarantee that there's nobody playing inside that site. And as they fake check it, we'll probably see at the replay here, it gives a chance for QOR to just swarm in right over here. Like, with him dying, look at how many players already swarmed inside the B side right after. All 4 of them. Nobody from Ambrosia could really set up for a post plan. But thankfully, because of the buys that they had here on that second round to still do, they were trying to do some econ damage, which they didn't. They at least have a strong buy with rifles in this round number 4, which at least it's going to be stopped by a fault line, but not too much outside of that.
Okay, well, QOR definitely conditioned that they like to play up close and personal at A, and Ambrosia get the punish. At least QOR able to spit back with that heaven high ground. They don't have Smiley, they don't have smokes, and Satellite doesn't either, and he's 2 HP, so how do you even entry? I think this has to be a pivot call for Ambrosia if they can get Screwface out, and thank God they do, because dropping the spike there would have been so Jover for them.
I mean, it's so Jover. Now look at their HP, but that was such an anti-play by QOR. They somehow knew that there was going to be an owl drone coming up here from the spawn to look out towards long A, and then the TP from Smiley was going to go up towards heaven. You saw the position from Timo. He was waiting down towards the staircase in the very beginning, anticipating that, and when Smiley TPs across and sticks it, he just swings out and gets the pick. That is such a counter coming out from QOR. I don't know where they saw that tape, because I guess they saw it here from Ambrosia's play in the past. But that was a nice little ante to start things off, and you have no choice now for the last 3 players but to save your weapons because of the low HP that they limped out of when they're trying to execute quickly towards this A site.
Yeah, I really thought there was a chance for Ambrosia. They seem to have the right read, that there's an aggressive hold at A main, and Ambrosia have been losing on that affair a few times. So maybe if you keep throwing something at it, it'll stick eventually, but I'm looking at Screwface to be the big playmaker and to be the IGL, the one that calls all the util, and to be the one who frags. Is a lot on his shoulders, especially with new players. So
looks like I was
2-2. Just like the last map, we could head into that 6-6 half. These could be win streaky, but now some weapons being dropped, and that's gonna hurt Screwface.
Yeah, and that's one of those moments where, you know, the debate always comes out, oh, it's not worth watching off-season events and whatnot, because it's not really worth it at that point. But this has got to be something that Ambrosia probably did here in their off-season matches that was read by Ocean and Slow is Cool to have that full counter. So that's going to hurt Ambrosia a bit. And now finally also break their economy, as you just mentioned here, Lemon Kiwi. So 5 player just stack into the site. But this trip is going to be nasty if they don't shock dart that spot.
Finally testing the waters here at C, and how sturdy is this Cypher? You killing through the blind, through the smokes, through the fire and the flames. Snarly gets 2, and with the support of Nerve, this is not only just holdable, but it's held. Ambrosia just get kicked in the teeth and just can't seem to activate Satellite in the same ways that they did on Pearl. Economy damage now for Adder, but he's gonna get checked and flashed up too. Jeez, flawless.
It's time for QOR to stack up flawless here on the defensive side on the second map. But again, that trip, it's being pinged out. You see it right here on that mini map. oh, there's a trip going in from the wall all the way towards the platform. If we're trying to, that's exactly how Screwface is saying this, by the way. But if they're trying to scale towards that left side of that C site, they were eating a hail of bullets with no util to break it, which is why I'm saying that it's super important here. The responsibility for Glyph to get shock darts, probably land one. You could probably land one on that Radiant box on that right side, which breaks all the trips that connects from that box all the way towards that site. But then you need that second one on that left, just to make sure here that you don't get caught by this util out from Snarly.
Oh, good fault line. Snarly in trouble and doesn't have Nerve and Melee by his side for any paranoias, but he does have Darkest. And Ambrosia are stuck with just their half of the site, and just the one-man peak of Satellite can't open things up for the better for Ambrosia. And when it rains and pours, you have Darkest fragging away remaining. Like another aim trainer.
Down, C.
Ambrosia can't get any advantages going. Once they are on the site, they have smokes, but then what?
Yeah, that's the thing. It was the counter smokes that came out on the defensive side on both sides of the C site too. When you're looking at that from that aspect, yes, the shot darts were really good to break the trips, and they were able to take the front side site. But you still have to think about the delays here. What QOR could do with the breach util and the cages and the smokes. You don't allow here Ambrosia to get the perfect flashes to fight behind those smokes, and they just kind of were like a deer in the headlights, where they couldn't really move past those lines, and they started peeking one by one to do hero plays towards the back of the site instead of going for that protocol that they did so well in the first place. Look at that, the first swing in the back. And they're just dropping players like flies, and they didn't have that buddy system to really capitalize on that C take. This is really good anchoring coming out here from QOR, and good read so far.
You just got to finish the flood. It has to turn into a tidal wave. Just not just the half site, but claim the whole thing.
Yeah.
This real estate market, you need everything you can get for Ambrosia. So to not just give up, but to really build that confidence into a flow that finishes the mission. And the mission is already missing some legs. Adder doesn't have any more.
Yeah.
And you have Satellite still on the lurk at A, and the spike is going to be held back, and they've almost flushed out Timotino. There we go. Satellite making the plays to try and even things up.
They're trying to be like water, but they're still stuffed by sand. You're already playing towards that back with the Hunter's Fury to delay that plant. They're still very good here. They can cycle so much util, and they'll be okay with using it. Oh, what? Okay.
Yeah, just not waiting that out, and an unsmoked Heaven gives chances for QOR to peak, but Smiley was ready, and just with a share of 2 is really impressive. This is a pretty stacked lobby for weaponry. Snarly versus Glyph, and now the neural theft advantage in the 2 versus 2. Can't get any better than this for QOR.
And crap
now
weapons.
Time is against them. Logan's gonna drop. Easy pick. Satellite on the other side. The smoke emerges. Gets to kill the SMG because the diffuse. They thought they could protect it from getting halfway. It's Satellite. Clutches for Ambrosia.
Oh my god, that was just unlucky at that point for the side of QOR on the retake. You had to win that fight against Satellite, who had a stinger. You were already playing out in the open, and having your crosshair placed on the player running across, and it's just you see Satellite just running through, wide swinging with the stinger to get the pick. Everything was perfect and pristine until 2 hero plays came out here from both from both the Jet and also here at this spot from Satellite. And who was it that got those 2 kills? It was Smiley with the Sheriff up towards the A site. Nothing you can really do at that point here for QOR. Just had to win your duels, and you just got out-aimed.
My eyes are
Unfortunate. Very aggressive from Timotino. A little greedy. Thought it was just going to be an orb play and then walk back out. Why walk into the hands of Ambrosia? And now they're going to pivot away from A and keep their lurk inserted at A while B gets infiltrated. At least there was an attempt to before the smoke, before seeing the face of Darkest, which would put fear in your eyes.
Yeah. Now they're going to keep their eyes closed here so they can walk away from the B side and try to reopen towards the A site. The thing is, they have Smiley with an ult, so if it all comes down to this, they can always TP back towards the B site. So you have to be a little bit more cautious walking into A now for Ambrosia.
Phase fault line, where's the ball from Ambrosia, dashing in Satellite on the high ground, rolling thunder in response from Darkest, and the aftershock to secure a short for a moment. But Darkest isn't getting that lurk help from C yet, and they think Ambrosia had pivoted, so they're just gonna try to continue playing off the site. And Nerve can always teleport out if he wants to be left behind, but I think he just spotted someone. Gonna exchange some shots, and with smokes and cages in place, Nerve is gonna hold it down with a 2-for-1, make it 3 before he's traded out. That should have been a lot easier for Ambrosia to win.
Please have a rolling thunder for Screwface if it all comes down to this. No!
Oh my god.
Dude.
Rolling Thunder, 1v1, does he do?
Yeah, you have to. At this point, he's shaking in his boots. He's already got both hands out ready to throw fists. He's quaking. Literally.
Off your feet!
Oh my god, the brains on Snarly. Knowing that was coming out, taps a spike, dodges away. Screwface doesn't have the advantage, and Snarly is playing chess when Screwface is playing checkers.
We gotta take a little moment there.
He's sighing, guys. You're making Vantilli sigh. Stop taking years off of his life, okay?
But you have the perfect crossfire set up. You have a rolling thunder that you can play within sight. Your first contact was the one playing towards sewers. You get the contact with the fault line, but the play was trying to play delay instead of playing with the confidence that you know you have on the table here for Ambrosia. Let's look at it from the replay if it happens. Like, the entry towards the site was perfect. The re-hit was beautiful coming out from Ambrosia. But right here, Nerve, yes, does the hero play, but it's still a 2 versus 1. Right over here, you had to play with your teammate. You had a crossfire from default and from sewers to ping pong. I'm going to stop harping on that because he actually already started with Starly getting 2 kills here, but it's an anti-eco, so let me just yell a little bit more. They need to clean things up for Ambrosia right now on their attack side.
But Snarly, that was still clean. Even if they don't shoot back, they don't have to know that in the montage, okay? Least obvious custom. And Ambrosia at least have a Vandal. They can keep that.
Flight.
Hopefully. And Core is coming from multiple sides now. So how can Ambrosia try to protect this? Hunter's Fury, but I think they're closing in, and the action's getting too close, and Snarly going for the ace! Darkest, no.
It's okay. It's all part of the plan because Snarly already has his ult. So then Darkest could get an orb, then Logan can get an orb. This is all big brain plays right now coming out from Core. But dude, this is a flawless with only Snarly getting damage within that round. The third of this half now for Core. And yeah, I would have thought here going into the series that Ambrosia would have some sort of a good game plan to play against how this firepower that comes out from the Core roster. But they are definitely falling short in these moments. And they're not falling short because they're losing duels to Core. I think they're falling short because they're just losing to their own protocols and fundamentals. And I think that's why this timeout is going to come through. You have to play together. You have to play as a team at this point. You have to understand what's going on here for what gaps are missing. I understand that it was also an eco that came out for Ambrosia on that previous round. But now that they have money to work with, now that they have the Hunter's Fury and potentially even an ult to work back towards this potential C-site hit with the Hunter's Fury and Omen TPs towards spawn kind of play, like one of those Hail Marys. But if that's going to be the play, the timeout is definitely to make sure that they iron out the fundamentals to capitalize and finalize the round in their favor.
I'm surprised just Ambrosia even picked this map because they've banned it twice in the past. So clearly they were confident off the work they did with their backroom, their coaches, that this could be different. But I think that when you have too many independent minds coming up with ideas in a match and you get slightly desynced in the heat of the moments and especially in the timings off the other side, it can cost you.
Yeah, you definitely saw it, right? On how every single one of those players in the eco round, how they all got shot in the back. And now here's an opportunity to get a little bit more. The camera forces the early TP away from Nerve, so that's really good information. But all of them are focusing on long B and a late C garage control, where Team is currently in a great spot with the operator. I call this the Wardell spot from back in the day.
Now with garage, ooh, no ping off the camera. Deal with that. No satellites in garage. A bit of a duel, and where's the help? Ambrosia is so fixated at the back window, and I don't even know if Darkest really showed himself. It clearly didn't take damage and used the fault line, and that suppressed Ambrosia away from supporting Satellite.
Yeah. In that moment, I think Satellite probably should have dashed away or escaped. because he didn't have, yes, it looked like he didn't have help to fight back towards a C ramp. It makes sense, but his teammates were actually watching a window because of the sprays that were coming out. They were hoping for an overextension of a peak from QOR, but QOR are playing this very well. When we talk about the funny so far, it's QOR all the way in this series.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Timotino in trouble. Good dodge away. Ambrosia trying to cut him off through garage. And at least Nerve is there. Paranoia has been used, and Ambrosia will be slowed but not stopped. And with Timotino missing, what a key pick for Ambrosia to get back on their feet. But 10 seconds left, and QOR are going to struggle against them. But this prevents the plant for a moment, and it's just Logan who's going to emerge, try to stop that. And it ultimately ends up being an Ambrosia round win.
Almost felt the Petra moment there where you could just get the recon but no bounces to try to get the outswing. He almost caught Glyph in the back of the boxes here while Screwface was planting, but unfortunately Little Whis and capitalized now by Ambrosia at this point, and that's what we wanted. Yes, the first part didn't work out too well in this garage control, but look at the rest of the hit. Smiley gets a lucky kill through the smoke, and that just engages everybody to finally start moving as a pack. And they were perfect there for not even needing trades at that point. They were just owning with the number of players that they had. So I'm loving here that they're leveraging a little bit more 4-1s at the very beginning so they can try to trade these off.
Woo! Satellite with the offensive op. I'm sat. I'm ready. And look at this peek from Logan.
Yeah.
Is he going to go for it? Maybe drone up first. See how many people are going to shoot it?
Playing one and done.
Darkest. Yeah.
Take flight.
One and done if they were
Darkest
still
is
trying to
gonna-
walk down, but if not, the drone's going to allow for them to get info and fall back a little bit more.
At least it was shot at a distance, and Satellite is getting more picks. Okay, Darkest ended up peeking that.
You wanted the op. It's like baiting a carrot under a box here, and your rabbit is coming out and just gets trapped.
There's the fault line, and Nerve stands and delivers. Not what Ambrosia wanted, but hey, Smiley will get one for the road.
Dude.
Before Nerve with the shorty is just about to ace this until Satellite comes out of nowhere. 1v1 now against Snarly, who's gonna stay in spawn. Spikes down, and Satellite,
30 seconds left.
he's searching everywhere. Coming around the backside in case that's where Snarly was holding, but
Snarly's fine. He's got camera watching along C in garage. That's why he's staying in spawn. He's just literally in his cam because the trip is watching towards B. Now with 13 seconds left, you know it's hitting towards the A site, so it looked like he didn't have a good read, but he's still going to close this gap while Satellite's planning.
okay, slow walking quietly to heaven. And based on how quick that plant went down, he's either on the other side of the box or right below you, and Snarly is ready for the drop down. 1, 2, 3, and slaps away the ult from Satellite. And QOR gonna go up even more.
Ambrosia is unfortunately making me say the bro a lot under my breath in these moments where how the hell did Nerve come out of that with like a 3K or 4K anchoring around the box again? He had a 3K a couple of rounds ago, and this time is just a thorn on the side of Ambrosia's attempt on the hits towards the A site. It's such good defensive play coming out here from the anchors of both Snarly and Nerve on both extremities. I was going to mention and criticize this at this point. This I understand because this is exactly what Roy was mentioning before, where you on an attack side op, you're thinking now that on the defensive side that you could just freely peek and get a couple of picks, but then Satellite's able to get that opener. But then trying to drone to pick up the op right after, it's being, you got to know somebody's still watching that line. And somehow you still convert it on a 3 versus 5. You'll take that any day here for QOR.
Okay, Logan's cooked, right? Oh my god, the breakdancing! He just spun on his head and
Air
then take
flares.
a single Hunter's Fury shot. I felt like that should have been a pick for Ambrosia, but I don't blame them. They don't exactly have all types of crazy weapons, but some nice moves from Logan though.
Yeah. Yeah, and a blind ult that tried to come through here on the side of Ambrosia. Liv tried to go for the recon ping once again, but unfortunately it didn't work out. But Ambrosia will try to tempo up. I mean, their money's not the best, so they have to work as a group once again. Give me some util.
Flash in, Darkest re-peeks through the smoke. He's actually gonna go for this, but doesn't benefit QOR this time. And the teleport not executed by Smiley in time. Darkest the aggression. be able to net core some kills this time. Spike will be tapped, but nothing is obscuring it. And Darkest will just be front and center, but around the corner is Satellite. He's ready
One enemy
to
remaining.
jump out, but all of core are just watching this doorway. Ambrosia don't stand a chance swinging into this. Great retake by core.
Dude, Darkest's movement is so nice. Close range shorty drives by and goes straight into the garage for the op, and they never expected on the side here of Ambrosia. So as Darkest we were
Switching
wondering on the
sides.
desk here, the attack side up on Breach, still pulling out on the defensive side, just like he did with the KO on the attack on Pearl. That's pretty crazy what this player could do. And I'm not surprised. I mean, he's always had such a strong showing in all of his challenger teams and collegiate teams that he's played in. To see these type of plays is just literally another Tuesday.
Not as close
That, dude, 8
to a
HP.
6-6 half.
Lemon Kiwi, 8 HP, 8 HP, 8 HP, you got a 4K.
Spike planted.
Yeah, and then losing the ult from Satellite. Definitely having hot and cold moments. But hey, not a 6-6 half, but full core. Able to close out the series. Can Ambrosia catch up? This core that'll explore mid. There's a trip in garage this time.
If anything, I believe. Ambrosia's going to bring the comeback. I can't let the desk be right.
Yeah. Oh, but look at this extension from Adder, and this is going to completely catch Nerve off guard. And Core just have to sacrifice their teammate to the Lambs and plant, but they want to wrap around, thinking Ambrosia are already planning a crunch. And Core extend out. They're going for the plant, and
Spike
Timo,
planted.
he gets absolutely collapsed on from defenders in B. Gets the info, but can Core really do this without him? 3 versus 5 on the post plant. Blinds hitting Ambrosia. Core step up, using the aftershock to disrupt Ambrosia's pacing on their
way.
re-challenge. And Darkest is insane. It's not even over though. There
It is
it is.
now.
Now it is.
Dude, everything looked really good for Ambrosia. I think that was beautiful VALORANT from both teams, actually, for that round. The call coming out from Core to push out towards that spawn, and Ambrosia's game plan to actually go for a quad peek in the very beginning, and unfortunately couldn't take down the Cypher, so their trip was still back. But because of the flip the map and how patient Screwface was in the back of B, he allowed to call it for his teammates to help out for the front B side and actually have a beautiful crossfire setup to take down Timo and start the retake on that side. But it came down to her hero play. I was praising Snarly and Nerve so far on this map, but dude, Darkest has also been quite insane, and that's something that is hard to stop when these guys are on fire. It came down to those duels that didn't shine out for Ambrosia. The macro around that previous round was still very good.
And Adder's still going to be pushed up at C, and Core not going to address that problem yet. Core went for a forward smoke to, yes, maybe give away the orb if Glyph wanted it. The Core bought themselves so much A-main momentum, and in the smoke, Smiley is such a rat in that case, and he's trying to get away, but he gets pinged by what, a recon in the middle of the site from Logan. And now with all the smokes in place, Core is just going to be proactive, and it pays off.
We're counting your lucky stars pretty much for Ambrosia with hero plays that Smiley could do just like Nerve did previously on this site. But they went for the full save, just trusting that their gun round starting from now will be good enough here to come back in the game. And they still want to add that pressure. I'm liking this. The TP towards the top, as you can see here from Smiley on the top B, and to go for the high-low and the walk down for Satellite.
Ambrosia will be on the step up, the spike behind at least from Core. So if things don't work out, how much Snarly can gather, and losing your lurk this early, and Logan too. That's a tough round, but good for Ambrosia to hope to close the gap in the score. An offensive opportunity from Darkest to see if there's going to be a repeat from Satellite from B. That could be a pick that Core could work off of, but it's already a round at a pretty big deficit.
Yeah, it's perfect start there for Ambrosia. Leveraging Satellite to walk down, to actually catch those players in the first place towards grass, and the high-low is watching the window for him so that he could escape. That was all beautiful. But remember, who's still alive? You got Nerve, Darkus, and Timotino. It's not over yet here for Core.
Ambrosia are happy to just play for retakes. I like that Core not just gonna sit by, they may even just pop out of the smoke and catch Ambrosia on rotations.
Still a lot of util available though. Fault line, Paranoia, Recon. They could flood into this site, and that's a big kill to start though for Matter.
This Core don't want to play off or in the site and playing off of it. They're getting isolated from each other and they can't really set up for trades. Until now, Timotino will stay patient. Spike is going to be tapped. You got to work your way back in with no movement abilities, Glyph with nothing, and Core with nothing really left to get back in. So tough one.
Trying to get the orb now for Screwface towards the end. I think they were trying to decide if it could be for Satellite because he was getting pretty close to Bladestorm, but he ran back here to pick up the op, which is also going to add a lot of firepower now for Ambrosia going into this round. And again, a great start to kick things off. Once they lost Pistol and their eco here for Ambrosia. Now they can move the Cypher util a little bit, as you just saw before we got into this this replay. They're leveraging the op solo towards the C site. Maybe now you can have a little bit more trap kills set up here for info towards this B site. Oh, and they're actually playing the conditioning, so they're still going to keep the Adder on this side, and if he runs away, they could maybe use the op. But Core pushes towards A at the very beginning, and that foils any plan that Ambrosia had at the start of the C site.
Paranoia used early too, just from the anxiety that Ambrosia produced, not knowing what was on the other side of that smoke around orb. Satellite watching over with the op. Will have to reveal his op to not get pinged from the drone. And Core gonna see if they can just overwhelm it with speed. And Timotino dashes in, gets flashed. Logan makes his way to the off angle to deal with the backline of Ambrosia. And Satellite remains with Adder. Just the surprise factor won't be catching Darkus. He's too quick to the trigger. And it's Adder in a 1v2 trying to address the duels one by one. Now pretty much a high-low setup and at least the firing squad from Core in place. Spike going down.
Spike planted.
Got ult.
There's the swing from Darkus to finish things off. Core get up to 11 and that much closer from taking our series.
That's what I wanted to see. Not a fault line. Let me run away to sewer, so we double up here. On this side, they actually went for a 3-2-1 and swung here towards the spawn to take down Adder. That shows, again, good protocols coming out from Core and how good they were to just fight back against Ambrosia's stack. They had the perfect read from Ambrosia in the very beginning here from rotating the satellite op from C over to A heaven. But as soon as that gets smoked down in Owl Drone, he's pretty much out of the action. So it doesn't really give a chance here for the rest of the team to... I mean, they did quite good to flood back within it, but it's so hard to retake with an op if your op's not able to get the first kill at the very beginning.
A lot of the first bloods coming from Core's side as well.
Yeah. First
Things
blood,
get
last
better.
blood.
Yeah, that's kind of how the round shakes up, huh?
Yep.
Ambrosia off the timeout. They're only down a couple rounds, you know, couple in quotations, you know?
Yeah.
It all depends on how you dress it up in the comms and in the team meeting you're about to have. It's got to be a vibes-based thing. Especially you can tell Screwface feeling that pressure to just get everybody back, to get the ball rolling, metaphorically, morally. And his performance are suffering, but it's got to pay off in just rallying the team. Like a stack on the right side of the map there from Ambrosia.
Yeah. Fault line smoke towards the main, just try to take control of the front. Maybe even try to control an orb if you can here so that Satellite can get closer to Bladestorm if there's no action being heard towards the A side. So yeah, I mean, trying to salvage whatever you can here within this buy. This drone's gonna get so much now from Logan.
Deploying drone.
Yeah. Ambrosia just wanted to take space off the ult from Satellite, and Core did exactly what they should and stay patient and react. Now dashing in past the smoke. Core got isolated, got caught by a play from Smiley, and now Paranoia could be available to finish things off or make things easier for Ambrosia, but Core retaliated much quicker than they expected, so a rolling thunder from Darkest.
Attack side op, and now the lurk and the insert from Snarly. It doesn't even matter at this point if Darkest is going to get pinged out by cameras. He makes his way towards A. Snarly is in a great spot.
Just not being able to do anything off the rolling thunder, but hey, a silver lining for Ambrosia to have one less ult to worry about, improve their chances of getting back into this game.
30 seconds
Playing
left.
together will be key in Core, and Ambrosia doing just that. Plant over at B. They can establish at B main with the op. But Snarly's going to be playing at the back side. They're watching both doorways. They don't really care about main right now.
Oh, no. So the hat's being thrown, and then Smiley got hit by the trip, so they know both players are flanking.
Ambrosia back in through main and through the smoke. They step into the smoke. It's Darkest in a 1v2, and he can't handle the pressure. And it's Snarly that just has to play the post plant, wait for the tap, and spray through it. Adder is like 1 HP. And that dissipates, claims 1. Has to buy a few more seconds because the spike is halfway, and Smiley stays patient and has helped Ambrosia barely get away with that round.
Yeah, thankfully you're playing 2 Omens here on the site, and it had to be who had the better protocols to move in and fight for this post-plant position, and it became Ambrosia because those 2 smokes actually isolated Crossfire setup from Core. You gave a chance here for the last 2 players to double swing in, Crosshair out and swing it in, and it was perfect. But this fight, I loved it. Darkest, attack side op, once again, shorted to push forward. This guy is not afraid to play against you as a duelist, or playing an initiator like a duelist pretty much at this point. But they're not out of it yet here for Ambrosia. Thankfully, there's a little bit of room to breathe. This is an eco that you currently have here for Core with a hero rifle out for Timotino. They're going to try to split towards the C site. There is going to be a fault line off the camera to support. And potentially here, Adder will flood back in and hoping to get a kill with it.
No one watching Garage for Ambrosia. A lot of map control given up, but they'll trade it with just better shots. Ambrosia's coming into the site at the perfect time. Not a single win from Core in that moment.
And it was almost a surprise play there from Timotino, dashing on the top of the default boxes. But again, read by Adder, understands where the gaps are when he's playing this agent. Where it's good with his trap kills, where players could be when they're entering towards that site. So he cages up, watches in the right spot on the top, doesn't get affected by any flood util out from Core, and gets a beautiful kill there onto Timotino, which started everything else right over here for Ambrosia to capitalize on the round. Yes, they had to use 1 ult with it, which is the Hunter's Fury from Glyph, but I mean, you'll take it. You still have a Rolling Thunder to work with in round number 19.
Drone flashed. Not sure how much Glyph got the saw, but judging by the amount of shots you just heard,
No.
Satellite get that first pick. Ambrosia need these first splits to be in their favor this time. It's a lot easier to do on defense to hold a position, but
Oh, that's all good.
that gets pinged, and it kind of uses it as bait because Glyph wasn't pinged and swung and decided he didn't want the smoke.
Yeah, especially when the drone came out and actually saw both players. And they know now the op is posted up on the site.
Here.
Double shocks, though. I mean, this could still be broken and work up towards the C site, but if they're trying to jump inside the window, at least that's info, but nobody really to spray across from the back of Garage. So C sites looks to be a retake play for Ambrosia because of this Rolling Thunder that we mentioned before that Screwface has.
Nerve got info at C at least, and I like that adaptation of the trips doubling up at Garage because that's how Core flooded in last time. And now spike planted, Hunter's Fury, and a Rolling Thunder. That is a paint sandwich coming out of Ambrosia, and Core is on the menu. What? Guns are just better, apparently. Core just unaffected by the ults, but Smiley has to clutch for the team, but he's just one man on that team. Core, match point, series point.
Again, we anticipated the walk up, which they kind of did here for Core, but as you're walking up, instead of fully rushing up to get window control, they just hurt the trip on that side, stayed on the other side of the trip, and there was no trap kill there available for Adder for them to contest back into the Garage and fight. So with those players falling in that spot, they can't really pinch back towards the C site where Core, you were just mentioning here, Lemon Kiwi, how the weapons were just a lot better in terms of aim for the attack side of Core. And now it's all eggs in one basket, trying to get that line down with the operator, fault line to push forward.
Yeah, to use those 2 ults last round and not win, that's gotta hurt Ambrosia.
There's no dash anymore. This has to be a one and done. No choice.
Oh, and the blind, the flash, just in time. Darkest, okay.
Oh, no.
Close it out, close it out. Ops is now scary. You have to use more util to suppress it. And Satellite gets away, just like a cat. So many lives. Can't believe he lived that.
Thought I was watching Roy's cat pretty much at that point. They dodged everything, but Logan, when everybody's inserted towards this A link, they're not in a good spot for Ambrosia for the retake.
Well, neural theft, and Snarly gets to maybe preserve his life, but he has to hold down Satellite and Screwface from the right side of B, and pinching from the left is Smiley, and it's all wins for Ambrosia 2v2 as the spike was not executed at B. Way too close of a defensive hold from Ambrosia. C is the pivot.
C is the pivot. Both, I mean, there's still an owl drone available for Logan as well. So both playing from long C, I like that play. And now caught util in hand. That's GG.
It's a heads-up play from Timotino to just be, of course, already in main as you would, but to start extending towards your own spawn, expecting that flank. And now Satellite, he's pinged through it. They're gonna know. He's tapped it twice, the double swing, and it's a 13-7 for Core to sweep this 2-0 and to go 2-2 in our standings with only a couple weeks left until playoffs. A really strong showing from them.
Definitely a strong showing. The unfortunate side, though, for Ambrosia is that they're currently a 1-2, or 1-3 rather, and one more that they lose, they're actually out of playoff contention. So it's gonna have to be do or die from now on for that team. They put up a pretty decent fight looking at the very beginning of this series, Lemon Kiwi, when you saw this 6-6 half that we saw in Pearl, the 2 flawless that they started with from pistol round to anti-eco. But then everything after that, when they started to take the second half into the second map, things started falling apart a little bit here, where maybe it's the lack of getting the confidence for big round wins that you just continue to let that lead slip away for you, and also having to play the comeback for the rest of the game.
And I'll just throw Ambrosia a bone. They're still not playing with their fifth, and I thought Adder is like the guy that has been filling in perfectly for them. Yeah. But this is still one that, how do you develop a game plan and really want to commit to all that preparation when you don't even have the fifth? And this is kind of an off time where maybe Ambrosia are going to a more democratic, like everyone throw out ideas, be independent. Sometimes in the heat of the moments, that experience really shows, and Core thrived. And it was cool to see how much they have improved from last stage to now. But that is a Core sweep, and we have a banger of a match coming up. Of course, a banger of an interview from someone from Core, but keep in mind, we're gonna hear from the desk. And after that, TSM versus Rankers, 2 undefeated teams. You won't wanna miss that. We'll see you soon.
I played on a lot of teams at this point, the majority of which I had to compete on instead of being a practice roster. And it's like, something that's really beneficial about this roster, about Derek and Steven especially, is that everybody's just really happy. Like, everybody has a lot of trust for each other and a lot of love for each other. And obviously right now we're not like, we don't have the formula making it work consistently, but I truly believe that when we win our first match together and we experience that feeling of winning together and we get to have that belief, I think this team can be an Ascension contender. Steven has some of the best mechanics I've ever seen in my life. Pulls rounds out that I've never seen ever, especially with the Guardian single shotguns. And I think generally speaking, when he's playing loose and playing with fun in mind, he's able to unlock the best version of himself. And that's something that he's also consistently looking to do more often. And I think same with Derek. I've had messages from them talking about how they love the environment, they love practicing together, they love playing together with me, and as a team. And for me, that's what playing Valorant competitively is all about. If I don't enjoy my practice every single day, I don't enjoy coming in and talking and laughing with my teammates, with my boys. I came from sports, right? I was never meant to be a professional esport player. I was meant to go through college and get a job and then fuck off. You know what I mean? Into corporate America. And like during COVID, I got the opportunity to do this, and like I obviously love it, right? And don't get me wrong, I've been trying to do it forever. I'm still trying to do it forever, right? But it's so huge to have like the personal relationships outside of the game and to be able to like truly enjoy practice and like laugh with your teammates. Because like we'll talk about stuff that has nothing to do with Valorant, you know? And like that's cool. I'm a big fan of that.
Eyes down. My
Perfect.
One enemy remains.
My eyes are...
enemy kill.
One enemy remains.
Your feet! Eagle eye.
One enemy remains.
Eagle eye.
One enemy remains.
Give me a...
One down. Who?
Spike down A. One enemy remains. Player standing. One. Spike planted.
An important game for these teams to determine who had what it take to turn around the rest of the season. And in the end, Core are going to impress, and they're going to take the series 2-0. Ash, this is a team that, looking back to the ups and downs that they've had throughout Challengers, they looked really, really good for today. And if that's going to be a Core that we see more of going forward, I'm excited about the team.
Yeah, me too. I think that we saw really great improvements. Their macro looked really good. They were very on point and synergized today as well with their spacing, going for those trades and whatnot. And I think that the supportive utility out of both Logan and Darkus was just so consistent in assisting in a lot of those duels.
And I think even beyond that, though, we can definitely see improvements in terms of like their crossfire establishing on defense, the way they're approaching it, their timing on crunches, like their re-clears. Like there's just so many layers of Core's gameplay that seems to be rapidly improving. And I don't really know what has happened in the server time. I don't know what they're talking about during practice, but something has clicked for this roster, and you can see so many opportunities for every single player on this team to shine, and it feels like they're all capitalizing in their roles.
That's an exciting time then for Core, because now finding themselves at a 2-2, it's not too late for them to start, you know, putting together these wins, be able to show us what they're capable of. And on the opposing end, for Ambrosia, even though we did get to see some good moments coming out, it just seemed Core was a step ahead, Roy, in a lot of these fights. Even on that first map, being able to kind of read these tendencies, and here being able to punish. And that's just a tough draw for Ambrosia.
Yeah, I think overall, it really did feel like Core was just a slightly more prepared team. Yes, there's a lot of late round situations that should have gone Ambrosia's way. This should have been a closer match. But at the end of the day, the teams that are capitalizing off these moments, the heroes that pop up during these situations, they're the ones that are going to lead their team to victory. And it really felt like Core was the better individual form and better overall.
Yeah, and you even like look back to a lot of those post-plant situations that are in that initial first half. And that has kind of been the story for Ambrosia, the last few maps that we've seen out of them, just struggling a little bit with that post-plant, how they want to set up in those post plants as far as crossfires or even just like the utility usage coming out from them. And I think Core has done really well in these last two maps on Pearl and on Haven to dismantle a lot of those setups as well and just be able to kind of take advantage of those gaps that Ambrosia were leaving.
And looking like at the players as well, I mean, for Core, everyone really did got to like show off here, Roy.
Yep.
And like Timotino's been someone that we've talked about a lot, but someone who didn't need to show up more than he did because everyone else, like everyone was on their A game.
Yeah, and you can even just tell by the when you're watching Core, you kind of see their philosophy, right? They're constantly setting up Timo for the early fights, but that's not really their win condition. Like, yeah, if he gets a multi frag, great. But overall, they're just pushing and pulling and waiting for people to walk into Snarly, walk into Nerve, and just trying to out macro these teams constantly. And I think that's really their bread and butter. It's this manipulation. It's this sort of push and pull and sort of just kind of like deter people away from their game plan and into their own sort of style. And it seems to be working pretty well.
Yeah, I love that you're calling out that they're setting up other players because when we're looking at Snarly, I mean, Snarly Ash had a game.
Yeah, he looked insane on defense. Like he slowed down a little bit more on attack, but that's kind of expected because he is going to be playing that more like lurk role and wasn't really needed in a lot of those fights in that second half, but ended off the first half 18-4, which is what really padded their stats. He looked insane for this squad as far as being able to be such a solid anchor and even denying some of those opportunities up against Adder as well, who he was facing off against the Lurks, but even playing a little bit of that defensive sided aggression with that push and pull that Roy was talking about, looking for some of that information based on his team's mid-rounding.
And I think this is like a perfect opportunity for Core to sort of take their place, right? Because we're entering a meta where like passive play just doesn't work anymore. Everyone's awareness of the game, everyone's sort of macro understanding of Valorant has just evolved so much at this point that really the only thing that can disrupt this flow are players that can just like be aggressive, disrupt plans, be chaotic, be sort of unpredictable with the way they're approaching it. And I think this level of proactivity that Core is showing is a massive key factor into why they look so good on their defense when other teams seem to be struggling.
And Snarly, I mean, popping off, but MVP of the match was Darkus. And Darkus is actually on the line now to talk a little bit of thoughts about the match. So let's head over to our post-match interview, get a little bit more. Hello, 2 for 2, back-to-back wins. Darkus, hello, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, honestly, after that. That game was really fun for us, really exciting.
I mean, you're talking about really fun. You're playing back-to-back days. What was it? Is the team just clicking more? It's just the great vibes. Like, what is making this Valorant so fun right now?
I think it was multiple things. I think, like, coming into it, we picked up a new duelist, right? And he's kind of new. So I think for him, it was more nerves than anything. And then as soon as we kind of just pushed him more and said, hey, man, you're free to do whatever you want. This is your world, and we're just here to support it. He's been taking more space. He's been doing his job, and everyone's just feeling more confident around it.
That's great to hear because I feel like we're really being able to see the impact in that in the server, the wins yesterday and today. This is looking like a different Core than we got to see in the first couple of weeks. And I want to know what's kind of happening behind the scenes as well to have such a drastic turnaround.
We're all like really honest with each other. Like our environment is really open to talking about stuff. So like whenever we want to do a play or we want to fix something, we're pausing, we're talking about it there. We're like, hey, let's do this instead. Let's work on this. Like we're all just trying to be on the same page about like the micro, like how we want to play the game. So that kind of showed there. I mean, don't get me wrong, we had some shooters today. Like people were showing up when we needed them to, and there were some crazy rounds we had, but there was a lot more people playing together.
Love to hear that. So it's kind of still the team the first couple of weeks meshing, but going on forward, this is a bit more of the Core that we should expect to see.
Yes, for sure, 100%.
I love that. I love that. And I want to talk about the gameplay that we've seen from you, because even in a couple of these losses, we've gotten to see a lot coming out from you. You've been performing really well. But I want to focus specifically on this attack op that you had with the breach. We saw it yesterday. We saw it today. What's with this madness, man?
I think it's something people don't expect, and I don't think enough teams pull it out enough, honestly. I think the op is stupidly strong, just like some other guns that people don't use, but like it's easy. People are always constantly jiggling or jump spotting. You get a free kill, it just opens up the round. It makes a T-side so much easier. Everyone is so scared once you pull out the gun.
I mean, it's working out well for you guys for sure, and it definitely had us talking on the analyst desk. We were a big fan of it. So last but not least, this Core now that's meshing together more. We're still looking at the rest of this stage one. How are you thinking Core is going to stack up against these other rosters?
With how we're playing so far, I think it's going to be either us on top or an even matchup.
Okay. Like the confidence. I mean, if you're playing how you did today and we keep seeing those improvements, I'm here for it. I believe it. Darkus, congrats on this win. Enjoy your night. Thank you so much for chatting.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So at core 2-0, and honestly, a core that's revitalized. Excited to see that going on forward. But we still have one match for today. A very highly anticipated TSM going up against Rankers, both undefeated teams. That's not going to last for long. Quick break, but stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
One enemy remains.
Nailed.
One enemy remaining.
One
enemy remaining.
is ready. No. Here. Okay.
Eyes down. My
Perfect.
One enemy remaining.
My eyes are.
enemy kill.
Welcome back, everyone, to VALORANT Challengers North America. 2 undefeated teams here at the end of week 3, and one series away, one of them will remain. It's TSM going up against Rankers next, and Roy, this one is going to be really, really exciting. This is a different TSM that we've seen, a TSM there's a lot to be hyped up against the Rankers that continuously surprise and keep pushing on and keep showing us more.
Hey, this better be exciting. This is the first qualifying team. If people are not hyped for this, I don't know what to tell people. This should be a great matchup. We're seeing a TSM roster that has kept their 3 core from last year with a new coach. They're looking very solid. Obviously, there have been some question marks regarding the Vora pickup, regarding the Recoil pickup, but it seems like the newest kid on the block, Vora, he's picked up the IGL role. Along with the coach, they've sort of gotten the team on the same page, and they look revitalized. They look fresh. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from them, and this is their opportunity. This is almost like the final boss of showings to prove that they are developing in the right way.
You've also got to give over like a nod to their coach, right? And NBS for the side of TSM. The fact that he has a lot of experience on his belt coming back over from that EMEA region of things where he had that success previously with Ascend, a team that had previously won like the championship back in 2021, right? So to be able to have that kind of experience backing you to integrate these new players into this roster, I think is probably something that lends a lot to their success. And I cannot wait to see more from them.
Especially too, these 2 new players. These were 2 players that hadn't played on a signed team before being with TSM, and it has been a learning curve, but one that you haven't necessarily gotten to see when you've looked at the server and how they've been playing. This TSM already from RIP, we're being able to show up. Vora being able to IGL for this team and the work that's being done with Coach BS is only getting better and better. And Sim said that they were the best team of challengers from the get-go. And Roy, they've only shown us more and more since then. And I'm starting to believe him.
Yeah, I think the key word here is easily. I think that is like the level of confidence from coming up from Sim is almost justified. I feel like they've looked very good despite all the hate. Obviously, there's been some questions like are they really that good? Rankers have questioned themselves. TSM, they seem to be displaying this high level of confidence, but ultimately this is the true test. If you can defeat Rankers, it means you are matching them on a level of firepower. You're matching them on a strategic level, even though you're playing against a very unconventional playstyle. Like this will be a test on many different layers, and this is the opportunity for TSM to make their statement.
I mean, you're talking about that firepower and that core of TSM that we saw last year. That was something that was always praised for the team, but they had a lot of up and downs and everything else that was really for the squad. So the firepower has always been there with this core, and now being able to see it rounded out with the decisions that they're making, GMD being able to focus on his own game and having Vora's voice to really complement the squad. I think that this is a TSM that is worth getting excited for. And if you're not on board, if you're still getting plagued with like what was happening last year, you need to get that out of your head because this is a great TSM. But this is going to be a real test today because they have to go up against, I mean, you're saying TSM potential final boss. It kind of feels like Rankers might be that at the end of it. They're unpredictable. They're just crazy shooters out in the server, and love them or hate them, Rankers, you cannot deny, Ash, the potential with this team and what they've shown us so far.
No, they look so good. There's a reason why they're undefeated. Like, yes, everyone talks about how hard it can be to play up against their play style because of their confidence that they have as well, which always feels like it's, overflowing. But you also have to give the respect to the fact that they're able to thrive in that chaos that works so well for them that not all teams are able to do. Some teams fare a little bit better with that slow, controlled play, but rankers have proven that they're able to be kind of swifty with it, like very adaptive in these rounds. And that's what's leading to a lot of their success.
Especially too with this team, like when some people talk about rankers, it's okay, it's just these ranked demons, etc. But they're showing more and more layers to this team. Inspire
Definitely.
talked about the strats that they're going through, the preparation, and maybe not so much a focus on the anti-stratting, but making sure that their own game is just on point and they can punish tendencies. And Roy, when you have that and like Poppins IGLing and that experience that Inspire has, the other three, they've just been able to shine so much. And yeah, extending a very real possibility. You got to get on board if you're not already.
I mean, it's so easy to be confident when your team is firing on all cylinders, and they've not shown any signs of stopping. Like, okay, you perform well in one match, two matches. Okay, maybe you can say it's a fluke, but you're performing extremely consistently to such a high level over your last 15 matches, 16 matches. Like that's not luck at this point, right? Like they clearly have a read on the meta. They clearly have a read on how they want to play and how they want to approach the game, and it matches their style.
And I think it's so scary because you guys are talking about how, they're adding these layers on, right? But that just tells us that this isn't even the beginning of maybe where their ceiling is and like how high it actually can be if they're just starting to implement more of that kind of macro play, because their micro individually and mechanically is so good as it is. They've been working the ebb and flow very well, but once you start adding those layers of strats and even more depth, because it's just been the beginning of that for them, it's a terrifying prospect to look towards later on into this season.
I think that's such a good point, because it's so easy to look at this team and think, oh, this team is, they're very dumb. They play very dumb Valorant. And I'm seeing a lot of like public criticism of that on VLR and on the forums and people saying that about them. But ultimately, they do have a very good macro read on this game. They understand the pressure they're applying. They understand how to push and pull and weaken parts of the maps. And that's where cainzera, the player with the highest win rate in terms of first opening duels, is shining, because they're spreading their defenses thin. They're spreading players so thin. They're applying constant, relentless pressure. And it's just like melting people's brains. They don't really know how to play against that. But it's not dumb Valorant. It's actually very intelligent Valorant, but it's mixed with confidence.
You're talking about melting people's brains, and that was something that was also talked about yesterday, was no team can really prepare for what Rankers has. And so as long as Rankers are in the server and they're warmed up before their opponent, they're just going to snowball the game and the other team won't be able to catch up. So TSM, they definitely have their work cut out for them today. And I think where everyone's eyes are at has to be the duelist face-off in this, because these have been two of the most exciting players to watch in Challengers so far. Sim from the get-go, I think, has had the highest individual ACS in a match that we've seen. He's been cooking. This core team of TSM behind him has got him covered at all points, Ash. But cainzera, I mean, he is on a different level right now.
He is. And I love the fact that we're able to do this head to head as well, because you look towards cainzera and he has that high first kill per round. Sim is actually above him in that, but the trade off is that Sim also has one of the highest first deaths per round, as opposed to cainzera, who has a first death per round at around like 0.08, which is more synonymous with what you would see out of support players. And that just tells you the fact that he's able to have just so much success without having that trade-off of it being closer to like that 1-to-1 ratio on that give and take. And that survivability for him is so important there for rankers, because he's so consistent in opening up these rounds.
Yeah, and I want to bring to light the fact that Kane's era is 37-11 on openers, guys. 37-11 on openers. It's supposed to be close to 50-50, guys.
Yeah.
Right? And then but the interesting thing is that Sim is a lot more experienced because he's constantly taking those first engagements. Like, yeah, his success chance might not be higher, but he's so confident and so comfortable constantly taking those engagements. So I think the high level of, Kane's era, how is he so successful at finding these opening fights, clashing with somebody that is completely comfortable taking those early engagements, and how that's going to pan out is going to be super interesting in this matchup.
It's been nice too, because how Rankers plays with this double duelist. I mean, Eggster, he's not switching off the Yoru, but being able to have then Kane Zera, a lot of the ISO lately, and having that double aggression, it's been so nice because you get that map opened up, but you're also allowing Kane Zera to kind of do his thing. Whereas you're kind of like you're popping off like both capabilities here, Ash, whereas for TSM is just on Sim to really be opening the map in a lot of cases, and he's been doing a killer job of it, don't get me wrong, but that's going to be something that I'm kind of keeping an eye on in the series.
I think that's a really good point. Just like the level of pressure being spread across two players as opposed to being on the shoulders of a singular player there. It definitely is a bit difficult, but I think that Roy hit the nail on the head on talking about Sim's experience. He's not going to let that pressure get to him. He has great support backing him from the rest of TSM as well. They're really good as far as being those second, third entries in to guarantee that those trades are coming through, even if he does get first blooded. So I just cannot wait to see how chaotic this head-to-head ends up being. Like, they're both the teams that managed to take down M80 earlier this week too. It's going to be a spicy one.
100%. And pulling up the map picks and bans, another thing that I'm so excited about with this matchup is Rankers have this aggression. The other team gets nervous. I don't think TSM, Roy, is going to be one to get nervous or back down, which is just makes that so much better. And in the series, Rankers, Haven is going to be the first map of choice, and Haven's definitely looked really nice so far.
Yeah, I think Haven has been a pretty solid map for Rankers. Obviously, it completely fits their style. They're able to really manipulate the Yoru and ISO. Everyone's roles are comfy. It makes complete sense. But now we're going into uncharted territory. We don't really know what to expect from TSM. So obviously, there's a layer of like mind games. Again, could it be a factor? Yes. Could it not be a factor? But when you're Rankers, like, you have to stick to your game plan, quote unquote. But you don't really know how TSM is going to approach it or what kind of meta they're going to be playing. So they're going to have to really find solutions in the moment.
I think the hard thing too is both these teams being undefeated right now, you can make the case for this map pool being strong for both of them overall. But at the same time, I think it does slightly favor Rankers more just because of that double duelist comp that they're leaning into, with the chaos that they're able to cause with Eggster on that Yoru. And that's not me taking anything away from the likes of TSM. That's just more speaking to the strengths for Rankers because of their really wonky compositions that they like to run.
Like, what we've gotten to see so far, like, I am definitely with you that the map pool kind of seems a little more that way, but I want to go to our predictions and what we thought ahead of any information that we got about this match in terms of that. And it's just Roy, odd one out. Everyone else is on the Rankers train here. Okay, Roy.
Listen, there's no way there's almost a unanimous vote on Rankers. There's no one believing TSM here. We're all Rankers fans. Listen, I love Rankers, but come on, someone needs to have faith in TSM. They look like a solid team.
I'm not going to cap. It was really hard for me to choose between these two teams. Like, I feel like before yesterday, I probably would have just gone with TSM out of through my gut, but they were so dominant up against Qbert Academy that I was like, yo, Rankers is going to be running off of this high from yesterday's matchup. And I kind of had to put my money where my mouth is.
Okay,
I'm not going to cap it. I think it was an easy Rankers pick. Not to disrespect TSM, but 16 win streak. All right, they're about to make it 17, all right? So
okay. They need to hire you as their cheerleader. Damn, that's crazy.
All right. No. For real, we got a match we got to start getting into. We have our agent select. I think we can all agree here, regardless of who we think is taking the series, we're all winners if we get 3 maps between these two, because this has definitely been such a highly anticipated matchup, and I think so well matched up against each other. And heading into this map, Roy, I mean, this is going to be the double duelist going up against Sim on that Jet.
Yeah, I'm actually a little concerned because I feel like the Jet is such an op-heavy role on this map, and now you're going into ISO that has a shield that is able to constantly pressure you off angles on their attack side. I almost feel like it might, low-key, they might have just counterpicked themselves against the Rankers composition. I'm a little bit nervous here on this Haven side.
I love that shout because I feel like that's where Rankers have found a lot of that success with that ISO pick is just teams not really being able to lock down those long sight lines, those some of those sites, because when they're pushing so quickly, normally you'd think, okay, Op can just shut that right down. But we've seen how frequently Zera is able to find success because of that shield, giving that extra breath of life and allowing him to go for another engagement so quickly after finding that first fight. I'm kind of scared if I'm on the side of TSM, but we got to see how this goes.
TSM, what they've gotten to show and their improvement in everything, definitely trust that they got a plan. Let's see if it's enough going up against this Rankers squad as it's time to head into Haven and head back over to our casters, Fans, and Lemon.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Yes, we have the ultimate showdown. Rankers just struck down the Challengers favorites of Qbert Academy just yesterday. But can they also hand TSM their first series loss? It all depends if you can shoot back. We talked about the ISO shields, but Rankers, they're one of the best mechanical teams we have here.
That's the main story going into this one. Mechanical aimers coming out from the side of the defense to kick things off, but we're not going to discredit everything that Vora, Recoil, Sim has been doing for TSM as well. I also didn't mention Seven because he's almost like a veteran right now for this team, but he's also very cracked, and GMD is also very good. Right now, the gameplay with TSM coming out with this, I could only think about the amount of stall that they're trying to do with the Astra, with the Breach Stun, and with the Nanoswarms, so that you could hopefully get rid of that utility that's being overloaded on a side of Rankers when they go into this death ball, and then you could slow things down into pacing a bit and then leverage the group and the fundamentals to fight back like I know they can here for TSM. So it'll be a very interesting one here with TSM starting on the attack side, and they're already trying to find some information on top of B, but this is where you already have Zera in the back here, 2 undercuts ready to nullify and take some players down with a combination of, I was going to say shock darts, but Poppin doesn't have that. He went for the drone instead so that he could try to re-clear. Or actually, I'm trying to see if you raid boss one of the players.
Maybe. I still can't believe Haven made it through the pick ban because this is Rankers' #1 map. And TSM, yeah, pretty much got a good end of their deal with Bind. Maybe Fracture would be their best map, but Rankers 13-3 against 13-7. Like, they just beat everybody down on this map, and it's a fantastic start off of First Blood from Inspire. But TSM will continue to flood in. They won't be able to find that pesky Cypher. It's all smoked off, but already just pressuring just early shots through the smoke in case Rankers were lurking around. TSM have the close plant set up. Here's Rankers now getting counter flashes from Rankers and TSM. And it's just Vora left. Rankers, they're just an army.
Yeah, that's where I actually decided in between the maps and between the series to actually put my standing desk down so I could sit down in gamer style and lean into the screen just to try to study and pay close attention to what Rankers are currently doing. But yeah, it's going to be very difficult to fight against this type of team. And you've already seen it if you've been watching Rankers in the past since the offseason, going to Split 3, going into now. They are unstoppable, mechanically very sound. But look at how they just are not afraid to push out too. It kind of looks like at the very beginning that they try to fight by themselves, but there's always going to be like a ping pong pendulum. If not for that one single player to drop 1 or 2 kills himself before he dies, you're just going to have to make sure that you're going to be the one that's going to be on point for today. Think about all these duels. It has to be very strong for TSM side when they have this roster.
Oh, the drone is going to spot Embers at the back of C. Nexter, First Blood yet again for Rankers. Off TSM, just trying to get early info. And even just, they weren't even in garage when they died. And it gets even worse.
Yeah. And that's the beauty as well of just having a Yoru in general mechanically on your roster. You can play in front of enemy lines. You can TP away. You can fast rotate as well. And you leverage that. The Stinger to play against the pistols, easy kill, builds up his ult points. But while that happens, TSM are still trying to like default work around the map. So this gives free reign every single time like this to happen. Free kills coming out here from Iron. So you're going to have to think about trying to play against Rankers defense as well, is that you're going to have to try to have good ways of util to push them away from sites, but still have util to play the pulse plans. If not, Rankers will have a lot to play against you in the very first place.
Rankers can just keep their distance at this point. Like, the job is done. You've killed 3 before TSM even got into garage and into these power positions, and now you corralled all the sheep in a corner. Rankers just make it look easy. And just to kind of reiterate what I said before, Rankers won 13-3 against Blue Otter, 13-7 against Burger Boys. So whatever you want to say about those teams, Rankers are demolishing people on this map. This is their #1 map, and it's the bread and butter of a ISO Yoru. And TSM may just have to play numbers. In these 1v1 duels, I would give the edge to Rankers, but can TSM find a way to make this team uncomfortable or to cause chaos that would stress Rankers?
Yeah, 16-0 so far as well, right? Since they joined Challengers, coming in here from, what was it, Premier even on top of that? So looking pretty good here on their side. And now with the gun round out for TSM, they are trying to find that information in the first place. I mean, I don't know if there's a timeout or something like that, because those bears are about to come up. And TSM are ready to look for control here towards A main. So there was still that breach and that Sova trying to find that early info at that spot. And there we go. So the bears are about to come out now. They'll have the fault line, and then they'll go for the recon on the top just to see who's there.
Ooh. Kane has always been consistent.
Yeah.
Kane was huge. Also, we casted him during the Neon meta and how awesome that player is. But TSM can claim their first head and try to equalize and do something. Try to play the mind games too. They've inserted their lurk deep into C, and a huge pick for GMD opens things up. The spike still has to make its way over, so Rankers decide, do they play for retake or do they try to prevent the objective? And stepping on forward, Exter didn't have his teammate. He was separate away from the smoke. Now TSM have done more than enough to win the round.
That's what you want, right? Little fundamentals to bait them out, because they are not afraid to swing through smokes to fight against you. So you just had 7 just tap the spike, and then 3 players were still watching out towards the spawn so they could guarantee trades. And like I said, it looked like it was going to be a nice little victory for Kane Zero in the very beginning, but the idea and the plan was there for TSM. They smoked towards that front. They smoked towards that front side so that Sim could go for the 1v1 duel, his own gulag in his own kill contract at long A. But unfortunately, Kane Zero got the best out of him. But the rest of it, the answer back from TSM to flood towards C and overpower the defense of Rankers with their own numbers for TSM side was a nice little answer towards the end.
And we haven't seen TSM play this map since the For Those Who Dare finals, I believe. And strong win, 13-7, but this was also with a slightly different lineup, but the same composition. So telling Recoil to do what Ziv did, go on the KJ, same comp with the Astra 2 and the Breach. So TSM just have to kind of remember the basics. And it's worked out for them too, to just try and out-rotate Rankers, to just already be on C with a successful lurk. And it's going to be a lot of eggs in the lurk basket to really open up alternatives for TSM if things don't go well on plan A.
Yeah. And back when you were mentioning For Those Who Dare, that was basically a core of like Kane Zero, Knights, Ions. Mocking somehow was playing in there, but that was the first time we saw like some good eye-openers of what the potential of these players could be. And it was actually an event that was won by TSM at this point. So they're not unfamiliar to play against Rankers playstyle, which is why it's not out of the it's not a crazy pick that Roy did to go for TSM, because they know what to expect. So, and you've already seen the reaction here on their gun round versus the bonus against Rankers. Now we'll have to see how they fully execute into this full gun round for both teams.
Extra smoked off, but Rankers aren't afraid to shoot through the smoke and to get into immediate cover and hear how many guns shot back. Still key information from Rankers. TSM not afraid to ditch a scene as soon as they are discovered, and Rankers want to cut them off from those moments, but unfortunately Rankers got punished.
You just want one of those moments where maybe even the turret will break shields in terms of the chaotic moments as well for TSM, which is maybe why they're putting Recall on this KJ. Still very good to find the aggressive B-side pushes, just like Kane Zero just tried to do. Could put the alarm back for a C-side push, but also could anchor up and listen for any type of rotates here from the garage side. But right now, it stays quiet. TSM are gambling on a 30-second hit to hit towards the A side, where there's actually 3 players from Rankers.
There's the fault line, TSM. Ooh, the paranoia doesn't connect from Rankers, so TSM will be unhindered. And there's the swing, the double man swing from Rankers as TSM haven't really been able to
10
fully
seconds
push
left.
the site. They're on their half, and they're just using the small window to plant. And here's Rankers duking it out, and it's just Vora with 5 HP. So TSM just thought their half of the zone would have been enough, but you really got to evict Rankers.
Yeah, it was still pretty good though from TSM side, where they went for the first wave of util. We talked about it. You want to have a little bit more waves coming through with what Rankers will try to retaliate with. So as they gave and showed their hands towards the A site, they still didn't fully execute towards A because they know there would be a paranoia coming out and then probably a swing coming through right after. So they stayed back outside of the smokes where players gonna try to wide swing against you. They had perfect trades until you unfortunately had a couple of whiffs because you saw some players just like Rico had a backstab on 1 or 2 players and missed that first burst before he actually confirmed the kill and couldn't be ready to fight against Irons right after. So again, this is going to be a very good matchup that we're going to witness going into the series. But Rankers are doing a great job here, capitalizing on the small, non-warmed up TSM players for the series.
Exter's been spotted. Be able to teleport out. It's Recon. Not going to get shot because Sim is just solo. Maybe he gives the illusion that there's just one player there, and Rankers
take flight.
Have another drone. We'll have a drone to work with, and yeah, again, the jet is spotted, but there may be more around the corner. The Rankers are waiting.
The drone did see Vora, but the idea there was Sim trying to just fight the person that was going to be playing inside default. He knows that somebody's going to swing out. He was extra with the operator, but unfortunately, extra didn't swing out wide enough, and that. I mean, with no more dashes going into the A site, you need to start pulling the rotate away from the A site because it looks like TSM wants to finish towards this A site in the very beginning. So the L drone comes out towards the window, but like our Rankers, nobody is moving. So they're in a great spot right now, especially with the smoke coming out towards Graffiti to anchor that spot. And TSM are just going to keep running the clock down with 10 seconds left every single time for the hit.
Yeah, TSM have to just keep pivoting, and Exter's teleport
left.
expired, and he didn't move an Enchi either. But this camera about to spot the rotation in 4K. TSM are close to some good ults, but just the entry slash down so fast. TSM even get a dash, he can get nothing. TSM now are just flooding in, the smoke's behind them, and TSM about to get buried 6 feet under because the firing squad's already watching TSM crawl in. They're about to be put to bed for good, and GMD would hope to keep this weapon, and he's trying to opponent around the corner, and it's making me really nervous.
He'll be fine. Looks like Exter doesn't want to push forward in the end. But I think at this point, the smokes, or the stars rather, coming down from GMD towards that spawn was like an instant tell for Inspire. Again, the TSM seems that the game plan is that they're trying to play a little bit more passively so that Rankers could run into them. You know that Rankers like to go swing out in these moments, but Rankers also likes to change their own tempo going into these rounds. So they're the ones playing more reactive this time around because of Extra's op. And then once you start putting the stars up on a C site, easy. One-way cage out from Inspire, spot some legs, break some kneecaps, and then TSM can't get in and could break all of the Cypher util that was valuable for Rankers to anchor up here towards C.
TSM hope to force some close duels, but these smokes are now preventing them from even thinking about B. And who pushes there? Ion gets away with it. Kane finishes off what he started, and they want more and got a little greedy. TSM though staying stoic, trying to clap back.
Spike down mid.
And they know they have to almost box it out against Rankers. Especially when Rankers have advantages, but coming from around back, what a play from GMD. They still have to go recover the spike, and that may be up to Recoil because GMD has the better weapon, and he's got to keep the space.
Was hurt by Inspire though. So Inspire does a very good job, not to full swing.
One enemy remaining. Thrifty.
Okay.
My bad, Lemon
TSM
Kiwi.
closed it out.
I thought it was going to be a moment here where they were going to play it a little bit more smart until Exter just swung out to try to take down GMD. Simply just to say, because Inspire was still towards the A-Link, and he heard the full rotate from Recoil, thunderfooting down towards Sewers, back towards the window. And since GMD got the backstab from Garage into the front B, you know where the rotate, so the last two players of TSM will be with the spike being down out in the open. And GMD just on point with how he shot and answered back here since his lurk, and out-frag the offer and allow here for TSM to get a thrifty.
And TSM have done these pivots, they'll kind of check things out. If they get revealed, TSM will usually like to pivot. Rankers chased the last round. They hurt him in the end. And off the Cosmic Divide and the Hunter's Fury invested. TSM get a leg up on the site, but the kill contract, TSM will have to do it down a man. And with an Odin present on C, TSM have to play kind of hopscotch between this Cosmic Divide, got a dimensional drift from Exter to help establish back on the site, and a lockdown from Recoil that's dismantled by a defensive Hunter's Fury. So a lot of ults used this round, with Rankers trying to draw TSM out from long to check the spike. There's only one place they can be, and no one's peeked at Garage. You know the last two have to be long. Here's the flank from Poppin. That's activating. And GMD has to pick his angle carefully. The diffuse will get halfway, and it's actually being stuck. GMD does kill the diffuser, and Poppin has to quickly race to get there in time.
Yeah, it's going to be fine towards the end, but a very nice try there by GMD. 0.5 seconds remaining. But I got to say, Recoil did such a good job like baiting out the Hunter's Fury to hit him. So I thought the beams weren't going to hit the lockdown that he placed out of that spot. If that was the case, that would have delayed so much more. And yes, he would have still sacrificed his life from Exter coming out of the ult. And maybe that's why if it was missed out, Exter would have gone out, got the kill, and maybe broke the lockdown no matter what. But you're also trying to make sure here that you're not getting the best value out of the Hunter's Fury on the defensive side. But then Poppin is able to get the kill with it and break the lockdown and just allow here Exter to focus on different parts in his responsibility for the retake under the dimensional drift. But this was still a nice try by GMD on the 1 versus 2. This is to see what has happened so far in the very beginning. It's been chaotic, but it's been very good in terms of these trades happening from both teams.
One adjustment that I noticed from TSM is that from their previous iteration of their roster, Seven was the one who played Sova, and now and Seven's now playing the Breach. Vora's going to pick up that Sova duty. So clearly TSM are very practiced with this new roster. They more than believe in these two pickups because they are undefeated, but Rankers are a different beast and only up by a couple rounds, and this is for playoffs, and I have no doubt that TSM can get playoffs, but it's actually how TSM do in these playoff and Ascension type scenarios that I hope to see them maintain that good performance there too.
Yeah, and if you're looking from a Scoreboard Steven way of the Ascension of playoffs last year, you may think that they didn't have the best Ascension run, but they made some teams run for their money or like really fight for the victory in their group stages in order to knock TSM out of groups. Not seeing them in playoffs.
Oh, Sim! Got the pop-off Sim yet again. And to be able to dodge the Yoru flash, or at least attempt to, Sim does get crunched in the end, and Ranker's defense. Dude. Off of an Odin ISO, like what am I witnessing?
That is so funny. It's still a great entry that came out from Simno. All this was to sell a fake so they could plan towards the C site. So there is a Thrifty coming out from TSM. There's a possibility for a second Thrifty because Exter is only at 8 HP and there's no double tap at this point. It should have expired by now.
Step from Garage. TSM have Recoil watching it. Valvora looks at the back site. Will be able to drone too. Kane doesn't care if he's spotted. If anything, that'll kind of accelerate the duel that Kane wants to take. And he just gets a one-tap by Recoil with the Sheriff. And it's Exter with 8 HP. So he's going to have to maybe keep this weapon.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have to. The monies and shambles run out for Rankers, so they need this rifle and potentially going into a half buy, knowing how aggressive they could be. But Recoil so far in these Thrifties have been saving these rounds for TSM. It came down to a 1v1 earlier on when they planted towards the B site. And this time leveraging his alarm bot, his turret, and also his own Sheriff to get a 2K into Garage and also into back spawn. Not afraid at all of the solo swing Kane Zero Odin. But that was such a good push coming out here from the side of TSM to kick things off.
I just don't know how much of a troll this Odin in being carried by the ISO is. It's like, when are they going to be done playing with their food and just buy an op or something?
Well, speaking of op, it's an attack side op for Sim. Trying to leverage the push here towards the front and regen shields out for Kane Zero. That gets slightly damaged, so there is still the hero rifle that they saved from the previous round, and they want to keep it into Kane Zero's hands because you know how impressive he's been so far since this split of challengers in 2025. But that's going to push him away for a bit.
Oh, random pick, but there's someone else around the corner. Bora's gonna drone up. Never be too sure against rankers. They do like to play in pairs. And TSM do a job of re-clearing garage, and rankers take back control of that site. And this is again the TSM pivot of making noise on one side and trying a different site, and Poppin does what he does best and escapes into the shadows.
Big mistake here. Poppin could probably capitalize on a couple more share shots.
And the shock dark is gonna cause some damage to TSM walking in, but TSM were locked in on the people in heaven.
30 seconds
And
left.
GMD susses out the flank.
Laser beam.
That's Inspire, but this was a save from rankers anyway, but to take down 2 weapons is always nice.
My camera is destroyed.
See what Inspire can do. A high-low setup. Easy peasy for TSM. They keep themselves within 1.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a small fumble here with Sim walking with his knife out the whole time, not expecting somebody to push so aggressively in that corner where they should have, because rankers have been doing that a lot. But still, it was all thanks to Vora's calls once again. The Owl drone to look back into the C. He heard the TP from the Omen going back on top of the C site. They've always played against a Cypher on the C site with no changes in 9 rounds of his setup. So they're like, well, let's just try to hit towards the A site. There's most likely not going to be a Cypher there, and we should most likely have like a 4v1 at that spot. So a great call. Before this round, as I just mentioned, the non-switches of the Cypher util, Inspire is doing it now.
TSM, no one's really pushed A short. You know, that doesn't mean it'll never happen. So you kind of have to watch both if you're Sim, and then he took a shock bolt, but rankers don't really peek too much. They'll insert extra around the orb and then teleport him out, which he's planning on doing any second now. And this is first and second blood from rankers as soon as TSM walk up. Now what do you do with this garage control? Is C still the plan? The smoke on the back window has dissipated, and Recoil still gets 1, and Kane gonna maybe swung off of this.
Yeah, but Extra just TP'd away, and they think that the site's going to be open, so they're going to rotate back towards the A site with the last 2 players, but it's all of Inspire's utility that's going to stop them.
Oh, there's trips all over. Whoa. Just like a bird. Inspire playing Duck Hunt out here. And it's just tough to play an offense
30
into
seconds
rankers who win a lot of these range duels. And now the pivots are being read a lot better. Like TSM went from A, then to C, and then got double kills. So TSM are a little bit cooked in terms of numbers.
Yeah, and it all started off Kane's Zero just not being afraid of that smoke and disrespecting it. Jumping outside of that, getting a pick,
10
and
seconds
going
left.
back into the abyss, and he was never spotted, and you see it from the end of the round. Never received any point of damage towards the end once he got that pick into the doorway. And he just gets the timing from the Owl drone that was trying to be cleared by Vora. And in the first place, it was basically a Sim insert on the A side, and then if you do get all these kills towards C, you could continue to hit towards C, and then Sim fights the 1v1 on that side. But if Sim gets this pick onto Extra on that end, then everybody can rotate back just like they did in this 4 versus 2. But with lesser numbers and how Inspire was playing towards the C site, it was unaccounted for here and not expected for TSM, and rankers are able to fight back and answer back in round number 10.
And rankers are catching them on the escape and on the entry. Then what is left? TSM. A 2-3 split. Now just trying to have their heads up for any kind of C challenge, because that's how TSM got 2-piece last time. So they really got to be locked in on a duel that can happen at any second. Hopefully without, with less util at C, because it's usually just been that Cypher. You got a lurk from Recoil. Hearing something over at A, but Rolling Thunder just to get the site there for free with the Aftershock. Site split in half from Cages. Is TSM even gonna start to spam? And no way Inspire gets away with the 2 Cages pushing logs. All depends. Kane, though, gets traded. So TSM, it's all up to Recoil, though.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Just out in the open towards the end when he comes out of the gulag, and that's just unfortunate. But he's hitting shots again.
TSM? Team solo mid? Solo plays? And there's Inspire, who took 2, I felt like, for free, and with the op, will get to keep it. Jeez. I thought TSM had a really good setup.
They did, and we just talked about the disrespect that you have for players, though, that they don't care about the util that's being thrown out. So as you're unloading your first wave, and it's like, okay, well, there's my small timing to be able to push through the smoke, where everybody's probably trying to get that second flash in the back of the site, trying to push through the smokes, and then boom, he just swings out and gets these kills. And that's off support too, coming from the kill contract. So it looked like he was kind of swinging it alone, but it was going to guarantee at least a 1v1 towards that spot no matter what. So last round of the half, Rankers still looking very strong on their aggression here on the defense, and TSM reverting back to a C-side hit. And they have an opportunity here because they could avoid pop-in. They could use this lockdown just at the corner of the garage and start entering towards the C-site.
Oh, a lockdown around garage. It's going to be a real struggle for Rankers to get out of, and they're trying to find all these corners of the map to get away. And does Kane get out? No, he's detained, and maybe this is to be used as bait as TSM is on the chase to capitalize on that player. Not like the TSM just didn't hesitate this time when they had the half, they wanted the other. Rankers now undetained. It's the Odin opening things up, the Hunter's Fury to line up all the pins for Kane's Air to take down. Nothing. The plant still trying to go through. Kane
planted.
being as quiet as he can. Trying to swing off the right side, but Sim should be able to catch him. Not before Kane takes one with him. 3 versus 2 on the post plant. Good chance for TSM to go 8 and 4. Oh, what a swing from Ion. And the pivots, the side dances, and TSM crumple under the pressure. It's Voran a 1v2 with not the help.
Enemy remaining.
But hey, a lucky shot to remember not looking. And now the jig is up, and it's going to be about the delay. If you can get the spike to explode, diffuse halfway, job is going to be easier for Poppin. He has a shock bolt and just spots the arm from Vora. It's a 8-4 half for Rankers.
Everything was so clean to start things off here for TSM. The first place where you place the lockdown into a garage was actually on the ramp of that C garage so that they don't get it spammed by the Odin of Kane. That was perfect. And then you engage and force the Cypher of Inspire to play towards the back of the platform. You kill it with util, and then you overtake these sites perfectly. But then this moment right here, a little bit overzealous towards the end. You gave up your 2v2 crossfire setup to have 2 individual 1v1s where you're supposed to be delaying as much as you could so that Vora could rotate back right over towards their grass into garage and then finalize the last kill if it has to come down to that. But you see that he's stuck in a moment right here at 25 HP. So difficult to do. So a little bit of a small mistake here that ends up and could end up being very costly for TSM as Rankers are in the lead by 4 and they're looking at a death ball here towards the A site.
They'll have their lurk of the Sova watching over. If this TSM overcommit on mid continues through, and it does surprise Poppin. First blood for the defense, and Rankers, it doesn't even bother them, but they are flashed. That is going to bother them. The TSM don't even get the kills from, I thought, what was a good flash play in either way. Rankers have done more than enough to win this round as Voran a 1v4.
Yeah, Spike Planet as well. I mean, another one of those moments where you could have waited for your teammate right after so you can double swing against Kane. Give him 2 individual 1v1s. He's snowballing off the double taps. That is just an easy piss around towards the end. The execution is still pretty good though. They went for the TP flash and then a swing from both extremities just to not give a chance here for, I think that was Recall trying to anchor up towards the A side to get anything done. So I like that at least from the get-go, but just trying to play the retake towards the end was unfortunately not the cleanest here.
And historically, Rankers have had really good offenses with this comp, and it's going to be even better when they had a defensive 8-4 start. TSM got to start catching up, but unfortunately this buy is not going to be it. Just pistols across the board, but it's all about the long game and for some timeouts once those guns do get bought. Now, heavy stack on the left side with turret checking over garage, and Bora hide and seek, but also listening in. That's what's important.
If they wall contact sewers or just do anything here towards sewers, this should be VALORANT not be able to get too much. Now he has no choice but to body peek, and he's gonna look right into Inspire soon.
But this could be a chance to steal away a rifle if VALORANT wins this. It's just unfortunate timing. One down for TSM. And Sim's going crazy on the flank, but there's trips all over and stuff for him to deal with. It's like Rankers expected it. I think TSM just want to go down with the ship at this point.
It's definitely the smarter play. You already saw Kane Zero pushing up towards the spawn. He's trying to get his kill contract up as soon as possible, and all of them now staying back.
Shadows traveling.
You probably do think that there's still going to be an attempt here for Rankers to push back towards the spawn despite the spike about to blow up. Worst comes to worst, they get an orb out of Sim because he's going to be outside of the blast. Just a very standard anti-eco coming out here from Rankers. He tried to gamble the stack for TSM on the C site. Unfortunately, it wasn't the good read, and then it's just an easy plant there for Rankers.
Hey, good info. They have an Ares. They have a lot of weapons that they'll intend to keep. And TSM, this, you call a timeout at this point, maybe at the, it ends up being a full buy. I'm worried about TSM just not putting a scratch into the second half yet, but we'll see what this gun round can hold, and then maybe visit a timeout. See how they can salvage this game.
Yeah, and so far it's just trying to take control of this A side. The fault line, and this is all very standard stuff that you currently see, but I like the trip coming out here from Inspire. There's no shot darts coming through. This is still a very good spot to get information on anybody trying to push up for aggressive control into the A choke.
Oh, the traps are set by TSM. It's just about Rankers to trip them up, but Rankers delaying this. Want to see if maybe our TSM just going to peek? Are they going to let this go for free? Surely not. And Sim, you tell that he feels like he has the weight on his shoulders to make the big hero play it off the ice. So Shield leading the way for Kane. It's Recoil that tries to hold the wall. Equalizes the numbers. And Rankers have control of C, but extra unfortunate, uncharacteristic miss for him. Leaves the spike down. And for TSM, a chance on their first gun round of the half to do well. Uh-oh. I thought I spoke that too soon. Gotta let them finish off the round.
Yeah, you keep forgetting it's Rankers here, Lemon Kiwi.
Yeah,
so they can always win at that point. But nonetheless, that was some clean shots coming out from Recoil. The third burst kind of missed a bit, but for him to play the hero play to get the double, it was super important for TSM. You know that the game plan for them is that it's going to be a very scrappy game. And the fact that Kane Zero is able to just shield up and jump in and be that solo player to do the fundamental of, hey, let me jump through a smoke, swing off me. I'll just do that myself. Make sure that he sprays it and breaks my shield, and you guys swing after that again with me, and we'll guarantee at least that kill into the garage. And he does that by himself. But again, thankfully, Recoil was there for that double kill towards the end. Now the same type of trip.
Oh, the trip in the cage and leaving kind of purposeful gaps for him, potentially.
Yeah.
Where Sim walked in and did get pushed back.
Sim didn't care. He just made the audio cue of like, I'm going into your smoke, I'm going to break your trip, and I'm still going to try to fight you. So they have the same type of mentality in these early rounds to just fight against each other.
To beat the Rankers, you must become a Ranker. It is the Sim mindset, hoping to adopt, but Rankers approaching B and still all 5 of TSM. It's a little scary, but you always have the ISO shield. You got flashes from Yoru. No one's saying hello from TSM, at least not yet. And off the back site, 7. We'll get the first blood. We'll get the ball rolling. The kill contract lost against 7. And TSM have managed to make this a real fight for B. The spike didn't manage to get planted, so advantage still for Rankers.
Oh, it's splattered.
But it's just trade for trade for trade. Like tapped Inspire, locks in. It's beautiful shots. The post plant, still 2. And Vora wiped away as Rankers get up to 11.
It was such a nice try by 7-2. He got the first pick of the player trying to swing towards that back, and then he even wins the fight inside the kill contract. Sim was trying to move up and save his teammate, and I think it was also Vora that had a shock dart on a vulnerable on one player, but just missed. And then suddenly 7 comes out of the gulag, he gets instantly picked off, and he didn't have enough numbers in the back of the site to just roll back towards the front. Ranker is able to scrap out the remaining moments here of this fight to just capitalize on the victory right here. That could have been a shot that should have been won by GMD in the first place. A small little whiff, he still loses that fight.
Let him cook. Oh, he won't be cooking. Pan will stay cold. Exter is too clean with it, but TSM at Sheriff, so you just throw something at the wall and see what sticks. If you're TSM, it's unfortunate that they just can't scrounge up enough rounds to at least have good buys to give themselves a chance. It's already tough. I mean, last round was the closest chance for TSM, and unfortunately will cost them. It's a 1v4 for 7. Awaits him, and wait a minute, and now it's done. 12 to 5.
Unlucky here that the drone came out and I actually got the ping, because those kills were actually really nice here from 7. So we're seeing still some good fight coming out from the young roster of TSM as well. There is definitely young players in on the side of Rankers, but overall, this was, as you mentioned, Lemon Kiwi, a Laura buy that you had for TSM. Vora got a kill, got a 145 on the second one. That could have been a lot cleaner. Well, not cleaner, but unlucky pretty much at that point, because that could have been 2 huge kills in the very first place. And maybe it could have turned the tides here towards the later round on C.
Who's next?
But now, easy execution coming out, trying to potentially once again leverage Hunter's Fury. If you find some information with the dimensional drift inside C, he sees it right now towards the C link. Boy, they're fighting for TSM. They want to go for it.
What was that from Exter? At TSM, they tried to go for like a Rolling Thunder trap play off B, and Rankers did not have any lurks, did not care about mid at all. They just stormed the trenches of C. It's a 3 versus 2 to close out game 1 with Vandals against not too much from TSM in terms of util, in terms of manpower, but shock bolts can't be used from Vora to prevent the plant. As Recoil tries to take point on Garage, and they're going to play split, but a huge win for Recoil makes this possible, makes this even. As Poppin wants to see the action coming, and Vora's going to be front and center. Shock bolts will get Vora out of the corner, and that's a win. 1v2 for Ion.
Shadows traveling.
Just as the player around smokes, play back. Diffuse halfway for TSM. Ion critical body shot into him, and he just can't finish off the diffuser. So TSM buy themselves another round.
Dude, what was that? Like a 2v4 for TSM that was salvaged here by Vora and Recoil. That was actually huge. In the very first place, like under the pressure to see rookies like Recoil and Vora says to say, hey, let Recoil have the Phantom. I have to drone into the site, so use the Phantom to enter. He aggro and confidently wins the duel against Kane Zero inside Garage. And then they have perfect util and synergy to fight back and retake the C site in the front. That was so nice here from TSM, which is why, again, they have a lot of potential for this team, and they're definitely a strong contender. I wouldn't be surprised here if they go into the playoffs. If it's not today, it's definitely going to be later on. But I will not be surprised if they do a deep run once again here in the playoffs.
And Vora and Recoil have definitely proven themselves and have been huge additions to this TSM roster. But this is a style of Valorant that, well, Roy talked more about it on the desk, but a style of Valorant that is difficult to prepare against and difficult to execute against. You can plan all you want, but it's execution
Cage triggered
that needs to beat Rankers.
GL Valorant.
And maybe avoiding Haven. Yeah.
On a rainy day in the courtyard of the jail, just like, who's gonna come out on top every time? And there you go. Those are the things. A turret just broke the shield. That's huge right now for TSM.
After the site for Rankers. The clone gets to the back. TSM won't be dissuaded. GMD with first blood. vision on long C, and 7 stops any garage push. So great map control awareness from TSM. And it's just this your left. TSM with back-to-back rounds kind of are starting to get their economy back in shape.
Yep. And not for rankers. There's potentially here maybe some sort of here rifle if Poppin wants to do it and give it to Kane Zero so they could do very similar things like they did last time. But this is the first time out coming out here. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, they actually do have a coach helping them out here for rankers. And it's Stunna. Not the CSGO manager Stunna, but a Stunner that actually assistant coach back in the T1 days and also helped out in T1 over in Korea before he unfortunately got let go here towards the end of the season, and now has an opportunity to show his worth as well for an unsigned team, and hoping as a group here that they can get picked up by somebody like, I know Inspire tweeted out Envy before, so Envy, if you're listening, I mean, look how good these guys look.
I'd love to see an Envy banner and Challengers for sure. Although rankers have a red logo, so boys in blue would have to change it up. But
true.
I love the shotgun play. That was so fun. The dimensional drifts, and even had the clones sent forward. Rankers, though, they're just one away. They could stack all their ults if they want. They may not even need that. So it'll be sheriffs across the board, it seems. And a lockdown. I'm interested to see how Recoil's going to use that.
Yeah, it seems to be just the type of play to play to retake. I still like the setup though from TSM because you have an eco from your opponents. Most of the times people will try to finish up towards B. So you have Alarm Bot and double Nanoswarm just to try to get him off the spike, and you can try to delay even more so the players anchoring towards A can start rotating back. But rankers are just looking for a full hit towards A.
Outline. And at the cross is Sim, ready to execute. Free firing, maybe just scare 7 back. Waits for the call. And Sim at the top drops down, takes care of A short, and really just tries to roll through rankers, and it's so successful. I mean, they had sheriffs anyway, but a clean round from TSM nonetheless, just off of protocols.
Yeah, the silver lining at least is that Ion's kind of broke Sim's ankles. Because he went for the fake TP through the aftershock, and Sim went to look towards that right, and Ion still got that kill. Of course, it's still netted towards the trade, but it's a type of nonchalant type of plays coming out from players like rankers that kind of just irks you a little bit and grinds in the long run when they're doing these crazy plays that they shouldn't do, and they could still get away with it. Nonetheless, it's still a round for TSM, capitalizing 3 in a row. And now putting rankers finally back into a bye, but not the best. You see a lot of half shields for 3 of the players. Sim can do a lot of damage here with this op, even if he had an outlaw.
He's looking for the opening pick and whips it, and even brought out the ult. Sim crumbles under the pressure, and then the Odin, and everyone laughing away from rankers to hose down the site. An absolute dumpster fire at the end. TSM had a streak going, and this could be where it stops, but it is still 3v4. Who expects an Odin to still be there? No distraction. Kane is insane, and the lockdown just didn't give TSM the security they needed. And to end off this match, GMD is gonna go down kicking and screaming before the Kumbaya on his corpse. 13-8 from rankers on Haven on their best map. Continue the win streak.
There's classic things from rankers, finishing a map yesterday with an annihilation from Deadlock on Bind, now finishing this one here with a kill contract with GMD coming out getting backstabbed by 2 players just waiting for him to spawn. But that small miss ended up being so costly for TSM when Sim missed that op shot. But it's so hard to do here when there's so much big pressure coming out from a team like rankers. And yeah, they tried to pick into it here, Lemon Kiwi, and just, you know that rankers were comfortable on this map. TSM had a game plan. It looked pretty good. But again, it comes down to who's going to shoot better that day. And the consistency around shooting for rankers is looking to be always better every single day.
And the Dusk talked about the impact that this ISO shield was going to have to lead them on offense. They had a strong 8-4 half on their defense. The Haven is the best rankers map. But I mean, it's hard to pick what their weaknesses are. And Yeah, a lot of pressure on Sim to go absolutely huge for that team, but there's still another map that they could try to pull through, and it's TSM's best one, unless you count Fracture, and it's Bind coming up, TSM's choice, but we'll hear from the desk first, and we'll see you after.
I think the biggest factor that makes our team different is every single player on our team just has passion. We're all playing the game every single day. We're not playing TFT, we're not playing League of Legends, we're only playing VALORANT, putting all our time into the one game. And it's like what I brought up earlier for my my wisdom of the year is the more time you put in, the more it will yield. Even if you don't feel it, even if it's like you're playing bad, putting in time matters. Like, and not many people just like grind rank. Not many people just put as many hours in the game as us, and I think that's what gives us an edge. No, it didn't really change anything. They're both very similar players, and that's kind of what we were looking for in our fifth player, is a player that kind of just fills Knights' role, which is just a player that can shoot, a player, like I said, that has passion and that has chemistry with us. We all have played with Ion before in ranked, or most of us at least, and he just filled the spot perfectly. Maybe a little bit. I think that going in the last time, it was like, we have nothing to lose. We're all just like a random team, we got together, like a pug team, right? And if you lose with that team, it's like, whatever, who cares? We were randomly thrown together. But now that we've won something, I think there is a little bit more pressure on us to keep up like the good results. But I don't think it's anything that will stop us. What can we expect? I mean, absolute domination.
One enemy remaining. Perfect accuracy. My ult. One enemy remaining.
Concentrate so far.
Foolish.
Quickly.
One down. One enemy remaining. One enemy.
All right, well, the win streak, it keeps on going. One map away of closing it out as Rankers are going to take down Haven 13-8. Going into this, I mean, this is the two undefeated Titans Ash, and it did not disappoint, but Rankers just a cut above for this one.
I want to say it disappointed a little bit, but only because I was expecting it to be a little bit closer coming out from TSM. I was expecting a little bit more out of them, but Rankers did not disappoint whatsoever. I'm happy as far as, you know, the fact that I'm leaning towards them for this prediction, right? But they kept going, guns blazing, and I felt like you could see maybe the respect that TSM was giving over to Rankers' aggressive playstyle.
I mean, if you're talking about the respect being given over as well, I almost kind of wanted to see a TSM that would push them a little bit more and like, hey, if you're going to have these confidence things, we're going to push back, especially since what we touched on beforehand, Roy, is TSM, they have that firepower. So going into this, I mean, this was Rankers' map pick. They're able to show it off, but for TSM, it's about where they can kind of step that up going on forward.
Yeah, I mean, Rankers played exactly what we've been expecting from them, right? They're playing this very high-paced style. They're challenging early. They're playing for the fast fuzz. They're playing to, like, you know, they're playing within their framework. But the only thing that, for me, that is like a big kind of a question mark is, you know how rankers are playing, right? And you have the Astra, you have the Killjoy, both agents that have utility to help you stop fast floods, to help you stop rotates, right? And it felt like TSM just wasn't utilizing those, and they didn't really understand what the rankers win condition was. And I mean, overall, that was like the big question mark. But in terms of scoreline, I mean, we have to consider one thing, right? Is rankers won both pistols and the ecos following. So that's 4 rounds, right? If TSM wins either of those 2 pistols, now we have suddenly a much, much closer game. So despite the flaws that I saw in the TSM gameplay, I still feel like this match was pretty close.
I think that's fair. I think we also have to kind of like look even towards these post plants stat lines here too, right? The 3 and 7 for the side of TSM, and that I think it was like 5 and 6 if I remember it. The graphic has flown over since then, but it just tells you a little bit about how rankers they're consistently contesting those choke points, something that TSM was struggling with a little bit more as well. And there's no surprise, I don't think, that Kainzera is the MVP here for rankers once again, like so consistent on those initial engagements, and honestly often having fun with it at times there as well.
Under 300 ACS, under 25 kills. Unfortunately
Ooh.
washed. Unreal. No, I mean, it was just someone that's just an absolute demon throughout, but we got to see that everyone was able to step up. Ion is someone that obviously the newcomer to the squad who really got some insane kills, was really being able to put up an incredible performance. And I want to talk too about the Sentis in this match because Roy, I mean, Inspire, we got to see a really strong performance yesterday, but on the opposing end of things, Recoil, a big reason why TSM was able to stay in this a lot of the time.
Yeah, at certain times, it really did feel like Recoil was the only one that was like consistently matching the style of rankers, right? Everyone else is playing their, they're playing their fundamentals, they're playing their team play, but Recoil felt like he was, in terms of raw mechanics, he was definitely matching the enemy team. But I mean, we gave Kainzera, this is a side note as well, but we gave Kainzera the MVP, but in my eyes, really Inspires the MVP of this first map, simply because, yeah, he matched the numbers, but he also provided so much stall and so many things that were like key winning conditions for the defense side on Haven, a half that is typically pretty difficult to play.
Yeah, this was definitely like the battle of the Sentis for this one, and the impact from both was insane. And for to see Recoil put up the impact that he did despite the loss, I think really, really nice. And something else that we wanted to talk about going back in this match, something we hit on pretty early was kind of like that respect that TSM kind of gave over. But Ash, I felt like, especially looking back at this round 11, it kind of seemed like a disrespect in the bad way at some points.
Yeah. No, for sure. I get exactly what you mean. There's a reason why like the glasses are pushed up on my head right now, because I had my face in my hands when I watched this round. You see like the initial backside control, and then for some reason Sim gives up that platform control. They don't actually contest towards backside. It just fully allows Ranker to push back in these fast floods that we're consistently expecting from them, that Roy was talking about earlier on, and just really not doing any of the contention for those chokes in the post plant that we would see Rankers do when they were on their attacking side. And you do see like Recoil have that little bit of like a pop-off moment here as well, to try and bring this round back, but it just not being quite enough to get it done. And I think that that's something that you need to look towards heading into our next map, because it's really hard to watch, to be honest.
Yeah, and before we move on completely from this clip too, I do want to point out the fact that that entire time Recoil had 2 nano swarms. Again, this is like encapsulates my sort of point, which is like they're playing a fast flood composition and you have anti-flood utility. If they just had utilized it correctly, I genuinely feel like they would have had a much better chance on their attack sides. But on their defense side, they looked great. There really weren't any glaring mistakes or anything crazy. Yeah, they were getting outgunned at certain times, but I feel like their attack side was a little bit underwhelming in terms of what we were expecting from what we consider to be the top team in this league, or one of the top teams at least.
An opportunity to take a breath and look on into the next map of the series. Their own map pick here for TSM. And if we're looking at those kind of little mistakes, well, this is a map that has been really, really well practiced for them, looking now into Bind. It's something that we've seen all 3 weeks coming out from them. I think where that brings up concerns for me is Inspire and Poppin do a really good job at kind of picking apart tendencies. The fact TSM have shown it 3 times is a little worrisome to me. But Ash, TSM, they look confident here. They look comfortable. And that's the TSM that I want to see in this next game.
Yeah, I really liked the look that they showed up against M80. The caveat though, Sierra, I think is the fact that you look towards it's such like a when we're not getting to agents quite yet, right? But we know kind of what to expect out of the side of TSM, running that Tejo, running that Breach, as well as the Deadlock Raise and the Brimstone. So a lot of post-plant util that's available, as well as like general site clearing util because of those rechargeables in that fault line and in the missiles coming out from the Tejo. But once that spike is planted, Rankers, again, so good at flooding back into those sites. I'm really worried about if TSM will even get that opportunity to set up for those post plants and to buy that time to deny the defuse, because Rankers aren't the type to really let them even get comfortable in those situations because they're fast flooding as soon as that site is taken.
Listen, if they can't stop a fast flood with Breach, Brim, Deadlock, Raze, and Tejo, then I don't know what they're doing at this point, to be honest. I feel like they should come into this knowing exactly how they need to be playing. They've seen the way Rankers are approaching this map. They've seen their reactions on whenever they're on the defense side. If you're TSM, you have to be ready for this, and I think they will be, because the last time they played Bind, excuse me, you're absolutely correct. They looked so well constructed, very well put together, and they knew exactly what their win conditions were and what kind of util they wanted and where they wanted to allocate it.
Looking at this too, I think this is going to be a big kind of test for that squad, for TSM, and kind of the resiliency to get past the next series. It's a Rankers that they want to get in your face. They kind of want to make you lose a little bit of that confidence. And when you have a new IGL on the side of TSM, I think this is going to be a big test too. Okay, how does the group kind of regroup and go into this map? How do you make sure that this team that's supposedly impossible to prep against, bro, you can kind of stay one step ahead of? So that's going to be key things for myself going into this. But the agents are ready. As Ash said, we already have a little bit of an indication considering they've played it so recently. But Roy, I want your thoughts too on how everything just kind of stacks up.
Yeah, I mean, when at first glance, I genuinely feel like the Oh, they switched it up. Okay, see, this is what we talk about when we say Rankers are unpredictable and hard to practice against. You just don't know what they're going to pull out. They dropped the ISO. I mean, that's Kane's bread and butter at this point, but now he's pulling out the Reyna. That's another layer of flashes. It changes the way they're going to approach the map completely, and the tools that they have to work with are completely different, as well as the mix-up from Sentinels. So now they're back on the Cypher. They have a completely different style on both attack and defense.
I'm a bit surprised that we're actually seeing Inspire swap from the Deadlock over to the Cypher, because there's so much util on the side of TSM that gives the opportunity to actually break those trips once they do get on that defensive side, as opposed to, I think, the longer stall that Deadlock can provide. Maybe the discomfort that he had. We saw some of that hookah positioning being pushed out by the very same utility that TSM does have in their kit there as well. I think the Reyna pick is pretty cool in a way, because maybe Kane's is looking for that initial engagement and the ability to actually dismiss out of a lot of the utility that TSM is going to be able to provide.
I'm excited to see the Kane Zera Reyna. I want to hop into this match, so we're not going to delay this any longer. It's time to see if TSM can take this into a map 3, or if Rankers, they're going to stay undefeated. Back over to your casters now. Jen and Vance, take it away.
Last game that Rankers need before qualifying for playoffs, and in the quickest fashion that they could be doing it in. But this is the TSM playground, and I don't know if they really want to play around with a Reyna Clove. Like, what do you think of this comp, Vans?
Yeah, I think right now you're seeing the biggest switches are Kane Zera and Inspire, right? And going away from a Deadlock to this Cypher. And I respect it, because when they actually played that ISO and Deadlock, there was cool combinations of like throwing nets over onto the B-long so that the ISO could just move up with a shield and then fight the person that's netted at the top. So the aggression was really good and good combination for that. But I think now at this point, you're actually leveraging Kane, Exter, and Ions to push as a group and always have Inspire on these lurks where maybe he doesn't have that greatest opportunity on an agent like Deadlock. But this is probably one of those for those who dare / split 3 moments. If I think about it more towards split 3, where Inspire was mentioning these guys could just do whatever the hell they want, and then I feel like I have a timing, I'm going to take it and get some backstabs. So I feel that there's definitely going to be a lot of map manipulation from Rankers on their attack side.
Like, this is such an ego pick for Kane. Like, he's like, I got MVP. I'm fragging out of my mind. I'm a walking laser. So let's go on the exact agent that would flourish a feast or famine type. And I could totally see Kane even having more options. So yeah, you don't have the ISO shield or anything like that, but you got a Lear. And I could see these guys having the right timings to push off of that Lear or even combine it with a Sky Flash and to not really let TSM have a chance to fight back.
The thing is, too, is that if I'm not mistaken, the Reyna ult doesn't take that many orbs either. I can't really remember if it's like 7 or something like that. It's been a while since we've seen a Reyna going into an official game. But that said, that's going to snowball with the way that King Zero has been playing so far this whole Challengers. The amount of Empress that could potentially be activated every single time, almost, I would like to say almost every 3 rounds at this point with the way that King Zero is playing. And if he's going to play the way like shooting, dismiss, what the hell can you actually really do here for TSM? So thankfully so far, because it seems like it's taken a while to get into the server, it gives a chance here for TSM to really, you know, grind their gears to see how they could stop the aggression coming out from Arena and Clove here for the attack set of Rankers.
Both these teams have beaten really formidable teams on this map. Rankers just yesterday beat Qbert 13-8, obviously not with this comp. TSM beat M80 13-9, where the desk talked at length of just how organized TSM look and just really overall how good this roster looks so early in the season, incorporating those 2 new players. So we'll see how they're going to address this Reyna.
Yeah, for sure. Even Rankers had such a good attack side on their map of buying against Qbert, and moving over the Pearl, it was like an 11-1 at this point. So again, it's just a team for Rankers. When it comes down to them starting on the attack, you have to not be instilled with fear with the agent that's the agent select that's currently in front of you, and just stick to your game plan of what you have fundamentally of how you want to approach this map as your playground here for TSM, and how you could basically modify it slightly to really try to counter this over aggression coming out here from the potential Eggster and King Zero.
Hopefully everyone's okay in the lobby, everyone's connected and ready to go, and see how this will be settled. And it's just about slowing down that flood for Rankers. And Roy talked about on the desk, TSM have all the tools. They have the preparation, they have the game plan, and it's about execution. And if they could really maybe try to punish Kane Zera, and whether are they going to play a more selfish Reyna at an off angle, Lear by yourself, or is it going to be like a Lear that benefits the team? So pistol underway with a 2-3 split from Rankers out the gate.
Oh, they're going to play with a lot of inserts here. So they made a lot of noise towards Showers this time around. It's up to TSM if they want to fight against this. But there's just a full wall contact. There's only 1 player inside elbow.
There's the double Lear to get this chase on GMD. And he's on his last layer of health. He was able to kick back against Rankers, but Kane and Ion, that's going to be a deadly duo to support each other, along with the vulnerabilities, that Clove can throw out. And look at Kane, who pushes through smoke there. He's insane. And Rankers are a type of team that'll get in your head too. Like, they'll shoot your body afterwards, but Recoil's now adding that layer of stress, holding that position in hookah, and Rankers surrounded, trying their best to hold corners and flick onto the second character, and that's what Poppin does. And Kane assists with 1v1. 65 HP, and going on top of the box. He's been discovered. Ring around the rosy.
What bullet?
And with the frenzy, he has to just reload, but find some more. And finally gets it done.
I can't believe that just happened. You were literally talking about Rankers having to shoot bodies, but they definitely had to shoot TSM while they were still alive, while a lot of them were still low on HP. And it started off so well here for TSM, despite them losing GMD towards the elbow. The fact that Recoil won that fight against the Inspire Lurk at Showers and pushed through to get that kill, you guarantee now that Rankers will have no choice but to hit towards that B site because they lost full control of a late TP back towards A. So that said, you had the players ready for TSM, you had the perfect delays, you had a strong backstab at the very beginning from Recoil into B, and then somehow it's just Queen Zero moments all over again. It just shuts you down. So TSM on an eco, pushing out towards Showers. Inspire escapes.
Salvos could have trapped him. He gets out. Now you know just where the majority of TSM are on this map, and alerts are going down at B long. Nexter gets first blood, could be calling for the TP. They don't have any sights on Hookah, so maybe that pick at B was just to sell the fake, and Rankers are gonna continue committing at A. Kane's era, 2 Lears. Oh, and not even having a chance to throw it out. And here's the flood off the drone. Ion and friends just all firing into the singular doorway. TSM are forced to group up with just based on the pistols that they have. The Salvo's forcing a reposition out of Inspire, but this is going to be too hard of a player to dislodge. This war will still try an alternate angle. I'm surprised he just didn't want to be taken out by the spike, but Rankers with anti-eco.
Yeah, I think on that side too for TSM having the amount of util that they unloaded to try to fight back for control against Rankers and try to trap them. I think you are trying to get a couple of shots here and there to build up your ult points at the same time, because look at Recoil with the way that he's been playing for his pistol, getting very close to his annihilation. You also saw on the other end a couple of more players from TSM getting close to ults as well, so they could even out an important swing round in the next 2 rounds potentially. You just want to try to fight, and with how good they've been shooting and dueling against Rankers, you'll take your chances. TSM in his gun round, you see them looking for this control here towards Showers in the very beginning, but there was a lot of util coming out on the attack side. Flash pushes them back. Even the drone, the clone, sorry, comes through, and now the drone. So they actually denied orb control here from TSM, and that's a free take for Rankers.
Rankers have won every pistol, every anti-eco. The bonus is where TSM have been able to turn things around off this gun buy. This is what can build morale for TSM. And you already have some great delay being built. Rankers try to creep through, and it's a beautiful double kill from 7 to force a pivot from Rankers, or at least one to recover the spike with.
The last 2, I mean, this is still a bonus round here for Rankers, and they could still buy for the next, so I would not be surprised if they still want to fight this. But all 5 players allowing here Rankers to pick up the spike.
7's in the corner. Not gonna see Ion get through all of this and just bumps into Vor in the hallway, and Ion is so clean with it. TSM just allowing this to happen, but at least work together to deny Rankers from coming back.
I mean, it was such a strong hold from the very beginning from TSM, and in a 5 versus 3 becomes a 2 versus 2 pretty much, with how they were so good to just fight through the cages. That was tough because you have the person with the lowest HP starting things off here at Towels, and that's, I think it was a breach play in that corner, which was 7 here at this point. And there you go. So after that, he gets picked off. You see them dropping quite quickly right after. And that's going to keep the econ low here for TSM moving into the next one. So they're forced playing on half shields, close to the line of, close to the brink of their economy being in shambles.
The Lear play! Kane just jumps in by himself past the smoke, and with the help of the Sky util, Rankers are overwhelming this defense of TSM that tried to be posted up. And 7 has already revealed his position after shooting the Yoru clone. Rankers are just going to bring the spike elsewhere.
Kane Zero is playing the entries as if he was ISO with the shield. I don't even think there was players behind him to support, but yeah, I guess Extra had a TP to work with so that they could double up in showers if needed be. But for him to do these type of entries, there was a timing too from the forward push from TSM. Yeah, he still turns around to get the 180 headshot. That is just insane stuff coming out here from Kane Zero. And lo and behold, he's already got the Empress ready. Oh, that's why Vura turns around and he's hit by the Lear. And there's more flashes coming through. I mean, this is just such good util that counters the smoke being dropped by TSM in the first place with GMD throwing that smoke. I think you're going to have to leave that out in the open and try to get an op out as soon as possible here for Sim if they still want to try to contest showers, because they are getting annihilated by the forward smokes that they're trying to throw down for TSM.
I wonder if TSM can just wait out the util more, because I feel like that's going to condition you to not want to play as forward and as proactive, at least as barriers come down. And this Yoru clone is catching some of the Sentinel util from this recoil player, and Rankers haven't met any targets yet. And Exter, uncharacteristic miss, but great patience from Seven. Won't be able to get support. But going 1-for-1's not too bad, but not having a breach on the retake may hurt TSM. They have ults though. They have the neural theft in play. This is a huge info advantage for Rankers. And Inspire just stops any flank or anything from happening from TSM.
Yeah, and it's a smart hat to throw too, despite playing the anti-eco, because you're still able to keep the most of your players alive, build up 2 kills that Inspire just did, so he's already almost halfway to his next neural theft. So yeah, he's they're playing this very, very well, and that's going to call already NBS's timeout for TSM. Super important here. We mentioned that op in the hands of Sim, but at this point they have 3 huge ults to work with for flood retakes, for stalls, or for trap plays. This timeout is going to be very important to see how they could manage to salvage the round with the least amount of deaths as possible. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be Sim opting towards the showers like I wanted to before, because there's still double aggression coming out here from the extremities here out of the Rankers. Although not a lot of those flash util is being utilized over towards B. It's actually mostly towards A when, what is it, the Clove and the Cypher are making their way on top B. So this gives a chance here for potential to position Sim in that spot instead and lock down that area.
This feels bad for TSM. Like, okay, if we can't flank, then what? All right, the ults. That's got to be it. Rolling Thunder, Annihilation, Showstopper. This has to be a huge round for TSM, one that leads with confidence, because if you start letting Rankers win streak, it's not even going to be the gunplay that loses you the game. It's going to be the economy. There was a lot of rounds by TSM that had to be gifted off of just being so broke all the time. It's an important round for TSM. How they leverage the op, as you said. I think the sonic sensor not exactly in A main, but off to the side. And no one in U-Haul. Kind of interesting as TSM just only look towards showers.
Yeah, and I think it's fine too, because right now if there's going to be a lot of pressure moving across, I would like TSM to continue to anchor up and hold towards showers so that they don't allow your Rankers to have a late lurk into the area. Now they're baiting the deadlock wall so that Sim gets in an early position. This is really good because so far Ions is looking to walk right into it.
It was a little too obvious because it's like, oh, a free orb for me? Oh, yeah, Ion at least had the ult, so we'll get a second chance at showers. Meanwhile, Annihilation has been pulled. Recoil pulls the enemy in, and Rankers fight back in the biggest of ways. Eggster with 2. So with the dimensional drift, now Spike planted. Kane's era has been unleashed. Seekers gonna help him hunt down these last targets coming from the back site. Fault line in case Rankers were immediately gonna run after those Seekers. There's a shotgun up close and it's traded. Very good delays from Rankers, but an orbital strike from GMD is gonna force Rankers forward. And that's the type of position manipulation TSM needed to do. Give themselves an advantage. Exter, 40 HP. Be revealed and diffuse is being stuck, and Rankers don't expect it. And TSM with a much, much needed win after the timeout.
Yeah, we'll see if they can salvage the operator too, but looks like they didn't run back to pick it up. Excuse me, but at least they have the round here for TSM, and they had to expend all of their ults, and unfortunately, they lost a lot of players in the process. So their buy is going to be okay, but not like the best. If they keep losing these numbers, that move from Exer inside the smokes was huge. And the question came across here, and it always comes on top of our head of the Clove dropping these smokes, and why are they actually playing the way that they are, and why are they choosing a Clove rather in their composition? Is just for those moments. Ions gets picked off, wastes an op shot so he could actually ult up, instill some fear. We'll hold that thought, man. There's a hit towards this B site.
Just the flashes, TSM. Oh man, the party came to you. Now Kane and Rankers have infiltrated the site. Dimensional drift is just so strong. TSM did their best to hold back against it, and now we're winning duels. And that's what TSM needed to do. And it's Sim with even off paint shells too.
Yeah.
Assembling together like the Avengers.
That was a beautiful net nade by Recoil and Sim to get that last kill, but if it wasn't going to happen, if it wasn't going to be for GMD anchoring the back of the site, because they were getting toppled down like dominoes here for TSM. Again, the Flood util to take control of Octagon was really good for Rankers, and you needed the hero play from GMD. He didn't care to break the camera. He wants to let himself get pinged, catch player off guards, catch players off guard, and even almost got ions before he fell down because he ran out of bullets. That was huge there for TSM to salvage that round. And it was much needed because we talked about an economy that was so low. And this is what we're talking about now, trying to get the op out towards the B side, but the camera spots him and he's forced to fall back in. That gives a tell here. There's an op side on B.
It's gonna barrier early. That's a pivot from Recoil to play from A to B. As Rankers, the flood in has to be slowed down. The desk talked about TSM needing to execute on this and just looking at the wrong place at the wrong time. TSM can't really trade blow for blow. But here's Sim's op. It was discovered early. It hasn't been removed yet. Pushing into the spot, tough, and locks in exactly where Inspire was. 2v2. And now an Armageddon through the site. And it's just Bora left. That was insane.
That was a sick annihilation too along that line to force the pushes out. And yeah, some great shots coming out from Sim towards the end. We talked about the shakiness of him trying to land first op shots, but the retake there was really nice. And that is a small mistake here from Rankers pretty much at this point because the op was there. They knew that Sim was playing on that spot. The salvos came through already from Bora in the first place, yet Rankers still wanted to stay within that site and fight because of their over-aggression and their overconfidence instead of trying to maybe TP back at that point. I mean, I understand that they had the numbers advantage pretty much at this point here for Rankers, and they also had high forward positions. But look at the post line here. Nobody's really set up for an instant trade. So there was miscomms if they wanted to stay within that site to really try to trade efficiently. It didn't happen.
Momentum swing for TSM. It will stabilize their economy, keep the op. It watches over B long. This duo of Recoil and Sim at B and 3 over at TSM at A to try and use the breach to clap back against the flood. And Rankers open things up, taking care of GMD. TSM lurk in the shadows, in the smokes. They're using the close smokes against Rankers. And it's 7 that gets 2. And Bora was on a similar search, but now it's just mind games. The double swing from Rankers works out.
I know exactly.
It's a 2v2 with Neural Theft just now activated by Inspire.
But they get info on them and they don't TP. The confidence coming out of this when there's a showstopper for Sim.
One enemy remaining.
Oh no. Well, there was a showstopper, unfortunately.
Bro.
Even with the Neural Theft, like, they knew you were coming, bro.
Yeah. But it was still very nice also from how they execute towards the site from Rankers. I'm seeing, excuse me, the value as well as playing like this this clove potentially on the play cell of Rankers because they keep dropping these smokes that's a little bit deeper around triple so that when extra moves across or more players are moving across, they're just dancing around, ring around the rosy at that spot. If you're playing an Omen, or sorry, if you're playing a Brimstone, it's not going to happen because everything's so clouded. If you're going to try to play an Astra, it's too slow to drop the smokes. If you're playing an Omen, it's 1 by 1. So this is probably the best way for them to get the extra confident value that they have on the aggression and the A-side hits.
TSM going for a save. Just play the long game. So Rankers chance to extend their lead, and Kane doesn't fully exit hookah and gets so greedy. And TSM playing numbers, playing in pairs. There's a judge and U-Haul, and it's absolutely clearing Rankers.
Judge Bucky. GMD's insane.
Zion has some extra health to work with. To be gifted the spike and goes 1 for 1. But a TSM thrifty is huge.
100%, especially when it comes down to Rankers. Again, the overzealous confidence out of their side, peeking 1 by 1 to try to take down a person playing a shotgun. starting from a Bucky, probably picking up a judge. I'm assuming it's Exter that had the Bucky in the first place. Yeah, there you go. Gets the kill, picks up the judge, and gets all these kills. And you're peeking one by one. You're not expecting that he's going to be pushed all the way up here just around the corner, and it kind of caught Poppin with a knife out, which is quite interesting. Unorthodox here from, again, how much we praise Rankers to be mechanically.
Right, free orb for Rankers, but Exter will be freed from his mortal shell for the round. TSM catch the spike carrier. So now Rankers have to regroup because they're taking L after L. At least with the smokes, Rankers feel good about giving up showers. No, Kane's still there. For some reason.
Misses the nades, but at least he'll get the off shot. That was a clean, beautiful shot. But a 5 versus 2 on a low buy that you have now for Rankers. It's finally a turning tide for TSM to potentially close out here the first half in their favor.
And if they can keep all these, never mind.
It's okay.
I want to
okay.
keep those guns.
It's okay. Next round, they'll still have money, right? They'll get 3K. If they don't lose an extra player here, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. They'll still be able to get a rifle round. It's just the important thing is, are they going to try to get Sim on an op?
Dropping smokes. 30 seconds
Which most
left.
likely will if they actually keep these 3 players alive. So Ions is just trying to re-hit, maybe try to pick up the weapon that was left behind here.
As the ult too. Ion 1v3 spotted early from GMD. It's a 1-round advantage for TSM. Getting these early peaks, early first bloods. This is how you catch Rankers before they set up, and that's what the desk talked about.
And that ult was only going to work here if he was able to get the plat down. So crossing that smoke was the first important thing. But here, the value that Sim currently has now, if you're going to try to jiggle against Sim when he starts warming up here, we know what Sim could do. He has Kane Zero, Ion's pop-in level type of fragging power when he warms up. And he could very much be as unstoppable as the players in Rankers. And you just saw 3 unanswered shots that connected. Except the dog. You know what? He just didn't want to get hit by PETA.
Rolling thunder from the defense to help their teammate escape and off the leer. It was still nice shots from TSM, but Ion's back in the picture off the ult. Vora, the anchor at the back. Holds onto the site. And the salvo. No, sorry, the Armageddon. Just to clean sweep the entire site. And an ace or team ace from TSM to go 7-5. I'm a little bit worried about the double duelist comp from Rankers and how it does on defense if they couldn't do a bigger dent than that on offense.
Yeah, I mean, they've done it before here against other teams when it was an ISO instead of Arena, but they could definitely get some good value. And if anything, when we want to talk about value, it's more on how Recoil, for me, is an unsung hero. He's only got 1 assist, but there's so many good moments where the grab nets are actually catching these players off guard. When they're actually trying to go for a plan, he catches 1 at the minimum. And you saw on the last round, caught 1 again this time around. So he's doing a very good job being a support player for the team of TSM, and something that you'll especially need with this type of composition on the attack, because the net goes through walls. So if you could net go for fault lines and also salvos and catch Rankers in these, maybe if you want to play shotgun positions, they still have a good opportunity or to foil Rankers in their rank game. Literally playing this like a rank game.
You got to adopt the Rankers mindset.
Pretty much.
To beat them, you must become them.
Exactly.
And TSM are kind of going back to that pivot mind game strat from the previous map of first starting with a fault line at B, making noise. Now the game plan to be quietly at A as the showers push is underway for TSM.
Yeah. Then they're going to wait off 7s and Vora's double initiator util. Yes, the first swing comes out, that's Sim, but then the rest should still follow right after. In terms of util and smokes. Full line's now ready, Salvo's already out.
Exter was too late to trade or maybe assist Kane's error in that moment. They had sort of a high-low setup almost, but Rankers aren't getting any more help. Now the flashes are gone. 7 is ready to let loose with the fault line. Post play for TSM. It's up for Rankers to make a move. And the random right-click classic surprise And oh, okay, that looks so scary with the amount of misses, but Ion was low enough. It's just Inspire in a 1v3. He's been spotted from 7. And blinded, takes his sweet time. And it's a TSM pistol, the first one of the series.
And you see here the patience coming out from TSM. They don't want to be over a swing at these moments because they didn't have the perfect crossfire setup, but they still had 2 players to watch the spike after the molly went down. So they want to guarantee the spike going on their side. So you kind of leave 7 for the hero play, and he did quite good here after getting that flash and doing the 180 bunny hop. So very, very nice. And this mechanically, Recoil playing again, very similar style as Rankers, going for the extra yard of the wide swing to just cut, like break your crossfire placement and then win the duel against you, against Poppin, because he was crouch panicking for that shot. So TSM are looking pretty good now in their one-on-one duels. Now they have a Vandal on Sim, a Vandal on 7. And a good read as they have a weak side B.
Just a shotgun close. And Bucky gets lucky, and Exter repositions. It's gonna stand in the cage while there's just a flurry of shots. He's just barking at TSM on the other side. We'll manage to teleport out before that expires. Now TSM have to kind of re-clear elbow. You have no idea where this Yoru went. Drone gets shot down, so you know someone's in box, but there's sounding like quite the Rankers party here at B, so I don't blame this change of pace for TSM to go somewhere else.
Ain't nothing but a Rankers party. Sorry, this is very old school in terms of the beats I just dropped. That said, though, a good read for TSM to pivot back towards the A site because it was a stack and rotate coming through. Weakness, though, is Inspire on short A. He could do some damage here.
Okay, U-Haul. Oh, scary in TSM. At least they address the person in the site. But U-Haul will be a different story. And TSM are just going to hide away, buy time for the spike. This is scary, and spamming through the smoke, using it against Ion does not pay off for Recoil. And it's 7, holding it down, sprays down the spike. And I thought that was so winnable for 7, but nonetheless, a defuse for Rankers.
Ion's at 6 HP on top of that. Again, the full pivot towards the A site, but the fear that Extra instilled with that Bucky. Yet for TSM, they still planted at a default spot when nobody went towards short. I think they were still counting on, okay, let's just plant, we'll go back through showers, we'll play the lineup once again, or something like that. That made the read a little bit weird. I would have maybe seen them plant for showers or flip the map or something when they've seen so many players already anchored up here towards B. But maybe they were just afraid here by the rotate back from Rankers. It's still fairly quick when you're coming through the TP and the others are working back to the B site.
Ooh, Ion gets punished and may have just gifted a weapon, and maybe Extra wants to prevent that, but after the counter util from TSM, decides to teleport out and play things safe, which is something you don't say often about Rankers. Speaking of safe, can't say the same about TSM. What a swing from Kane, goes 2 for 1 before dropping. And you got a 3v3 with TSM not finding those weapon upgrades, not yet. Looking to do just that, but Rankers are still watching over their former teammates on the ground. And it's 7 in a 1v2 with just a classic and no util.
I still love it here that Extra was playing in front of the smokes. Yes, he's playing a hero play, but he's making sure here that TSM could not pick those 2 weapons up inside showers. And now maybe as a pickup here for 7 on the top of heaven. And there's still 43 seconds to work with. Poppin, though, is about to meet up with his teammate. Could heal up, could double flash, and Extra also has a flash. This is going to be a very difficult round here for 7 to capitalize on.
30 seconds left.
At least getting a better weapon is the start of something good. Now the smoke's about to go down, and 7, not expecting them to be that close. And Rankers stay in the shadow of TSM. And now the economy will come into play for this as it gets more and more long-term in this game. As Rankers are just still 1 map away from obviously winning the series, but going to playoffs. They haven't been completely flawless. I think they dropped the map, what, against Blue Water or something? Yeah, in week 1. So Rankers aren't perfect, and TSM are trying to exploit those weaknesses.
Yeah. And there are some weaknesses here and there, but also some great hero plays out from both of the teams. What's going on with my voice?
It's leaving us.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you kind of have to just rap God every single one of these rounds once the action starts.
Guess we'll need to if everyone's been put to bed like that.
Yeah.
Popping just the early peak.
And that's a good
with the
buy.
Outlaw.
Exactly. The Outlaw, understanding what was left here in terms of economy for TSM in this buy. And you're playing a composition that doesn't really allow for you to get that early control unless Sim wanted to go for Boombot.
No, the double duelist, you don't have a lot of bells and whistles, but you do got guns and you got hands. And you got 5. Oh, at least 3 on this side, but 5 people still alive, and it's a rolling thunder. Jeez, this is gonna ruffle some feathers. TSM march on in. The cages, the smokes, gonna section off the site. Now there's fire coming through elbow, and TSM have to figure out if they want to address the problem now or after the spike's been planted, and Kane has broken in. With that person goes crazy with the Odin.
Dude, he is holding W with an Odin and just getting frags, but this is also very nice off the dimensional drift. Coming out from Extra, getting all that info so that Kane Zero could just go for the spray through the tin and just dropping players down. Right? It's not bad. I was losing my voice, but it's back.
Well, if you can make an Odin sound, then.
And despite that, even if it wasn't going to be the greatest value that you get from the dimensional drift, Inspire still had his camera up, anchoring towards his elbow. So there was still going to be so much util towards the end for Rankers to get info with to fight back. And look at that, another assist that I like to point out. The net that comes out from recoil was huge there to get popping towards the back. But you cannot stop King Zero so far.
3 in a row from Rankers, and they just keep getting first bloods at this B long. The Yori will be gone for now, so TSM, do they feel like this is a window of opportunity to catch out the Yoru clone, or the Yoru has teleported out, or TSM want to be aggro? No, it's losing Sim is just going to set you back. Of course, even in the energy department, that is your star player to lose early.
Yeah, that's twice in a row. I think at this point, you're going to have to start utilizing that util to try to take control of that spot in the first place. Or it's like a grab net to get the position away, to force a TP out from a Yoru or anybody playing at that spot. Or GMD could start smoking in the front of Octagon so they could scale up. But they're given an open corridor every time on this long beat.
Okay, there's the scrap, the challenge from TSM to break in by force, and they're brought down to just their lurk left. Huge L for TSM.
30 seconds left.
An economy that's in shambles, and Rankers that are getting a good sprint going right near the finish line. Revora can keep this Vandal. Maybe it's not over.
Maybe. Maybe at this point. But now you were talking about Rankers just behind the shadows here on TSM, but now stepping out of the light, taking a lead in this series. Remember, this is potentially a map that we all would have won if this goes into a third one. But unfortunately, so far, it seems that Rankers are really finding the weaknesses of TSM, as we were mentioning, you know, some weaknesses from Rankers in the first place. But now TSM losing Sim very early in this long B is not the right thing to do. And yeah, there's definitely going to be a talk this time from MBS around that. And how do you push these guys away is when you don't have like a Cypher cam to look back as Inspire did when they were scaling up towards that long B. You have potentially just the Gamble fault line and salvos, but then it gives you less util to work with for the site hits. But maybe that's the thing that's missing. A little bit of like conditioning and what type of a util you could use at the very beginning for TSM, and maybe work into like the mid round and force Rankers to be a little bit more antsy on the wide swings that they'd like to take in these moments where they themselves need to find information in the mid round. The only thing they have again is the Inspire camera that anchors towards the site, or like a Yoru drone, or a or the dog, right? And the flashes. So you have an opportunity here to waste up the util on the side of Rankers if you're defaulting on your side as well.
And last time TSM went to a timeout, they went on a little 3-round win streak. So they're clearly cooking up something special in these timeouts. But also, Rankers are beating you with an Odin. And I don't know the mental status of TSM, but they look like a team that get angry, but in a good way. Like they almost react faster and want to win more badly than they already do. I mean, look how close this match has been. Hubert Academy put up a similar fight against them yesterday. TSM have to take the helm on beating the ranked demons. That's one away from the showstopper from Sim.
Yeah, that's a great start. Right now, the objective is just getting that orb up so you guarantee an ult in the next round for Sim and Vora, should they lose this round here.
Oh, the toes. Caught the ping. And the annihilation to stop Ion for a second. You can't stop him, wrap him up. But there is also a flank from Breakers. It's kind of insane. Through the teleport, too. When it rains, it pours. Seekers right after GMD. He's blinded, concussed, leered, snared, rooted, and buried now.
Yeah. The disrespect answer back from Rankers as soon as one of their teammates just got cocooned up by Recoil is to just go Seekers and just pinch with all that util to fight back against TSM. But you'll take that small win, right? This was, again, a smaller buy for TSM in the previous round. Yes, maybe you use your annihilation, but you guaranteed 2 ults on your side moving into this one here. A gun round as well. You wasted out the hack from the defender side from Inspire and also the Seekers. They don't have too much to work with here for Rankers, and maybe narrow the gap if you're able to, I was going to say, leverage and cycle the ults well.
Armageddon all the way through backside. Still have to take care of U-Haul, and that's what TSM did early to dislodge Inspire. The drone is going to know Ion is around showers, and
Big
Sim
kill.
takes care of the problem. And what was that, the op?
Yep.
Oof. Up and wants to go and recover it. It's going to take his time using the util. Showstopper. Puppet's like, wait, open back up, open back up.
Let me back in. Just like the meme of the guy just like bashing on the gate. Let me back in. But at the end of the day, this is potentially still a big fight coming out from Rankers because they are rich AF. So I would not be surprised here with them moving forward.
One enemy remaining.
Clean work for TSM. Post timeout to just try and get back on their feet and keep most of these weapons. And you still have an orbital strike in the next round, so it's a marathon, not a sprint when you're up against Rankers.
And that's the silver lining for Rankers. They forced out the showstopper as well from Sim. Even if Sim got a beautiful shot against Ions and is going one-on-one against Poppin, who hasn't been the strongest on the kill feed in this game in itself, you just want to guarantee the kill, guarantee the round. And now, as you mentioned, only having the orbital strike for the next round for TSM, but you can already see the game plan for TSM. They still want to go for the old school Molly here from the Brimstone in the post plan. So I think this round, it's like protect the VIP, keep GMD alive, and hope for the best here when you're entering towards the site.
Maybe pressuring backside too, or you could keep it for post plant. But judging how the Armageddon was used so early last round, TSM just want map control as fast as they can. Or Rankers surprise them.
Or is going to drone this. If not, TSM's dead.
Boombot wouldn't hurt, but there's a lot of danger around the corner. And then the invulnerability to get back to safety. And the chase is on. The orbital strike is going to zone off Rankers as TSM try to get established on the site. And it's just Inspire in a 1v3. TSM fighting back with confidence. Rankers throw a curveball, they try to hit it for a home run instead of shy away.
And it became a foul ball. Very nice here for TSM on the answer back. Protect the VIP, making sure you get the best value off the orbital strike. You saw the aggression coming out from Rankers by fighting towards short. And yeah, they went for a drone, but it wasn't really an aftershock to push Kane 0 away, but they still made sure that they had bodies to swing out and fight. Kane, after he uses both of his leaders, he doesn't have anything to work with. Left as he's trying to escape back towards the site, and you saw the pincer maneuver coming out here from TSM to push out towards Showers, where Recoil was unattended for and got the biggest crucial kills on both Kane Zera, and I think it was Extra on the top of Heaven. I can't really remember, but it was such an important kill that he's gotten that it allowed here for TSM to capitalize it and get that round.
It's been fun to see TSM just fight fire with fire. because as soon as you just try to go for just info, you just kind of got to expect that rankers are always going to be there. So that's what they do. They don't really play backside. They just play up in your face. And TSM, I feel like all these Odin and Corpse body shots is kind of, you poke the bear and now TSM are angry. It's a nice play from Kane Zera. Look at the immediate lockdown on the second. I didn't even notice that.
So yeah, very nicely done. I mean, it was, yeah, the util being used by TSM was very good, but now the tides have turned in terms of the ultimates available for rankers. Kane Zera with the Empress, we know that what he could do here so far, and it's been pivotal on the retake style of Exeter with the dimensional drift. So they're playing in tandem towards this B side. And that's where TSM starts. It's, again, I feel that this is still a default to start though, because of where Vora is currently.
There.
But you need to figure out what type of util you want to utilize to scale up here towards long B.
Both duelists from rankers are on B. And then, yeah, the flash is on top. So TSM are just going to have Sim check B long. He got first blood a couple times doing that. So you did hear a random shot from TSM, but that's about all that rankers are working with.
Yeah, because he got contact too with the flash here on the defense. And now that TP is about to expire for Exeter, so he's going to have to start falling back here. He has to jump peek first, and that's huge. Because now they know they forced out the TP away from the Yoru, and he could start scaling up here.
So it's the backup plan of Recoil, pulling them towards A. And there's Cypher trips, Cypher cams all over.
Yeah. That's a change from the timeout. It could hurt.
Ion, if he gets a pick, will have the ult and a second life. And Inspire is caught. TSM pull in with the Annihilation, and rankers will get another chance with the clone ults. And it's just an absolute bloodbath. And rankers barely drop anyone through all of that.
Because Ions was able to get the ult here as soon as he got a kill too, so they had three. I actually didn't even need, yeah, they did use the Empress after all, so they had all three ults on the three young fraggers to just overwhelm that A site. It was such a nice try because it started off so well again in the map control that TSM did, and they had the perfect Gravnet salvo stun. Inspire couldn't even play the game, so that removed all the trips that was left inside the site. But they just couldn't fight against the dimensional drift flash that Yoru was pulling into the site. It's so hard to play against that. It's almost like Roy likes to call it a guaranteed free round when Yoru has an ult in these type of hands.
Rankers 2 away from playoffs. Full buy. Now with the Cypher here, there's a lot of good delay. Double duelist on the other side. So an obstacle course versus a boxing match. Which one do you want? TSM create the delay, but similar to the last round, once they encounter that fire, they try to be ready for it, and they slip away from the Cypher cam spotting them. Try to clear U-Haul with the boom bot. But TSM got really no vision on anyone here, or how many.
And this is a type of defaulting you're trying to do here. So hoping that the drone is going to be able to pull rotates out or keep them inside the site. But meanwhile, Exeter already dropped out his second gate crash. He's going to be able to TP off this exec. We mentioned that net take control of U-Haul, read by rankers, so they stay alive.
30 seconds left.
Now just suppressing U-Haul. Rankers are going to try to spray through to prevent the plant. Now Ion does not kill the planter and may be caught in their own smoke. No punish from TSM in that moment. Sim wraps around, and of course it's the Yoru clone that he shoots first. Rankers, these opportunities have been massive. Now off the flash around the corner, TSM has lost complete control of the situation and the site.
Oh my god.
And it's not getting any easier. TSM haven't won a single duel in this round. It's just GMD and Vora. Now just Vora. The salvos will create some delay. Spike still gets halfway. Vora 1 by 1 tries to take down the dominoes, and it's rankers match point, series point.
How the hell can you hold U-Haul on the retake of rankers when there's going to be a Leer on the ground, followed by a Yoru flash, followed by a Sky flash? You can't anchor in that spot. It was so difficult to do here for TSM on the post plant at that spot.
Right here.
But the idea was still very good to clear out towards that area with this net salvo play that they did. But the post plant, the lineup play, it's not going to be working out here for their side because Rankers will not be afraid to just start pushing forward and being that death ball to not allow for you to get the best value of delaying the spike plant with that molly. Now backs against the wall, 1 round away here for Rankers to qualify to playoffs, and TSM has nothing left but an attempt to push this into overtime.
Nothing left but Sim that needs to frag. All for Flash. We get vision first, and K just spams through. It's gotta be frustrating, and it's gotta suck not having your breach in this.
Yeah, it's the first time they do that for Kane Zera. So it was nice read by TSM to flash to get that spot, but he just sprays with an Odin on the top of 10 and gets a wall bang. That's gotta sting.
There's tripwires everywhere. TSM can't really play this fast. And getting Sim out would be ideal. They don't have showers control, so I don't know if TSM want to really teleport, but they will do so anyway, and we'll have the Tejo drone to take this step by step, but it's looking so cooked. 1v4. The TSM buy themselves another round, and it's Vora burying Ion, and against the Flash, Vora can only see the L coming. 13-10 as Rankers maintain their win streak.
Maintains the win streak at 17-0 and are a first team to qualify to the VCL North America Challengers playoffs. I know I said VCL and Challengers, but that's how flabbergasted I am by Rankers' performances. It really looked like TSM had a solid game plan going into the series, but just one little change still adds the same type of aggressiveness out of the side of Rankers, and it's good enough because the 2 extra Leers overpowers what they were trying to do here with the ISO jump in with the shields before. So overall, Rankers, man, they are looking solid so far. And the nonchalant type of interviews they're getting from Kane Zero saying, look, we're going to be better than any team in Challengers, and we're going to keep playing the same type of way, and we don't have to fit into a meta mold and still top the VCT teams if they are able to ascend. That will be an impressive storyline, and will also force our developers to start rethinking about how they can balance this game.
Double duelist is meta, guys. I saw Rankers do it, but yeah, it must be painful just with the composition that also TSM had of employing the Raze. Really means you got to fight this from front to back. You don't have a Yoru that can maybe add some backline pressure, just an alternate angle. It's just the same protocols, and Sim will find his day in the spotlight another time. But a big congratulations to Rankers being the only remaining team without a loss under their belt. And I'm going to be excited to see what other shenanigans they have in their interviews, because they are always so entertaining. So stay tuned, everyone. We'll see you after the break.
Wear a shirt.
Oh, it's a big difference, because back in the day, I could say like 2-3 years ago, franchising I don't think was around, or was like in its just beginning times. So like lots of teams were still investing their money. They had lots of academy teams. The competition was a lot, like, I'd say more fierce. Like in my group stages back then, like I was going against either signed teams or academy teams. I had like really passionate players, people that were still playing. A lot that have quit now. That's the big difference now, is like I don't see half of these tournaments being like being played. A lot of teams are pulled out, and this tier 2 scene is kind of like the top of our talent. Instead of playing in all these other tournaments, we're only really seen in like these VCLs or these tier 2 tournaments. And I think that's the biggest difference, is the competition is more, not scarce, but it's more like tightly knit. Like in these teams, like these 16 teams are like where all of tier 2 has ended up over the course of a couple of years. And that's the biggest difference I see. I don't think it was like that big of a difference. I played a lot of ranked for years. I competed before in a team environment. So like you kind of just need to understand how to work your role and how to work around other people. And if you have that down, you're like able to take criticism and learn. I think it's actually not very difficult. It's just, you just gotta drop the ego and grind, you know what I mean? You just gotta try and work around your teammates and try and work together. You're a team, no one's against each other. And I think with how my personality is, I think I meshed into most teams pretty well. And you know, these guys liked me. They liked what I bring to the team. And I think it's not too difficult if, you know what I mean? If you just mesh well in any team, it's pretty easy to fit in. No, like they're a core 3 for like a good reason. Like Gimon keeps the energy. He's like, I don't want to say older, but he's like the big brother of the team. And then Seven and Sim are like, you know what I mean, like initiator and duelist, right? They have that like that chemistry they built over a long time, right? It's like a good core 3 to have. You have the guy who like keeps everyone in check and bounces emotions, and then the two people that are just insane fraggers mechanically. Like these are like the tier 2 gatekeepers, as some people would say. They're insane mechanically, and they're insanely good like when combined together, right? They can just open up rounds together easily, right? And I think they're a core for like a very good reason, because like why would you give up these players, right? These players are literally like insane, and they work together so well, so there's no point of getting rid of them, right? I agree. As you said, if I remember correctly, we have like the strongest mechanical team. Like we have the highest skill ceiling. I think that if we're all feeling it, we all come to practice.
And the win streak continues for Rankers, 2-0 victory over TSM. And that's going to be them moving on into playoffs as well. Roy, I mean, this is the team that has sparked all this discussion going on in this season. They've taken down TSM. Feels like the sky's the limit with this team at some points.
Yeah, we are literally witnessing like street Valorant versus like book Valorant, and it seems like the streets are just a little bit better right now. The jungle Valorant is coming out in full force. Rankers are proving to us that it's not a fluke. Their level of consistency, the relentless aggression, the divine confidence that they're showing in these matches is insane to watch and see it come to fruition.
Yeah, the streets got hands, man. I think that it's really tough. We had questions too about like even Zera hopping on this Reyna pick. Obviously, he felt like super confident. The Odin paired with the Reyna, especially the Empress, went dummy in this matchup. And we did see, I think, a little bit of what we touched on earlier on before bind actually occurred, was his ability to reposition, kind of play it up close, and maybe even bypass some of that reactionary utility that TSM were going to try and throw out.
I mean, just looking back at this match too, I mean, TSM, they did a really good job in keeping this close. And I actually thought for a minute there was going to be this possibility of a map 3 on the horizon. But Rankers, I mean, when push comes to shove, it's just this confidence. And I don't know, just like they're not afraid at any point. We're going to pick up a Reyna, we're going to pick up our Odin, and Roy, like, it doesn't feel like anything can stop them past then. Even when TSM is putting together these plays, even when they are shooting back, Rankers were just like half a step ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they were like smoke criminals. They would quite literally pop out of any smoke because they just have so many flashes to work with. They have 4 among Yoru and Sky, and they have the Leers with Reyna that also allows them to pop out and kind of be aggressive and set up Zera for his fights. And dude is just running it down with an Odin. Like, what world what reality have we entered where this is happening? And for him to drop 28 kills against such a utility-heavy composition like this is just like, it really does make you wonder, like, do I understand Valorant the way we understand it, or is this game completely uncharted and we're like discovering that there's a way to play this game that is like, I don't know, it's unstoppable.
Yeah, when you just have this group of people that can just shoot, Ash, and just have nothing holding them back. Like, it's something we haven't really seen here in Challengers, and it's taken tier 2 by storm right now.
Yeah, I think that it almost feels like hitting a wall sometimes for some of these teams. Like, yeah, okay, this matchup ended up being decently close at the end, but I feel like when you're watching the rounds, it didn't necessarily feel as close sometimes as the scoreline shows. I think that there are a lot of players on TSM that were able to really step up in this matchup. Like Recoil was having a great map both sides. And then you also look towards, I think, Seven, even though scoreline wise, he didn't necessarily have the best scoreline. He had some pretty big like impact moments where he was trying to kind of save a round there on bind, but the pieces just weren't quite coming together for them. And I think that Rankers just looked overall very suffocating with the way that they like to play and try and challenge you. Like Roy has said, like the past couple of matches that have featured against them of them previously, they'll kind of like goad you into that same type of play style.
I mean, you're talking about this team being suffocating, and a big part of that with that aggression is this double duelist. And we've talked so much about one half of that double duelist, But Roy, talking about that other half of it, talking about Eggster, this is the one trick Yoru. And I mean, if you're going to one trick absolutely anything to a Yoru of this caliber, go for it. Keep it up.
Yeah, dude. Like the Valorant stars have quite literally a line for this player because he's in fact a Yoru one trick, one of very few people that can say that. And he's coming into this role at such a perfect time because Yoru just fits so nicely into the meta. He's very good at dealing with utility heavy compositions. He can bypass a lot of the stall that comps have been built with. There's just so many layers to it. The flashes, the clone that has so much X factor, as well as dealing with gadgets. So like, yeah, you have Exter, this guy who's in a perfect agent. He's one tricking it, but he's also not only just like a good, smart player, but he's also supportive. He knows when to play flashes. He knows when to play entry. He knows when to create space for his team versus like, do things. And he sort of fits perfectly into the dynamicness of the ranker squad.
I like how you talk about fitting perfectly into the dynamic of the squad, right? Because I think it's the rest of the team also being able to enable him to have this kind of role because they can step up to the plate in that kind of way. And there were rounds where we thought TSM they had really smart plays. I remember that execute over towards that B site. They had a real cool combo with the grab net and that rolling thunder. But then the retake coming in, it felt like every single time Eggster had that dimensional drift, it found so much value. It almost, I think it netted in like a round win almost every single time. And Kane's would just use the information that Eggster is able to get for the team to go for those kills, especially paired up with that Odin and just like going for some of those wall bangs. The combination went pretty crazy.
It is the craziest combination we get to see out here, and it's one that's working so well. So we've talked a lot about rankers. Want to talk to them, and Eggster is on the line. Talk a little bit more about the victory. Everything else as we head over to our post-match interview. Congratulations, officially rankers, undefeated, best team we have in Challengers so far. How are you feeling?
Good. I'm feeling great, actually.
I mean, looking back at this match, this was so highly anticipated. TSM, they've been looking really, really strong. Rankers, of course, you guys have been tearing through matches. You guys managed to clean up the series in 2, but it was pretty close. Do you feel like they gave you a run for your money in this one?
I was pretty worried when I saw Kane lock Reyna. We have never seen this guy play Reyna before, or at least I haven't. Like, obviously in ranked, he does whatever he wants, but like in the scrims or like any matches, I've never seen him pick Reyna. I was kind of worried. My adrenaline got pumped in that second match because I thought we might lose it.
So this wasn't even a discussion or anything beforehand. You load into the mat and he just locks it. Done.
No. When Inspire started hovering ISO, we actually thought Inspire might also go ISO. Like I was getting pretty worried.
I mean, for them to just, we're just seeing the Reyna, we're seeing these things come on by. Is it just speak to like the confidence level of the team? Like even too, we saw Kane's just pull out like the Odin so many rounds. Like you just confident, like you can just take the win regardless.
Yeah. I don't know if he's trolling or what, but if you saw his crosshair on pistol round, like you could tell he doesn't feel the pressure. He's just doing whatever he wants. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. He just does whatever he wants.
Crazy kid, crazy team over here. That's insane. So, all right. I mean, even with like hearing that and even just seeing the play style, Rankers has been like the topic of discussion. People either love the team or hate the team because of this W aggressive play style that you have. I want to know how you feel about all of this conversations and everyone's talking about like, is Rankers the next thing or is it just kind of like a fluke?
I think our goals are to win Ascension this year. It's tough because we have two 16-year-olds. So like past that doesn't really matter. But I think at least winning Ascension would be awesome. I know it's like a lofty goal, but that really is what we have our eyes set on. Like I'll be sad if we don't at least get close.
I mean, you say it's a lofty goal, but that's what everyone's here to do, right?
Yeah.
Show their stuff.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, I want to make sure especially that y'all can rest up or go stream, whatever. But final question I have for you. You ever going to lock anything other than the Yoru? Or is it nah, never?
Absolutely not. Never.
I respect
People in my chat ask me that. What kind of a question is that? Do they not know who I am?
I gotta make sure. I mean, playing it wonderfully. You played this game wonderfully. Eggster, thank you for the time. Have a good rest of your night.
You too.
Thank you. All right. I knew the answer to that. I had to ask. I had to, just in case.
Yeah, you had to, just in case.
Yeah, I mean, you see Kane's arrow on the Reyna, which to hear that surprise, that he's just like, oh my goodness, right? It's always just craziness. I love it.
I mean, okay, it has to be so frustrating to be teams like M80 and TSM who are just like working their butts off to try to be the best. And then you have a team that's telling you that kid chooses whatever agent he wants in agent select. Like and you're losing to that in the 2-0 fashion. Like that has to be a little bit like, I'm getting secondhand embarrassment from over here, honestly.
No, it's definitely got to be frustrating. And then, like, you hear that, and then, I mean, I also got to give props over to Eggster. Like, he's gonna stick to his guns, sticking with his branding there as well with the Yoru. I mean, if it ain't broke, you don't gotta fix it. At the end of the day, it's looking really good with this Rankers squad, and it's just actually crazy that they're still undefeated to this day.
Yeah, each match is one step closer to that goal of ascension, and it is absolute craziness to think about at the end of week 3 where we are here with everything. So pulling up the bracket, a good opportunity to kind of reflect. I mean, teams like TSM, I mean, this is an opportunity to grow, to bounce back. It's not near over for them, but yeah, Rankers, Roy, 4-0, that's official qualification.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't really emphasized that enough. This is our first team to qualify for playoffs, guys. That is actually so impressive. Like we look back in the first week, you try to predict who's going to make it. Like, yeah, some people have predicted Rankers would be like one of the top teams, but I think to say that they're going to be the #1 team so far would be crazy.
Yeah, and it's well deserved, Ash. I mean, going out there, sticking to their guns, it's definitely going to make all these other teams that are gunning for that top spot kind of rethink a little.
No, it definitely does. I think that it's crazy how much things have kind of shaken up. Like, yeah, we do still have a couple of those top teams still within like that top half of the Swiss stage right now. And next week's matches is where it gets really spicy there too. I'm really excited to see what's in store because I feel like the pressure is on everybody at this point. You see Rankers just kind of flying through the Swiss stage. Yeah, a little bit of contention coming out from TSM, but it's also this kind of signal to everybody else that they've really got to up that game.
I mean, you're talking about teams feeling the pressure. Next week, we're also going to be having our first elimination match. And once you've hit that 4 losses, you're done, you're cooked. So there's going to be a lot of pressure up for the matches next week. But that is it for this week of Valorant. It's been 3 great days, a great match to be ending it off. And yeah, well, we got some more ranked. I got to learn how to do like the Reyna gameplay and the Euro gameplay team. I'm feeling inspired now, right? But
love it.
Roy, Ash, our casters, y'all crush it. Thank you so much. And if you're watching at this point, thank you all for sticking with us. Make sure to be tuning in next week for some make or breaks for some teams. We'll see you then.
Darts if they need to create any delay with stars replaced by Nerve. Coming around from mid though, Ambrosia have gotten that for free and right to the crosshairs of the Outlaw. There's only one sheriff in town. Timotino defends and slaughters. And smokes in place as QOR hesitate on the exact moment, just waiting for shocks to see what they can hear on the other side, what movement they cause in the KJ util.
And your rabbit is coming out and just gets trapped.
There's the fault line, and her stands and delivers. Not what Ambrosia wanted, but hey, Smiley will get one for the road.
Dude.
Before Nerve with the shorty is just about to ace this. Until
I like that play. And now caught util in hand. That's GG.
it's a heads-up play from Timotino to just be, of course, already in main as you would, but to start extending towards your own spawn, expecting that flank. And now Satellite, he's pinged through, they're gonna know. He's tapped it twice, the double swing, and it's a 13-7 for QOR to sweep this 2-0 and to go 2-2 in our standings with only a couple weeks left until playoffs. A really strong showing from them. Sight, now there's fire coming through elbow, and TSM have to figure out if they want to address the problem now or after the spike's been planted, and Kane has broken in with that person going. Really play this fast. And getting Sim out would be ideal. They don't have showers control, so I don't know if TSM want to really teleport, but they will do so anyway, and they'll have the Tejo drone to take this step by step, but it's looking so cooked. 1v4. The TSM buy themselves another round, and it's Vora carrying Ion, and against the flash, Vora can only see the L coming. 13-10 as Rankers maintain their win streak. Darts if they need to